Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 121. Standing still for a moment, I looked ahead. Entering the room where I thought there would be no one, there were two figures. Misha and Erwin. It's unlikely they know each other. So did Erwin come to look for me, and they met by chance? As soon as I entered the room, I habitually analyzed the cause and effect based on the given situation. But that was all. Quack quack quack. The outside air was damp from the pouring rain. Yet for some reason, a chilling air pervaded my small, single room. My room was filled with questions. What is with her? Why is she so pissed off? After months of spending almost every day together, I could tell by the look on her face. Right now, Misha is very, very angry. Even more so than when she was caught eating all the meat and throwing out the carrots. Her tail was slightly puffed up, indicating that she was also feeling defensive. What was strange was that Erwin was in the same state. There were tears in her eyes. She wasn't crying her eyes out, but it seemed like she was trying hard to hold back, not so much out of sadness, but more like she was so angry she was shaking. Did they fight or something? Based on the information available, I came to a conclusion. It seems Erwin and Misha had a fight. The reason? Well, I'm not sure. Neither of them seemed the type to get emotionally involved with someone they just met. Thud. As soon as I closed the door, both Misha and Erwin's gazes turned towards me. It seems that they only noticed me after I had closed the door, perhaps due to the sound of rain and thunder. Misha was the first to speak. Bjorn is here? Here is your guest, Niang. Misha greeted me with her usual smile, though her eyes were not smiling at all. And then it happened. You are Mr. Erwin, who had been holding back her tears, jumped towards me. I instinctively dodged. Perhaps it wasn't the scenario she had expected. Quick as a cat, Erwin managed to land and keep her balance, then bit her lip and asked me, "Is it because of that woman? What is she talking about?" The atmosphere seemed quite different from the last time I saw her, but, well, quite some time has passed since then. Because of that woman? It's nothing. When I pressed further, wondering if they really had a big fight, Erwin flinched and shook her head vigorously. Then, she glanced around as if checking for something, and her gaze ended on Misha. "Bjorn, why are you so late, Niang?" Misha, having caught my eye, approached me with quick steps. "You rushed out earlier. Nothing bad happened, Niang?" I couldn't quite get used to her nasally voice. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I answered her question anyway. Nothing much. Karen was being accused of plundering, but after a few words, everything was settled. "Really, that's so? You must be had a hard time, Niang." Misha stroked my arm as she spoke the words. Normally, she would just tap my forearm or back. At this point, I had no choice but to ask, "What is going on exactly?" "What do you mean? I'm just praising you for doing well, Niang. Barbarians are hardly strangers, right?" I inadvertently tilted my head. That wasn't what I was asking, and that answer itself was full of contradictions. "Why? Barbarians and beast humans get along, right, Niang? Is that so? Well, I suppose it's better than being archenemies with fairies. Here, a towel." Just as I was about to say something more, Misha jumped and placed a towel on my head. "First, dry your hair. You'll catch a cold, Niang." "All right, I'll do that." Although I felt something was off, I started to dry my hair and turn my gaze to Erwin. After all, she was a guest, and I couldn't just ignore her. "Erwin, did you come looking for me first?" "Yes." Yes." When I spoke to her, Erwin shrunk her shoulders and avoided my eyes. What happened to rushing at me earlier? Did she feel distance because I dodged her? "Anyway, it's good you're here. I was thinking of visiting you." "You were? You wanted to see me?" "I guess so." "Really? I'm glad. I thought you might have forgotten about me." Just a few words exchanged, and the mood shifted, making me chuckle in response. How could I forget a comrade I met on my first labyrinth exploration, right? To think that it only meant something to me, that couldn't possibly be true, right? I nodded, feeling strangely uncomfortable, but also overwhelmed by Erwin's pleading eyes. "I suppose so?" "Yes, that's exactly it. I'm not sure what happened, but Erwin's mood visibly brightened at my response. Feeling it was enough of social niceties, I decided to ask what I was curious about. "Anyway, it's been a while. So, how have you been?" "Me? You're curious about how I've been?" "Yes. I'll tell you." Erwin then chattered away nonstop about everything that had happened during our separation. Most of it was related to the labyrinth. Climbing floors with her sister, defeating monsters to absorb new essences. Oh, and apparently, she spent most of her time cooped up in her room, training day and night. "Look, I can now control all 4 elemental spirits. And I've even achieved awakening with 3 of them." "What? 3? "Yes. I've worked really, really hard. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. Even if she had her sister's help to boost her growth, achieving such progress in just a few months seemed remarkable. Is this what talent looks like? She is definitely different from me. While I got stronger with high-quality essences and equipment, she truly blossomed her abilities through rigorous training. Not even a year in, and an archer fairy has succeeded in awakening 3 elemental. This is, without a doubt, valuable. If she could fully awaken all 4 elemental spirits, it would make that possible in the later stages. If only it weren't for her sister, I could VE recruited her as a comrade. It felt like a missed opportunity to let such talent go. But I decided not to say anything unnecessary. After all, I'm not planning to form a team right now, and she wouldn't leave her family anyway. Anyway, it's good you were busy training. I thought you didn't come because I moved places. Well, you should be focusing on your growth rather than me. It's not exactly like that. Right. Bjorn's right. If you're not even a year in, you should be finding your own path first, Niang. Misha, who had been silently listening to our conversation, stood up and wrapped her arm around Erwin's shoulder. Then Erwin stiffened in. Yes. Was it my imagination that she seemed cautious around Misha? Recalling the atmosphere when I first entered the room, I finally asked a question that had been on my mind from the start. Remembering the atmosphere when I first entered the room, I finally asked, so what happened between you two while I was gone? I was curious from the start. But Misha tilted her head innocently, as if my question was strange. Nothing happened, Niang? Nothing? I thought you two might have fought or something. Fight? Why would we? We've gotten so close. Right, Erwin? Yes, Miss Karlstein. Ms. Karlstein? Just call me sister. Yes, sister. It almost felt like a scene where a bully sister is taking a naive girl into an alley. There seemed to be something going on, but since they were not opening up, prying wouldn't get me the answers I wanted. I'll find out what happened eventually. I moved past them and opened the window wide. The dark clouds had cleared, and sunlight was glistening on the wet streets. Thus, I decided it was time to send them off. The rain has stopped, so you two should head out now. I need to wash up and rest. For some reason, fatigue was creeping up on me. After leaving Mr. S' room, Erwin encountered an awkward situation. You're going this way too? Yes, why? Then you go ahead. I'll leave a bit later, Niang. The beast woman and she were going in the same direction. Fortunately, it seemed like she didn't want to go with her either. Then you go ahead. I'll go later. No, I want you to go first, Niang. This was the biggest problem. Going later? How could she trust her word? It felt like the moment she turned away, she would sneakily return to Mr. S' room. Apparently, the woman had the same suspicions about her. Sigh. Erwin and Misha both sighed at the same time. Shall we go together then? Yeah, that seems better, Niang. The walk back was filled with awkward silence. No one initiated conversation. They simply focused on walking. That was only natural. Even though they said nothing happened at the Mr. S, that wasn't really the case. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? When she heard that, Erwin felt as if a screw had come loose in her head. Her heart raced with anxiety, and she couldn't hold back any longer. TL/N. This is part of Erwin's conversation with Misha at Bjorn's house. You damn cat. It was the first time she had ever cursed at someone. And before she knew it, her hand had reached for the dagger at her waist. At that moment, Erwin realized, do you perhaps have a problem in your head? If it weren't for that one comment, she would have only come to her senses after swinging the dagger. The beast woman was strong. Not just a feeling, but truly so. As a fairy with a naturally sensitive magic sense, she could feel others' magical power. She has twice maybe 3 times stronger than me. There was a significant difference in magical power. That meant she had absorbed more high-grade essence. Also, her aura and posture made it evident. Realizing this made her dizzy. Misha Karlstein. This woman was an enemy, but she couldn't win against her. Meaning, she would lose something. Just like that time, she would lose something precious again. Yes, she would lose it. Emotions detached from reason surged through her. The memory of a single moment, etched into her brain, paralyzed her thinking. Overwhelmed by emotion, her mouth moved on its own. Please don't take it, please. Apiti fulple. Something she could never say if she were in her right mind. But those words flowed out effortlessly. What? The beast woman looked at her incredulously, her eyes cold. Erwin knew in her head how ugly and miserable she must have looked. But if it meant protecting something precious, she believed she could do even worse. Perhaps she would have even genuinely fallen to her knees, weeping and begging. If the Mr. hadn't arrived at that moment. Mr. Erwin shook her head as if to shake off the thought. It was an embarrassingly painful memory she didn't want to recall. Somehow, whenever Mr. was involved, it became difficult to think rationally. I must have seemed like a strange woman, right? Blushing with shame, Erwin glanced at Misha. She was standing at a crossroads. I'm going this way now. Where are you headed? Fortunately, the opposite direction, Niang. I see. Though the moment to break the awkward silence had arrived, both stood still, unable to move as they looked at each other. The first to speak was Misha. Will you come again tomorrow, Niang? Yes, I will. How did I really end up in this situation, Niang? Misha pressed her forehead as if she couldn't believe she was in such a situation. Erwin felt the same way about the unreality of it all. Erwin felt just as unreal. Until she had arrived here, her only thought was to meet Mr. and share a joyful laugh. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Make sure you go home properly, understand, Niang? Yes? Erwin stopped Misha as she was about to head down another path. There was something she had to say, even though she really didn't want to. Thank you. Thank you? For what, Niang? For not telling Mr. about what happened earlier. You mean when you were about to draw your knife on me, Niang? Yes. As Erwin bowed his head deeply, Misha let out a big sigh. Let us make a promise then, Niang. A promise? You're gonna come even if I tell you not to, right? So, let us keep what happens between us a secret from Bjorn. You probably feel the same, but I don't want to bother him with this kind of thing, Niang. Okay, then I'll be going. You make sure to go straight home. All right, Niang? Yes. Soon after, Erwin parted ways with Misha and headed back to her lodging. It was a considerable distance, but perhaps because her mind was so preoccupied, it didn't feel long. As she opened the door and entered, her sister greeted him with a worried expression. Erwin. Sis. Erwin collapsed into her sister's embrace. Did you meet him? Yes. He really was alive. That's good. She sought comfort in her sister's arms for a while. Then, she gathered her resolve once again. Sis, I'm going to become stronger. Stronger? Yes. Is that strange? No, I thought you had given up on training. Erwin tilted her head at her sister's words. Why would she stop training? True, when she found out that Mr. was alive, her months spent training in her room felt meaningless. I have someone I must defeat now. Erwin felt an even greater desire burning within her than before. So, please continue to help me a lot in the future, sis. If she didn't want to be the one from whom things were taken, she had to become the one who takes. Surviving the game as a Barbarian Episode 122. Episode 122 High Rank Player 1. The next day, early in the morning, Misha woke me up. Wake up, wake up! How long are you going to just sleep, Niang? It was 6:30 a.m. at the time. Even considering the schedule to visit Kamalby, it was quite early. Let us eat out today. I couldn't pack lunch because I got up early, Niang. Well, let us start with breakfast on the first floor. This place is no good, no good. Let us go out to eat, okay, Niang? I'm hungry though. Come on, I'll buy you something delicious. Got it, Niang? Pressured by Misha, I ended up leaving without having breakfast. We hurriedly took a carriage and only managed to have our meal upon arriving at the commercial district of Kamalby. The restaurant Misha claimed was a hidden gem was located 30 minutes away from the public carriage platform. What do you think? Is it good? It's delicious. Whatever they did to the stew, it had a very familiar umami flavor. I made a mental note to come here whenever I was nearby. I'm glad you like it, Niang. You seem satisfied. Except for the price of a single meal. Well, that's because you ate 4 portions, you barbarian glutton. After our late breakfast, we visited the usual weapon and miscellaneous shops to sell off our loot. 3 million stones. The amount we got from selling all of Jinsha and the Trio's equipment and consumables we met on the second floor. It wanted a small amount of money, but it didn't feel particularly significant either. If we had sold the Viper's fangs and the leather armor made from second-tier materials as well, the sum would have been several times larger. Well, I can always sell those later. Afterward, we entrusted the repair of our equipment to a blacksmith recommended by Hikarad. I was worried about the repair costs since the shield and breastplate were significantly damaged during the troll battle, but, altogether, that'll be 300,000 stones. The repair cost was cheaper than expected. After all, it's easier to fix dents than to deal with melted metal. Do you also deal with leather, Niang? Yes. Do you have something to entrust? This part around the chest is too tight. Misha also had her armor adjusted. I was worried that tampering with leather armor might cause problems, but there were no issues. This should do. No need to add new material. Just using a softener to slightly expand the tight area should suffice. The repair cost was just around 50,000 stones. Maybe it was because we came on Hikarad's recommendation, but the place didn't overcharge us, and they seemed to conduct their business very honestly. Please come back together in 3 days. After leaving the blacksmith's, we went around purchasing supplies for our next exploration. We replenished our stock of which lamp solvent, a countermeasure for stealth techniques, and bought a few other items that came to mind. And then, 2 bottles for 2 million stones. We repurchased the top-grade potions from the miscellaneous shop we visited before. I hadn't expected to use up a bottle so quickly. The expenses were significant, but since we shared the cost, it felt somewhat better. Fortunately, we didn't need to dip into the common account. Here, this is 325,000 stones. We split the remaining money between Misha and myself. That concluded our agenda for the day. I'm off then, Niang. Sleep well, Bjorn. Sleep well too. It was night by the time we returned to Rebidgeon. After a simple meal, we parted ways. And upon returning to my lodging, what is this now? In front of my room, a silver-haired fairy sat crouched, burying her head in her knees. Erwin? Oh, you're here? Erwin greeted me with a smile as soon as she saw me. Her eyes seemed tired, prompting me to ask, how long have you been waiting here? Not long, but were you two out? Yeah, we had to make a trip to Commelby. I see that makes sense. So, what brings you here? It was getting late, and I was about to wash up and go to bed, but Erwin remained silent as if she was gathering her thoughts. Her expression was serious, but then she spoke in her usual lively voice. Mister, I can't come by as often as before. I came to tell you that. Huh? Oh well, things are different now. She's not a greenhorn explorer anymore. Well, it hasn't even been a year for her yet. But still, it's a time when she needs to focus more on growing. Yes, starting tomorrow, I'll be undergoing special training with my sister. So, I think I can only visit about once a week. I do like to come more often, but it seems it will take a while. A while? There's something. Erwin trailed off, then disappeared with a bright smile before I could ask any further. Anyway, I'll be back next week, so I'll see you then, mister. Yes, see you. What is this uneasy feeling? The next day at lunch, the entire team gathered at the tavern. We had a distribution session for the loot from our last exploration, celebrating with return drinks. It looks like 550,000 stones per person would be the split. The byproducts from the Frogman Shaman sold for more than expected. Haha, all thanks to Rottenmiller's skillful handling. Ahem, since I'm not much help in combat, I had to contribute somehow. While Rottenmiller modestly brushed it off, I finalized our earnings from the expedition. The magic stones obtained from the rift and the first and second floors amounted to 400,000. After selling equipment and deducting the cost of consumables, we had 320,000 stones left. 550,000 stones from completing quests and selling byproducts. In total, 1,270,000 stones. We've earned this much even after spending. No matter how you look at it, we earned much more on the 4th floor than in the past 2 months. In fact, considering the essence Misha consumed, the leather armor, and the Viper's fangs, it's fair to say we made a killing. And there's still the 5 million stones from Mr. Bear. At this rate, I'll be able to hit level 6 engraving soon? I smirked and chugged my beer. Our joint account with Misha still had 2 million stones in cash. My personal wealth is now around 2,500,000 stones. Despite feeling anxious about my growth stalling over the last 2 months, looking at my bank balance made me feel quite content. Bjorn, how could you drink your first glass alone? Let us all drink together. We haven't properly celebrated yet. All right, do whatever you want. To overcoming the troll and safely returning. Cheers, everyone. After settling the accounts, we all drank return drinks, celebrating our recent expedition. Maybe it was because we overcame another crisis together? The team leader, the dwarf, seemed very pleased. However, the drinking session ended sooner than the last time. I should be going. I need to stop by my family's place today, Niang. Misha left first, followed by Rod Miller. I guess I should call it a day too. I have some errands to run at the guild. After making brief appearances and barely touching their drinks, likely due to having other plans, both of them left. Once Misha was gone, the once noisy tavern quieted down. I thought about staying so the dwarf wouldn't feel offended by everyone leaving, but to my surprise, he quietly switched to another table on his own. Right? Even the troll was nothing special. Lie? Why would I lie about that? Do you see that barbarian over there? The little Balkan, you might have heard of him. Leaving his team behind, the dwarf began to chat and clink glasses with explorers he had never met before. So, I decided to leave, but Dwaki stopped me. How about we have a chat? What? Now that I think about it, we've never really had a quiet talk, just the two of us. True that. While I often chatted with Rod Miller when everyone was drunk and asleep, Dwaki was usually the one sleeping off his drunkenness. Does he have something he wants to tell me? And that was all there was to it. Dwaki just hesitantly sipped his drink, not initiating the conversation. I should just left. Unlike the noisy surroundings, an awkward silence enveloped us. Therefore, I decided to break the ice first. I was curious about something anyway. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm fine honestly. I was a bit uncomfortable even after being treated by the priest, but now I'm completely recovered. That is good to hear. What about this? I tapped my forehead as I asked, and Dwaki looked puzzled. Having your body bent in half must have been a first-time experience. How do you feel? Can you continue entering the labyrinth? It's not uncommon for explorers to be mentally broken. Sometimes, the cruel memories left in the body linger intensely in the mind, like scars. That? Dwaki hesitated in response to my question. As expected, it wasn't something he could easily brush off. Honestly, I haven't been able to sleep properly since that day. I thought it was because I was inside the labyrinth, but it's the same in the city. Dwaki admitted, with his courage fueled by alcohol, that the mere thought of re-entering the labyrinth caused his hands to shake. But don't worry too much. Everyone goes through this, and it's something to overcome, right? I'll be fine before the next exploration. To overcome it. His eyes didn't seem to be speaking lightly. But one thing was puzzling. Do you have a reason to go that far? Most have to overcome their trauma to continue their work as explorers. After all, if not for this, they have no means to live. In a city where one must pay taxes to survive, they have no choice but to overcome. However, Dwaki, being a mage, was different. You could easily work within the city. Why insist on being an explorer? Hesitating at my question, Dwaki downed a glass of beer in one shot before answering. It's because it's fun. An answer I hadn't expected at all. Fun, you say? Of course, my initial reason was different. Do you remember what I said when we first met? I remember. You said you wanted to become a great explorer to bring honor to your noble family. In truth, that was all a lie. I just thought that if I became a famous explorer, my father, no, the former baron, might take an interest in me. Dwaki is a bastard of a noble family. And, as is often the case with bastards, he harbors deep ambivalence towards his blood relatives. He hates them, yet also longs for their love, a contradiction. As you know, the former baron has passed away. And as you've seen, the brother who inherited his position didn't even know I existed. He said he felt hollow at first, losing his life's goal in an instant. He felt like he was drifting aimlessly on water all day. Dwaki, expressing his emotions poetically, looked me straight in the eye. But I was able to overcome it because I had 4 people to lean on around me. Surely you're talking about us? Who else could it be? Initially, I didn't realize that colleagues could be that. More than friends you can trust and rely on, it felt like family. Is that so? Yes. After my mother passed away, I felt like I was left alone in the world every day, but when I'm exploring, laughing, and talking with you all, I don't feel that way at all. Seemingly embarrassed by his own heartfelt words, Dwaki quickly downed another beer he had ordered. Thank you, Bjorn. Thanks to all of you, my days have been joyful lately. So even though I experienced such an ordeal this time, I can overcome it. I see. Yes. So, don't worry too much about me. Alright, I won't fuss over it anymore. I quickly set aside my concerns. Regardless of the motivation, with that level of determination, there's no need to worry about Dwaki's mental state. You seem indifferent at times, but you're actually quite caring. Enough, let us just drink. Perhaps because of our sincere conversation, the awkward atmosphere vanished. Dwaki, who had been hesitant in front of me, began to excitedly start various topics, and I joined in, responding to him. It was then. Bjorn, there is something I've been curious about. Go ahead. Are you dating Miss Misha? Instead of answering, I just stared at Dwaki. His face, flushed with alcohol, was filled with nervousness and tension. That's when I realized. So that's why he suddenly wanted to talk. This was his main purpose. Braun Rottmiller, age 34, been an explorer for 8 years, huh? The moment Rottmiller entered the office, he felt the chief's gaze on him. Despite feeling humiliated, Rottmiller responded. Yes, that is correct. His confusion outweighed his dismay. He had been summoned to the Explorer's Guild that morning. Despite being in the middle of unwinding with his comrades, he arrived at the guild on time. Following an employee upstairs, he found himself in this room. A man was sitting in the chair, a face Rottmiller recognized. The 7th district head of the Explorer's Guild, Niall Ubbins. Why would someone like him? His questions mounted, but he did not act rashly, waiting instead for the man to explain. After all, he didn't know what misfortune would befall him if he said the wrong thing. I like that. You must be curious, yet you wait until the end. Then could you possibly explain why I'm here? At his request, the district head nodded with a pleased smile, then explained the reason for summoning him. The more he heard, the more absurd it sounded. So, you're telling me to betray my comrades? That is up to you. Specifically, if you can just fix that barbarian friend of yours. Rottmiller clenched his teeth. In this city, there are only 13 district heads. An explorer could face severe consequences simply for irritating someone of that stature. That made it all the more necessary to muster courage. I'll pretend I didn't hear that proposal. Rottmiller clenched his fists and forcefully spat out his refusal. The district lord smiled, as if he found this refusal interesting. If we're done here, I'll be on my way. Rottmiller quickly turned towards the door, eager to escape before fear overtook him. That's when it happened. It's commendable to care so much for your comrades. A truly noble belief. But how long do you think they will remain your comrades? The following words made Rottmiller involuntarily stop in his tracks. I've seen your record. It must feel quite unfair. It took you 8 years to barely reach rank 7. Meanwhile, a certain barbarian reached rank 6 in just half a year. I've never felt such emotions. If you say so, but perhaps it's time to accept reality. Your comrades will continue to ascend. They are not ordinary humans like you. Miller bit his lip at the directness of these words. But he couldn't retort. Not because he feared the man's power, but because he knew all too well that these words were true. How long do you think you'll last with them? 3 months? 4? Maybe even longer if they pity you. Miller didn't listen any further and opened the door to leave. I trust you'll make a wise decision. As the door closed, the district head, visible through the narrowing gap, had a friendly smile on his face. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 123. What else with the IC? Ignoring the look that seemed to say they knew it all along, I took a sip of my drink. Then, Dwaki slammed his head on the table. Thud. Considering he's not good at handling his alcohol, but still went ahead and took several shots all at once. It's no wonder he slammed his head on the table. Jeez. Anyway, this brought the daylight drinking session to an abrupt end, not even lasting a few hours. It was still midday when I left the tavern, leaving the passed-out Dwaki in the care of his best friend, the dwarf. So, I guess I'll go to the library. I scrapped the plan to go home and rest, changing my destination. I still have a lot to learn about this world. It's almost the same, but subtly different. Take the troll I met this time, for instance. I poked its eyes out, making him blind, but it sensed Dwaki's magic and charged at him. There was no such setting in the game. But who knows? Maybe it's mentioned in the books of this world. I shouldn't be satisfied with just the knowledge from the game. I need to study continuously. Oral Gavies. I need to keep looking into that name anyway. Somehow, I seem to read a lot more here than I did in the civilized society. You're safe. Later, when I arrived at the library, Ragna greeted me with her sleepy eyes. It's been a few months since we introduced ourselves, right? We've gotten much closer since then. So much, so that she's even nosy enough to meddle in my affairs. You just got back 2 days ago, so even if you had a day off, why didn't you come yesterday? I had some other business. I understand that being an explorer is busy, but you shouldn't neglect your studies. She really is an odd one. Telling a barbarian not to neglect his studies. Got it. I'll leave it to you then. Vierdo Parsitive. After a brief exchange of greetings, I received the special book detection magic and entered the library. This time, I focused on monster-related content. Although I hadn't paid much attention to this area before, because of my in-game knowledge, circumstances have changed. I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to go. Have a good day. Hey. Yes? I still haven't. Never mind. Don't worry about it. When I left the library, it was getting dark. What is this now? Good afternoon, Mr. Jandel. Thinking I had a rewarding day, I returned to my lodging only to find someone pacing in front of my room. A woman dressed in black from head to toe, as if she was going to a funeral, and her appearance oozed class. So, her name is Urbans? Julian Urbans. Right, that was the name. I heard it from PETA, but I didn't expect you to actually forget. She let out a sigh of disappointment and twirled her curly brown hair with her finger. It could be a simple habit, but perhaps it's an unconscious manifestation of her anxiety. She doesn't seem nervous, but is she? With that thought, I asked plainly, So who is PETA? Julian Ubbin's eyes twitched as if she heard something unbelievable. You don't know the name of Manager PETA? Ah, that mustache guy's name. But how was I supposed to know that? We've never formally introduced ourselves. Though I felt a bit embarrassed, I didn't show it and got straight to the point. So, what brings you here? And alone at that? You wouldn't meet with me, so I had no choice but to come find you. I thought I clearly refused that offer. Can't you consider it? I'm desperate? Desperate. The daughter of a district head talking like this surely means there is a significant reason behind it. Probably something difficult to discuss with others. Or she wouldn't have come alone to a kidnapper, of all people. But I'm a barbarian who doesn't meddle in others' affairs. Enough, go back. I'm not interested in troublesome matters. I went into my room, cutting off any curiosity. But just as I was about to close the door, click, Miss Ubbins quickly jammed her umbrella into the door gap. Of course, it was futile. Bang! With a bit of force, the umbrella was destroyed and the door firmly closed. Huh? Seemingly not expecting the situation to unfold this way, Miss Ubbins urgently knocked on the door. Wait a moment, please. Just listen. It won't take long. Just go back. No, really? Aren't you curious why I'm doing this? I'm not curious. Ugh. Did my stubborn attitude finally get through? Frustrated by her broken umbrella, Miss Ubbins kicked the door and then clicked away, her footsteps receding. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily I managed to get through. Click, click. Just then, the fading sound of her footsteps began to approach again. Could it be that she still hasn't given up? Knock, knock, knock. As soon as I heard the knocking, I started snoring loudly. Arr! Without further ado, I figured this would make her give up completely. Why am I even? A sigh of exasperation came through the door. Maybe she decided to change her strategy? I know you're not sleeping, just listen. Miss Evans whispered through the door, as if speaking softly. Be careful of Braun Rodmiller. I don't know the details, but he met with my father today. Eek. How can you just suddenly open the door? It was worth listening to. A man and a woman in a room late at night. Only an awkward air flowed between them. Naturally. After all, despite opening the door for her, there was no substance to her story. So, that is all? Yes. The information Miss Evans provided was that Rottenmiller had been called to the district manager's office and left after just 5 minutes. Had I known, I wouldn't have opened the door. So, what is your purpose? Might as well satisfy my curiosity now that it's come to this. Especially since I'm even more curious now. Why would this girl go as far as to defy her father and tell me such a fact? Miss Evans solemnly recited her goal. My goal is my father's downfall. What? I have no choice. If things continue as they are, I'll end up living like my father's puppet. Anyway, for this, I need Mr. Jandel's cooperation. Get out. What? No, you must have misunderstood something. If you help me, it will be greatly beneficial to you as well. Beneficial, my foot. What good could possibly come from making an enemy of a district manager? Ah, knowing how persistent this woman could be, even in such a short time, I simply picked her up and threw her out. Perhaps my consistent attitude was finally taking effect? If you change your mind, please come find me. Oh, and be careful. My father must have schemed something with that Rodmiller. With those words, she left without causing further commotion, allowing me to wash up and go to bed. Rodmiller, I'll have to keep an eye on him. After that, life went on as usual. Every morning I ate meat that Misha roasted, and at lunchtime I spent time in the library. When Erwin came by once a week, we would have meals together and deepened our friendship. There was also a regular meeting to plan the next exploration. Although a troll appeared on the 4th floor last time, it seems we were just unlucky. There doesn't seem to be any issue with the floor itself, so we can proceed as planned. What do you think? I kept an eye on Rodmiller during the meeting, but couldn't find anything particularly strange. If anything, he was quieter than usual. This only made my head more complicated, especially since I had hoped he would mention something about his meeting with the district manager during the meeting. Should I just ask him directly what they talked about? I had the option of a direct approach, but decided to hold off for now. There is still time before the labyrinth opens, so it seemed better to approach the situation more cautiously. Anyway, time passed, and 3 days ago. Now, with this, my debt is fully repaid. Give it back to me. Can't you just give this to me? I had received the 5 million stones from Mr. Bear. I tried poking to see if I could just keep the bracelet, but Mr. Bear firmly shook his head. Well, it's not like it was meant for a damage dealer anyway. This item is most efficient when worn by characters with high regeneration. It helps refill health during immunity periods. I'll have to sweet-talk a future companion into giving it to me for a good price. With those thoughts, I opened my eyes to check the time. 23:59. Just 10 seconds left until midnight on the 15th. I close my eyes again. The soul of the character resonates and is drawn to a specific world. It was time to head to a slightly special daily life. In the room of Lee Han-soo, not Bjorn Jandel. Even though it wasn't tea the first time, I laid down on the bed, marveling at the novelty. The softness really is different. The gap in civilization was palpable. And that wasn't even an expensive mattress. Well, I suppose even in this world, the highest quality would be a bit different. Click. Lying in bed, I turned on the computer tower with my toe, and the monitor lit up instantly without any boot time. So, I sat up and positioned myself in front of the computer. Once a month, and even then, only for a limited time. Click, click. I first entered the trading platform. Most things were the same as the last time I checked, but new posts were being generated in real time. I'll check back here in a bit. Then, I opened the list of chat rooms. When I first came here, I didn't have the leisure to use this feature, but this time it was different. Wizardry. Beast humans gather. Fairies of night. Browsing through, I noticed that, unlike the newbie room, which had around 10 people, job or race communities had many more members. It made sense. Such places were likely easier to find useful information like training methods. But why is there no barbarian room? Continuing to scroll, I froze for a moment. Except for the Dragonkin, whose character selection was blocked, every other category had its own chat room, but barbarians were the exception. Not that there wasn't one. Bethel Ra. 0 members currently online. It was empty. On closer inspection, the last login record was from months ago, and the usernames were crossed out in red, meaning they were either banned or had died in reality. Why were barbarians the only ones like this? After some thought, I came to a couple of understandable reasons. Barbarians were not popular as main characters. Before I perfected my shield barbarian training method, I often chose beast human or fairies. If not, I choose humans, who are known for their strong potential in the later stages of the game. 2. Barbarians have to enter the labyrinth with a weapon right from the start. Otherwise, they starve to death. a brutal coming-of-age ceremony, and the hardcore condition of having to enter the labyrinth as soon as they open their eyes. No wonder there were so few people, and even those probably died early on. Somehow, my empathy levels rose, and I felt a pang of sorrow for them. So, I looked into the job communities. Noblesse, 21 members currently online. Treasure Hunter, 34 members currently online. Swordmaster, 17 members currently online. Healers, archers, swordsmen, etc. all had more than 10 people online. But Shielder, 3 members currently online. There are only 3 tanks. 0 in race communities and 3 in a job community. What path was I actually walking on? Feeling somewhat miserable, I decided to look for a national community instead. Fortunately, there was a chat room. Long live Korean independence, 1 member currently online. Just 1 person, but it's better than none. Especially considering it was a foreign game without any Korean translation to begin with. I thought there might not be any at all. A Korean. Without hesitation, I double-clicked. Surprisingly, the moment I opened my eyes, I found myself in a room resembling a noble family's mansion. I thought it would be a basic skin like a public square or a field. Before I could even take a leisurely look around, the player who was online greeted me with an intense shout. A man in his early 20s, judging by his appearance, with short hair. Sergeant Lee. Frozen in place, I confirmed his nickname. Sergeant Lee. Brother, you recognize me. It was the day I was discharged. What a ridiculous situation this is. Something is going to happen to one of the team members soon. Can't wait to read it. Try becoming my Patreon here. You will get instant access to 25 plus chapters plus 2 plus 1 chapter updates every day. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 124. We started off with a simple introduction, not as Bjorn Jandel, but as Lee Han-soo. My name is Han-soo Lee. I'm 29 years old. You have the same last name as me. I was 23. You were 23? Well, the thing is I've been here for over 10 years now. Oh, I see. I was at a loss for words. I kind of expected it when I saw the fancy chat room skin, but over 10 years was surprising. Poor bastard. Wait, then you're older than me. Brother, please don't say such crappy things. I'm going to return. So, we should consider our real ages. Well, if that is the case. Being from a Confucian country where age is highly regarded, I saw no reason to argue against him wanting to take the role of the younger brother. Well, that settled the family hierarchy. Anyway, brother, I'm sorry to ask, but can I do something a bit rude? Rude? It's like a simple test. I'm pretty sure about you, but I think we still need to do it. What is it then? You just have to listen to what I say and respond with the first thing that comes to your mind. Don't worry unnecessarily. It's a question that no Korean could get wrong. As he explained further, it turned out to be a sort of Korean test. It's a bit weird to say this about oneself, but it seemed that people were pretending to be Korean to take advantage of him, given his success here. If that is the case, then well, shall we start? Go ahead. As I nodded, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I thought it was nothing, but his seriousness made me unexpectedly nervous. Of course, as he said, the quiz itself was easy. Kimchi? Jjigae? Beefhead? Whoop-up? Saudi? Arabia. Service motto. Our resolution. And I was a public service worker. Anyway, this is the last one. Baek-ho Lee took a breath and looked at me with newfound seriousness. I wondered if everything before was just a joke. Then, Baek-ho Lee spoke. Lee Won-young. TL/N. Lee Won-young is considered a traitor in South Korea. Son of a hey, you crazy bastard. At that moment, curses flew out of my mouth without me even realizing it. I stiffened involuntarily, feeling a strange sense of spirit. Before I knew it, Baek-ho Lee's cold gaze was on me, as if everything shown before was an act. I believe you. You are indeed Korean. What the hell, this guy? Lee Baek-ho, a Korean player who was dragged here on the day he was discharged and has lived in this world for over 10 years. You seem like a nice guy. Is there something wrong with his head? I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. However, listening to his excuse afterward, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Sorry for speaking informally. It was a line I prepared for when someone passed the test. I didn't expect it would take over 3 years. Even I, who thought I was distant from such emotions, missed having this kind of conversation. Moreover, when this guy first arrived, there probably wasn't a community like Ghostbusters. It was the perfect environment for his character to deteriorate. So, what is your name? I told you already. Not that. Your name here. I need to know it to help you. Koreans wouldn't be Koreans without loyalty and affection, right? I appreciate the sentiment, but it's okay. I smirked and shook my head. Then, Lee Baek-ho looked at me as if he couldn't understand. Why won't you tell me? Just knowing your name would allow you to live without worrying about taxes. His voice overflowed with confidence. He must have already secured such a position here. But still, my answer remained the same. If I were to make a counteroffer, Would you tell me your name? Well, even if you're my brother, that's a bit. It's the same for me. Did he finally realize that I was different from the ordinary newbies? Lee Beck-ho looked at me with much more interest than before. Brother, how many times have you cleared it? What about you? 10 times. 10 times? The founder of the Ghostbusters community cleared it 15 times? When I looked at him as if surprised, he scratched the back of his head. Even if it's 10 times, it's nothing special. After all, I cleared it with cheats. That's why, even after 10 years, there's a lot I don't know. If I had known it would be like this, I would have just played the original. Being someone who had survived in this world for more than 10 years, his mindset was clearly different from the newbies I met in the newbie room. So, what about you? After a moment of thought, I answered. I also cleared it 10 times. Really? Although he was visibly worried, Lee Beck-ho believed me easily. Yeah, that is how it should be for a Korean. What? Koreans are known for their gaming skills, right? I thought his nationalism was a bit too much, but I didn't bother to argue over his words. Poor guy. I should embrace him with my heart. Yeah, everything you said is right. Right? It's just so frustrating. If there had been a Korean patch, at least a few people would have beaten the original version. Lee Beck-ho seemed to have become more nationalistic from being around foreigners too much. Brother, should I give you some GP then? I do appreciate it, but I'm not planning to cash it out anyway. There are plenty of ways to earn. Sigh. Looks like you're going to keep accumulating GP like me. Excluding personality, Lee Beck-ho and I were quite similar in many ways. We both were cautious not to expose our identities prematurely, and despite his frivolous demeanor, his actions were careful. Well, that must be why he survived so long. Then there's nothing I can do for you. It's fine, I didn't come here expecting anything. Let us just meet up occasionally and chat. Sniff brother. Was it because he felt like he had met a true compatriot? Lee Beck-ho pretended to wipe away tears that weren't there, making a crying sound. Of course, it didn't last long. Brother, if you have any questions, please ask. I feel like I should at least be able to do that much for you. His emotional swings were so severe. It's hard to keep up with his energy. But since he offered, I did ask him everything I was curious about. Do you know who the admin here is? I don't know that either. Actually, I got the pills by raiding the secret police headquarters in the early days. So you don't know who he is either? I have a few suspects in mind. There are 3 of them? Will you tell me their details? Lee Beck-ho named the suspects one by one. They were all mages, and except for one, they were well-known figures even to me. You'll probably handle it well, but never expose your identity here. From what I know, there are a few bastards attached to the royal family. Lee Beck-ho, seemingly fond of me, offered advice I hadn't even asked for. He gave me unsolicited advice, which I appreciated. Unlike the friends in the newbie room who claimed this place was 100% safe, his pessimistic view was quite refreshing. In that sense, one more question. Is there a way for the admins to find out my identity? No, that would be difficult, wouldn't it? This space wasn't created by their power, but rather, it's closer to being modified. Modified? There have been evil spirits in this city for over 100 years. That's like over 20 years ago, in Earth terms. So, who could they be? I honestly hadn't thought about that. 20 years ago, we were barely past the era when LCD monitors weren't even widely distributed, let alone Dungeon Stone. I have no idea. Just tell me. The answer is beings from another dimension. Another dimension? Yes. I've never met them, but from what I know, they were transferred here through books or documents that describe this world. It's said that the evil spirits at that time were really few in number, each possessing unique powers. One of them created this space, and the current admins are presumed to have inherited it by chance? I've suddenly heard quite the story. At this point, I became curious about Lee Beck-ho's identity. What kind of person is he to know such things so nonchalantly? Well, it's all to my advantage. I reset my mindset and continued to bombard Lee Beck-ho with various questions to clear my doubts. However, this guy wasn't omnipotent. That is because I'm actually in hiding, so I'm a bit weak on the latest information. In hiding? Yes, it's a bit complicated to explain in detail. If you want the latest information, I can introduce you to a chat room. It's called the Watchers of the Round Table. It's like a club made by kids with middle school syndrome. The chat room Lee Beck-ho mentioned was secretly operated, requiring an invitation code for entry, a kind of community for veterans. You can hide your nickname and face there, so don't worry. I've heard that if you don't know anything, you might get beaten up and thrown out, but since you've cleared it 10 times, you shouldn't worry about that. He explained everything from 1 to 10, like sending a young child on a field trip. It was a long explanation, but since it was all useful, I listened without interrupting. Brother, I'm gonna go now. See you later. You're leaving already? I didn't tell you. The pill I took only allows me to stay here for an hour. Is this what they call a generation gap? I wouldn't be surprised if he started a back in my day rant. Clearly, he has lived a harder life than I have. Brother, you have to come again, okay? Sure, see you next time. If you encounter any troublemakers in the city, remember to tell me. Yeah, And also, that's enough. Go now. We can talk more next time. Right next time, yes, brother. See you. With a look of unease, he gave me a naive smile and left. So, I also exited the chat room. Following his instructions, I entered the code in the chat room search bar and joined the watchers of the round table. It is not the time to enter. Open 3 o'clock 3:10. Oh, Becco didn't he tell me about this? With no other choice, I spent time browsing the exchange and other forums. And when the clock at the bottom left of the monitor hit 3 o'clock, I tried to enter again. You have been verified as a new member. Welcome to becoming a member of the Watchers of the Round Table. This assembly guarantees strict anonymity. Messages containing the information Becco had shared flashed through my mind, and when I opened my eyes, flash dash, I was in the customization room. A room filled with all sorts of outfits and decorative accessories. I wondered if it was really necessary to hide my identity to this extent even with Lee Han-soo's body. But since those were the rules, it seemed best to follow them. After a quick look, I chose something fairly plain, as if I were doing cosplay. A slim-fit navy suit. Masks are mandatory, so I have to wear one. Incidentally, the variety of masks was so vast that one wall was entirely filled with them, presumably to avoid duplicates, as many spaces were empty. Creak. As I casually put on a mask that caught my hand, the door automatically opened. A long red carpet stretched out as if guiding me. As I explored my surroundings and walked slowly, a large round table appeared. Dozens of seats were positioned around it, but only 4 were occupied. Thud. They seemed to know each other, chatting away, but as I arrived, they abruptly stopped talking and all eyes turned to me. Silence hung heavily in the air. So this is the veteran community. Those gazes were fierce. Don't they know newbies should be cherished and nurtured? Oh, that is a new mask, isn't it? The conversation started with someone in a yellow clown mask, followed by a sharp question from a woman wearing a fox mask. How did you get in here? We haven't accepted new members for over a year. I hadn't been aware of that. Speak up. Who are you? And who recommended you here? Fortunately, I had prepared for this question, so it wasn't a problem. You must answer truthfully. That is how it is here. As the woman said, this space was applied with a special skin. Lying would shatter your mask and immediately expel you from the chat room. However, there was one exception. Before the meeting officially starts, you can lie as much as you want. But the fact that they're all just watching silently, does that mean they're all in on it together? Or maybe they're just curious about what kind of person I am. I understood why he said to go in strong at the first meeting. It was advice born from etched experience. So, although I wasn't thrilled about it, I decided to follow the script and direction Becco had recommended. Me. First, I put on a show of being a pushover. Yes, you. Right when they were smirking, time for the counterpunch. I'm here because your mom recommended me. Mom? I've heard it all from her, and I'm not here to be a newbie. Something's going to happen to one of the team members soon. Can't wait to read it? Try becoming my Patreon here. You will get instant access to 25 plus chapters plus 2 plus 1 chapter updates every day. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 125. Episode 125 High Rank Player 3. It's often said that humans are social animals. I don't know who first said it, but it's a very apt comparison. Maybe not as primal as animals, but humans have always judged others based on first impressions. To be respected, it's necessary not to be looked down upon, especially if you're the new student who S just transferred in. What did you just say? The fox mask asks as if she heard wrong. Meanwhile, the other masks simply watch the situation with interest, as if amused. It's a kind of initiation. What I do next will determine my first impression. So, say that one more time. I'll make sure to engrave it clearly in her mind, staring back at the menacing fox mask to avoid any misunderstanding. The person who recommended me to this place is your MO. Who the fuck are you? Crazy, psycho, asshole, dickhead, etc. No matter what they call me, it's better than giving off a weak image. However, I didn't expect this. Look here, you. A fierce flash of light shines through the gaps of the fox mask. This is a strange feeling. I physically feel a sharp killing intent, causing my skin to tingle. Not metaphorically, but literally. Feeling the threat to my life, my heart races and chills run down my spine. In a world where physical force doesn't exist, how is this possible? Luckily, I had information about this phenomenon. So this is that technique. It's my first time experiencing it, but it's definitely the technique that Lee Beckholm mentioned earlier. A skill that operates on clear will and thought, usable only within Ghostbusters. A technique of no particular use, but perfect for scaring newbies, a petty skill of the veterans. Can you say it one more time the same way? The fox mask intensifies her killing intent and asks me once more. I can almost see a cold smirk twisting behind the mask. Therefore, I stutter once again. Snicker. I heard laughter. Not for the fox mask, but from the others. A newbie who didn't know his place trying to act tough, and then backing down, amusing to them, no doubt. Why can't you do it? You were so brave just a moment ago. Was she really offended? It seems like the fox mask has no intention of letting this go, her killing intent becoming even denser. Of course, it wasn't a problem. Oh no, I mean, that is not what I meant. Speak up, clearly without missing a single word. Sure. I decided it was time to drop the act of playing the fool. Your mom was the one who referred me here. So, what? Is there a problem? Well, what? The fox mask looked extremely puzzled by my sudden change of demeanor. No, surely you're covered in thought energy? How on earth? Instead of answering, I simply raised my pinky and began to scratch the itch that had been bothering my ear since earlier. It seemed like the others had caught on to what was happening a while ago. This is certainly an interesting situation. Newbie, that's enough with the jokes. You're going a bit too far. Your attitude is impressive, but that kind of attitude will only make you enemies. I savored their mixed reviews. Funny, cocky, pathetic. That seemed to be their assessment of my act, despite my efforts to craft an image. Yeah, guess this isn't too surprising after all. After all, when you think about it, it's expected. This is the Veterans Club after all. Just because I calmly handled a blast of killing intent, it doesn't mean I receive any special treatment. How dare you mock me? The fox mask, realizing too late that I was playing the dickhead, showed a relatively intense reaction. My first impression would have been that of an annoying bastard. Therefore, I closed my eyes and recalled the conversation I had with life.Ho. You want me to shoot you with killing intent? Oh, no way. If I do it wrong, you might end up with mental issues. Since it's based on thought energy, the stronger the mental strength, the stronger the effect. The power of killing intent is proportional to mental strength. And by mental strength, it means actual mental fortitude, not some numeric value. That's why it's exclusive to veterans. The more you kill, and the more you narrowly escape death, the stronger your mental strength becomes. Of course, some people are just born with it. So, where do I stand? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Biko hadn't had time to actually use it, but it didn't seem too difficult. I'll tell you how to use it. Well, there's not really a method to speak of. life.Ho said, to emit killing intent, you first need to hypnotize yourself. Think of them as your enemy. An enemy you must kill. Coincidentally, self-hypnosis is one of my specialties. Excuse me when people are talking you. When I opened my eyes, the fox mask I had locked eyes with flinched, then scoffed as if it were ridiculous. Huh, was that revenge? It worked, but the effect wasn't very strong. So, I focused even more on my thought energy. Childish. They are goblins. The bastards trying to kill me. Yes, enemies are threatening my life. Just apologize. Since you tried to provoke me first, if you properly apologize, I won't hold a grudge over this incident. Imagining myself charging at them and smashing their heads with a mace, I hypnotized myself. Then it's a moment. Oh! I felt something leaving my head, a sensation unlike any pain, something I'd never experienced before. No, is a single apology too much for your pride? The fox mask, who was lecturing me, suddenly stopped talking and became as still as a statue, not moving at all, as if caught by something invisible, unable to move. The emotion in her wide-open eyes was familiar to me. The same look my enemies had shown at the end. The look in their eyes when they saw the mace coming down on their heads. Wow, I didn't expect it to be this effective. Even though I was puzzled, I looked around to confirm. The three, puzzled by the fox mask's behavior, showed clear reactions when their eyes met mine. Swoosh. The one with the deer mask, who had been leaning against a pillar, moved his hand towards where a sword should have been at his waist. He was the one who had considered me arrogant. Whoosh. The crescent moon mask looked away as if avoiding my gaze. He was the one who saw me as pathetic. Oh, I didn't say much, did I? The yellow clown mask exaggeratedly gestures with his hands and steps back. He was the one who had found me amusing. What is going on? Seeing such strong reactions, I felt more puzzled than pleased. Why? Why was it so effective? I didn't have the time to calmly ponder. Squeeze. Suddenly, it felt as though my brain was being wrung out like a wet towel. I felt a mental exhaustion akin to staying awake for 3 days and nights. Instinctively, I realized I only had a few seconds left to maintain the barbarian raging mode. Shit, no one mentioned this. I hastily looked at the fox mask. The fox mask was shivering. Please stop. Anymore, and it's dangerous for me too. She pleaded with difficulty when I simply looked at her without saying a word. Then, just in time, the killing mode ended. Phew. The fox mask breathed deeply, as if she had been submerged in water. Seeing her flinch as our eyes met, I was convinced. Whatever the reason, it worked out well. This is the image I wanted to create when I realized that the atmosphere was hostile to newbies. I succeeded in becoming someone not to be trifled with. To cause such a commotion just because someone tried to test you. The future seems tough. The murmuring of the deer mask started to lift the silence that had enveloped the room. It was a fun experience nonetheless. I wonder how much more I have to kill to be able to do something like that. The clown mask looked at me with a strange gaze at that moment. Thud! The 4 doors connected to the room suddenly closed all at once. I was honestly startled, but thankfully I didn't show it. It was just that the entry time had ended. It's already this late. This time it's not just the 4 of us, but 5. As everyone took their seats, I casually sat down as well. But before the meeting could officially begin, I was bombarded with questions. Unlike before, these questions weren't probing my identity. Lion, this must be your first meeting. Seeing the killing intent earlier, I thought maybe you were one of the original members and the lion mask had been on the wall the whole time. TL/N, Bjorn is using the lion mask. I nodded at Crescent Moon's words. Let them think what they want to think. Better to coolly admit it and look more credible. So, what did you want to say? Have you met the master? If you don't want to answer, you could just say so. The cautious and polite tone from Crescent Moon made me wonder if acting like a madman was the way to live. A realization I might never have had if I hadn't become a barbarian. If there's a price you want, I'll pay it. It might not be to your satisfaction, though. That is fine, but why do you think I've met the master? I responded arrogantly. After all, I didn't even know who the master was. That is a bit strange to say. You're the first newcomer since the master disappeared a year ago, so it's natural to think that I sent it? Which is why Fox tried testing him and got hit with a rebound. As the clown mask was muttering to himself, the fox mask turned away in embarrassment. It seems they're talking about the founder of this gathering. As I pieced the information together in my mind, Crescent Moon mask spoke again. Ahem. Anyway, it's unusual for a newcomer to know so much about this place, which is why I thought you might have met the master. Well, that is thanks to life.Ho, not the master. But then, what exactly is life.Ho's identity? Deciding to find out more about Baek-ho later, I ended my musings. So, can I get an answer to my question? Just telling us when and where you last met the master would be enough. My answer is no. I see. Understood. Crescent Moon cleanly gave up and backed off. If I had seemed weak, they would have surely pestered me further. Regardless of the master, shall we start the meeting? Unlike the others, the clown seemed less interested in the master's whereabouts and signaled the start of the meeting. I was relieved I knew the rules beforehand. Asking how it worked here now would surely ruin my mysterious image. Let us start with me. The first to speak was the clown who had initiated the conversation. The health of the king of Rafdonia has deteriorated. The gem in the center of the table started to glow red. This indicated that the information was true and known by at least half of those seated at the table. That is too vague an information. Everyone knows the king's health is serious. Share something more useful. Fox and Crescent Moon frowned and criticized the clown. I just stayed silent. I didn't know. The king is sick? This was news to me. Such rumors hadn't circulated in the city at all. Though, discussions about the king's health in public would be odd anyway. Sigh, you don't realize how important this is. Disappointing. The clown glanced at Fox and Crescent Moon, then quickly looked at me. You understand what this means, right? His gaze seemed to carry this message. I remained silent this time too. Better to stay in the middle ground. The commander of the Rose Knight order died yesterday. How about that? You'll acknowledge this, won't you? The room fell into a heavy silence as the clown shared this new piece of information. Blood will flow in the palace now. Yes, we need to prepare too. Who the hell is the commander of the Rose Knight Order? Anyway, a green light lit up on the gem, so the discussion moved on to the next person, Fox Mask. The Jaegun clan has succeeded in subjugating the first floor layer lord. So it was them? The trade posts vanished, so they must have found a strategy. I thought they'd never manage it. I kept my silence again. Not because I didn't know, but because it was about me. The Jaegun clan were the ones who did it. In the city, there was no mention other than the fact that a layer lord had been summoned. Glad I joined. Once again, a green light from the gemstone, and it was Crescent Moon's turn. Oh, probably no one knows this. Just say it already. In the Silent Fairy Island, activating a hidden piece guarantees the appearance of up to 3 Ravagnus. At Crescent Moon's words, Fox and Deerhorn were visibly shocked. Good news for those seeking the essence of Ravagnus. Wait, what is the hidden piece? Expecting to know that as well would be too much, wouldn't it? Anyway, it's the next person's Crescent Moon, attempting to pass the turn naturally, stiffened as a red light flowed from the gemstone. In contrast to the previous anonymity, it was easy to deduce who already knew the information, since the previous 2 had clearly shown they didn't know. Don't be too discouraged, Crescent Moon. What you mentioned is not commonly known. Clown offered some words of consolation, to which Crescent Moon sighed. Why not just tell us about the hidden piece? That is something I must keep a secret for now. Then, regrettably, you'll be expelled today. What are you talking about? I was just embarrassed because I'll have to reveal the ace up my sleeve. Crescent Moon sighed and brought up new information. The fairy race has found traces of the relic thief. A green light shone from the gemstone, but Fox narrowed her eyes and raised an objection. Traces? ISNT that a bit too vague? It's information on the relic thief, about whom no clues were previously known. This in itself is a highly confidential fact. All right, I'll accept that. So, you're really from the fairy race, huh? Crescent Moon? With the fox withdrawing her objections, Crescent Moon's turn ended. Then, all eyes turned to me. It was my turn, naturally coming around in a clockwise direction after Deerhorn. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Is it because of those expectant gazes? Even though I had decided on some worthwhile information during my turn, the pressure suddenly felt heavier. It would be embarrassing if they already knew what I was about to share. I should start with something certain. Wanting to maintain a mysterious image, I chose something others were unlikely to know. Van Diemen's dropped their essence guaranteed if defeated by 3 people. As expected, the gemstone emitted a green light. However, defeating Van Diemen's with 3 people? Why were they surprised by that part? ISNT it easy even with 3 if you're in cheat mode? Especially since it's an easy one to strategize against. I couldn't understand their reaction. Episode 126, High Rank Player 4. A level 3 monster, Van Diemen. Among level 3 monsters, it's considered on the lower end, but due to certain spawning conditions, encountering one is a challenge, making it a sort of rare species monster. That's why I chose this as the first piece of information to share. Even players in cheat mode might not have much experience defeating Van Diemen's, and the chances of 3 people taking one down together are even slimmer. Above all, knowing this wouldn't be useful. This was the biggest factor. It's difficult to encounter a Van Diemen, and killing one with 3 people is even harder. This isn't cheat mode where you can consume up to 30 essences easily. In other words, it's the kind of information that you'll be like, oh, that existed? That's interesting. Yeah, that's what it should have been. Is that really true? Oh, I'm not doubting you. Really? You know? Starting with the fox mask, who suddenly stood up to ask a question before hastily adding an excuse. Everyone's reactions were somewhat peculiar. Defeat a Van Diemen as a 3-member party? If it's a Van Diemen, it's definitely a level 3 monster. Is that even possible? Their reactions were as if they had heard something ridiculous. Let's move on then. I passed my turn as if it was nothing special. It was actually an attempt to divert the attention focused on me, but thanks to my mysterious image, no one noticed. Fortunately, the green light is on. After the last turn, which was the deer horn, shared their information and received approval, 1 round was completed. According to the notice I saw upon entering, from now on, it's up to the participants to discuss whether to go another round or not. I'll stop here for today. Crescent Moon, who didn't prepare much, declared they would leave after the first round, leading the gathering towards a conclusion. Then I'll also stop here for today. I'll save what I prepared for the next meeting. If Fox is leaving, then I'll stop here too. I have other information prepared, but I'm not confident that those 2 don't already know it. As Fox and Deerhorn expressed their intentions to leave for different reasons, the clown looked at me with a subtle voice. What about you, Lion? I don't mind continuing the meeting, just the 2 of us. TL/N. Bjorn is using the lion mask as the later chapter suggests. I'll also stop here. Really? Why? I shrugged and kept my response brief. After all, I too wanted to go through several rounds to gather information, but if it's just the 2 of us, there's a risk of being exposed. The risk was high. Throwing out test information and getting a red light meant my newbie status could be revealed. Exchanging one piece of information for another wasn't very efficient either. That's a shame. To meet someone who could actually be of help to me for the first time, and for it to end like this. The meeting ended with the clown's words dripping with regret. But what's this now? Even after the meeting ended, everyone remained in the chat room, quietly observing the situation. Though pretending otherwise, it wasn't difficult to notice their interest was still directed at me. They seemed to think I would leave some parting words before leaving. So, I was the star today, huh? I smiled wryly, but seriously pondered. My first time attending the meeting. Today, I managed to establish an image that wouldn't be looked down upon by the veterans here. So, what would be the most appropriate action for this image? Clown, Deerhorn, Fox, Crescent Moon. I slowly looked over the 4 veterans I met today. And then, that's it. I simply left. He's gone. As soon as Lion left, the fox let out a long-held breath. Fox, are you okay? Crescent Moon asked her carefully. The subject was missing, but the point was clear. She had been in danger. I'm fine. Killing intent. The will to kill someone. Usually, only those with keen senses can feel this intangible thing. However, in this special space where minds intersect, the situation is a bit different. Are you really okay? Your fingertips have been trembling since earlier. Without the filter of physical bodies, exposure to killing intent imprints an overwhelming fear in the mind. Of course, for most, that's where it ends. But in severe cases, the soul can suffer serious damage, with after effects even manifesting in the real world. It'll stop soon. Fortunately, it didn't go as far as mental contamination. Even as she said this, the fox felt dizzy. What would have happened if the lion had withdrawn his killing intent even a moment later? Just the thought made her shiver. Even if not to the point of madness, some form of speech impediment could have occurred. Who exactly is he? Fox finally voiced her long-suppressed question. A newcomer, a year after the master disappeared. Despite her high mental fortitude, she could barely withstand a few seconds of the killing intent. It made her wonder what kind of experiences he might have gone through to reach such a level. But the truly amazing part was something else. The moment he noticed I was at my limit, he withdrew his killing intent. Just like that, in an instant. So it wasn't just my imagination. The suffocating killing intent disappeared in less than a second. It's hard to explain in words. How could one instantly erase a willpower formed through extreme concentration? Is it even possible for a human mind to do that? Why did I even step forward at that time? As Fox regretted her rash action, Deerhorn spoke up. What do you make of what he said earlier? About the Van Demon? Yes. It can't be a lie. The light of truth was on. After all. Of course, the Round Table's gem isn't absolute. If the speaker believes truthfully without doubt, the gem emits a green light. But it doesn't seem like he's wrong, somehow. I agree with that. That's what makes it confusing. For the lion's information to be true, one condition must be met. 3 people defeating a Van Demon. I'm sure it can be done in the game, but it sounds too far-fetched to me, murmured Deerhorn. Maybe with a 50x mod? Though I doubt Lion would have cleared it on such difficulty. Crescent Moon laughed and joined the conversation. At that moment, it seems you all assumed the Lion's information must have come from the game. The clown dropped a meaningful comment, bringing a momentary silence. Of course, that silence was very brief. All 3 quickly shook their heads and smiled. As if that could be the case. Clown, you always say weird stuff. Though they didn't voice denial like the others, Fox felt similarly. Defeating a Van Demon with 3 people. How could that be possible here, when it's difficult even in the game? Tiske, you all lack imagination. Clown clicked his tongue as if displeased. Let's leave it at that, and I hope you'll prepare more diligently next time. Prepare what? Information. Information. What the hell is this? A guy like him joins after so long. Will you take responsibility if he loses interest in this place? Who knows what he could have shared with us? Look here, losing interest is an exaggeration. Didn't you hear what he said earlier? He was clearly disappointed. If you really have nothing useful, at least bring something stimulating and fun. I won't miss this opportunity because of you. Got it? At the clown's taunt, the 3 kept their mouths shut. They said nothing, maintaining an awkward silence. The Round Table's watchers. A secret place of exchange that most players didn't even know existed. The 3 were proud to be part of it. However, that's it. That single remark shattered everything. They realized everything was arrogance in the face of his seemingly mocking gaze. They involuntarily accepted it as he left without looking back. The Round Table's watchers. In the end, this too was just a well for some people. It was an interesting place. I woke up with a sense of immense satisfaction. Lee Han-Su's room, where the bed and computer desk were crammed together. After checking the time, I closed my eyes again. The Round Table's watchers. The community that Lee Beckho introduced me to was more beneficial than I initially thought. It turned out to be the perfect source for the high-quality information I was lacking the most. I'll have to stick with it until it falls apart. Of course, this meant I had to keep up my act consistently. Being discovered as a newbie wouldn't get me kicked out right away, but attempts to uncover my identity would become much more direct. Anyway, I'll sort out what information I can use from there tomorrow. I then shifted my thoughts. Sergeant Lee Beckho, the embodiment of misery, summoned here on the day he was discharged from the army to complete a game he couldn't finish on leave. To be honest, I still felt uneasy about it. This was beyond mere coincidence. I should thank Beckho when I see him next. I had made an incredible connection simply by entering out of a longing for a fellow Korean. Of course, I didn't intend to remain in a one-way relationship. Such a relationship was not what I wanted. After all, Lee Beckho wasn't just a pushover. Yes, relationships last longer if both sides know that they must not overstep their boundaries. With that thought, I ended my contemplation and sat in front of the computer to engage in community activities. Unlike last time, I sold small pieces of information for GP and spent the remaining time adapting to the atmosphere by visiting forums and chat rooms. And so, my second round of community activities came to an end. Your character is moving to Rafdonia. In Bjorn's room, not Lee Han-Su's. I immediately checked my clock as I woke up. Time had barely passed. If only it weren't so tiring. Having stayed awake for about 12 hours more than my usual sleeping time, I felt considerable mental exhaustion. Or was it just the aftermath of using killing intent? Regardless of the cause, it was fortunate I had cleared my schedule for tomorrow. Bjorn, how long are you going to sleep, Niang? Damn it. I had barely closed my eyes when I saw Misha. It seemed morning had already broken, as the window was bright. Just a bit more? Niang, what do you mean just a bit more? You always call me lazy. Did you spend the night at the library again? Not this time. Since Misha was sensitive about meals, I obediently got up to eat with her, then collapsed back into bed. And after a while, I then slowly opened my eyes to see the dim glow of dusk on the window glass. Waking up only when the sun is setting. What on earth did you do yesterday, Niang? I just had a bit of trouble sleeping. I feel a little bad for her, but I don't know what to say. It's the nature of a barbarian's body to fall asleep as soon as he sets his mind to it. But, were you here the entire time? Would I be, Niang? I finished morning training, met with Dwaki for a bit, and even went home. What? Wait, you met with Dwaki? Yeah, he said he had some trouble, so I gave him some advice. Misha spoke as if it was nothing, but knowing Dwaki's heart, I couldn't feel the same. In Dungeon and Stone, emotional entanglements among comrades often led to bloodshed. So, what was his trouble? It's someone else's trouble, though. Oh dear, making the barbarian feel left out. Why, are we strangers? True. Well, since it's you, Bjorn, I guess it's okay to tell, Niang. Showing a slight hint of disappointment made Misha spill the beans. It turned out to be a common love consultation. He had fallen for someone, but was unsure whether to confess his feelings or not. To think people actually do this. I chuckled, but continued to probe for confirmation. So, what did you tell him? Huh? Just to man up and confess. I see. It was somewhat the expected answer. Misha, who hasn't been involved in a romantic relationship even at the age of 25, clearly shows a lack of interest in such matters through her actions around me. But, speaking of which, suddenly, Misha avoided my gaze and trailed off. Her cheeks seemed unusually red. Is it because of the sunset? As I pondered, Misha suddenly grabbed my hand. Bjorn, if it's okay, could you come with me to our house tomorrow? Come to your house? Confused by the context, I asked again, but Misha just nodded. Yeah, would that be possible? I'll do well in anything you ask in the future. Okay. Briefly puzzled by the situation, I soon understood. She wouldn't make such a fuss just to invite me over to her lodging. Are you saying our house, as in the main family house? At my question, Misha bowed her head deeply. Yes. A tremble of nervousness passed through her hand. Was the sun setting even more, or had the evening glow casting over Misha deepened? Then, swallowing nervously, Misha added, My father wants to meet you. So, would you come with me, Niang? An invitation from her parents. It would be a lie to say I wasn't startled. Without hesitation, I responded. All right. What? Really? For real? Wow. No takebacks, Niang. When do we need to be there by tomorrow? It felt like the inevitable was finally happening. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 127. Misha Karistin. Although she comes from a pure-blood family and has 5 years of experience as an explorer, she was never treated like a child after she failed to sign a spirit beast contract. So, her dad wants to see me. I had some idea why. Through Misha, I'd gotten a pretty good grasp on how the cat tribe operated. But why are you silent? I asked what time we should go. That's because, well, tomorrow went to work. I need some time to prepare mentally, and I should also inform my father in advance. What? What do you mean? You were the one who asked me to come with you tomorrow. When I asked incredulously, Misha avoided my gaze and fidgeted with her hands. It's just that I didn't know you'd actually say yes so easily. So you said let us go tomorrow? Yeah. You said that's how you negotiate, Niang? I couldn't remember saying that. But Misha's plan seemed reasonable enough. If I said I couldn't make it, she was going to casually postpone the appointment to another time? Every time I ask you to hang out, you're always busy, but why the change of heart this time, Niang? Isn't it because your father called for me? Of course I should go and meet him. Is that so? Misha dodged the question with a vague response. You really? How can you say something so embarrassing, Niang? Wasn't it you who said that beast tribes and barbarians aren't strangers to each other? You'll tell me when the appointment is set, and you should go now. I need more sleep. Oh, and don't come tomorrow. I have to leave early. What? You've been sleeping all day, and you're going to sleep again, Niang? If you keep doing that, I want to go. No way. I won't bother you. Just rest up, Niang. After Misha hurriedly left the room, I continued my interrupted sleep. And the next morning, phew, now I finally feel alive. The 36 hours of uninterrupted sleep finally cleared my head a bit. I'll have to refrain from pushing myself too hard in the future. Anyway, After a quick wash, I headed to the sanctuary where an elder greeted me. It's been a while, Bjorn, son of Jandel. Where is the tribe chief? Out of curiosity, I casually inquired, but the answer was surprising. The chief has gone to the city for some business. He should be back by tomorrow. The tribe chief on an outing? That's unusual. Yes, that is not usual. But while you're here, why don't you meet the young warriors? You could be a great inspiration to them. I politely declined the elder's hopeful suggestion. It felt good to be recognized as one of the barbarian tribe's accomplishments, but I had other matters to attend to today. Could you call the shaman for me? After a short wait, the shaman's apprentice came and led me to the tent. The bald shaman, with his deeply wrinkled face, was puffing smoke from a large pipe. Kikik, the warrior returns. Always a pleasure. His voice was unusually high-pitched today, and his pronunciation was a bit slurred, as if I was talking to a drug dealer. Can I receive the spirit engraving today? If you have enough money, Kiki. No, I was asking if you could do it while you're high. I was worried, but opened my wallet regardless. Jingle, jingle. Now I'm broke again. The price for a level 5 engraving was 8 million stones. After this, I'd be left with only about 700,000 stones. Well, there is still 2 million stones in the joint account with Misha, but those funds are not available for personal use. You're missing one, warrior. I was about to add it. With that, I added the last magic stone worth 500,000 and completed the transaction. Sigh, I was hoping it would work this time. I think I can stop worrying about mistakes during the imprinting. Focusing on the positives, I lay down on the bed. And then, cool, Kiki warrior, scream louder. Ay. Soon enough, the familiar pain engulfed me. Activated immortal engraving, level 5. Your vitality significantly increases. Physical stats increase by plus 30. Mental stats increase by plus 30. In Dungeon Stone, vitality is a crucial stat. While it doesn't directly affect combat power, running out of vitality can render one unable to act. During hours-long raids, vitality regeneration scrolls are considered essential consumables. However, I never knew such a stat would be useful in real life too. I've experienced the limits of fatigue in the Witch's Forest before. Just yesterday, I fell into a semi-conscious state due to mental exhaustion. This made the changes in my body and mind even more noticeable. Kiki, you seem quite alright today. Normally, I would have been half dead by now, but today, the accumulated fatigue in my body and mind seems significantly less. Though I'll need to check the details later. If this effect holds, perhaps I could stay awake for 2 nights in a row and still be fine? Of course, if asked whether the 8 million stones were worth it, definitely not. Engravings really don't give you your money's worth in terms of efficiency. It might be different in the mid to late game stages when stats are more valuable than money. But in the early to mid game stages, it's more efficient to buy equipment, or better yet, buy essences and consume it. Accelerating growth and gathering money to upgrade engravings is a way to shorten the growth period. That's why I originally planned to only get a level 1 engraving and not touch it for a while. But I didn't expect to get gigantification so soon. Phew, but going all in on engravings, now I'm really just one stage away. The fleeting disappointment of depleting my funds is replaced by a sense of pride. Once I reach level 6, I'll receive several times the reward for all the costs I've invested so far. Warrior, why are you spacing out? You must be tired. You should go now. Lost in thought, I heard the shaman's dismissal and left the tent. It was already dusk outside. I scanned the bushes for Einar, wondering if she was waiting for me like last time, but she's not here. I didn't see Einar anywhere as I passed through the dim forest path and arrived in the city. Well, her training must be reaching its final stages, so she is probably busy. Now that I think about it, there is only a month left. Walking through the quiet streets today, I couldn't help but smile. Time is both fast and slow. It feels like just yesterday I was tripping and stumbling because I didn't have leather boots caught in goblin traps. Bjorn Jandel. Level 4. Physical, 330, new plus 30, / mental. 154, new plus 30, / supernatural. 128. Total combat rating, 941, new plus 60. Essences acquired. Corpse Golem rank 7 / vampire, B. Rank 5 / orc hero, rank 5. 3 days later, Misha and I boarded a large carriage headed for District 13. After all, the sanctuary of the Beast Tribe didn't border District 7, where we currently lived. Niang, are you thirsty? Shall I get you some water? I'm fine. What about hunger? Are you hungry? I brought various things just in case you want to eat, Niang. Observing Misha's overly attentive behavior, I laughed in disbelief. Stop it. I want to turn back or anything. No, it's not that. I'm just worried. It might be uncomfortable for you to be here because of me. I should at least take care of you to this extent. Enough. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we get there. Okay, it'll take about 3 hours, so have a good rest, Niang. Before it got any more troublesome, I said I'd sleep and closed my eyes. And after some time, just as Misha mentioned, it was noon when the carriage finally reached its destination. 6 hours round trip, no wonder she sleeps every time she goes. The distance isn't far in a straight line, but we had to detour around the restricted District 14, making the journey longer than expected. Well, that is probably why she chose to settle there. She wanted to be as far from home as possible. Bjorn, why are you just sitting there? Are you tired? Should I carry you, Niang? It's fine, just lead the way. Okay. Following Misha, who could be considered a local here, I took in the sights of the area. It wasn't too much different from Zone 7, where we currently resided. Just the streets were a bit more complicated, and there were more beast men and dwarves. However, here we are. The Beast Tribe's sanctuary we arrived at was vastly different from the Barbarian-S. I had heard about it, but to see it to this extent, like the Barbarian-S, the sanctuary was located outside the city. But that was the only similarity. Instead of living in huts or tents among the bushes, most buildings were made of stone, and there were proper roads laid out. Moreover, Dad, look, a barbarian. A barbarian! There were shops open for business, and families of beast men walking the streets, living their lives here as if it were a city. We were all kicked out after the coming-of-age ceremony. The Beast Tribe's sanctuary truly seemed like a village outside the city, meant for Beast Tribe. Was I staring too blankly? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Even if there is, we can't go back now, can we? I was just surprised. Surprised? Misha looked puzzled, not understanding. I had a lot to say, but held back. Complaining about the Barbarian-S harsh living conditions would only be spitting in my own face. I casually inquired, is every sanctuary like this? What do you mean? Aren't beast tribes supposed to live in the forests, raising animals and such? That was the portrayal of Beast Tribe's sanctuary in games. That was what, about 150 years ago, maybe? Well, I heard that in the old days they lived according to tradition, but that is so long ago, I don't really know. I see. Sigh. Why is it only the barbarians who remain the same? Swallowing my complaints, we continued walking until a massive mansion loomed before us. Here, this is our house. Shit, damn it. Our tribe chief still sleeps in a tent. As I sighed deeply, Misha started to look concerned again. Don't be nervous. It'll be fine. You're Bjorn, son of Jandel and the famous Little Balkan, right? My father likes famous explorers. Okay? Misha tried to reassure me, but it was clear she was the one who was actually nervous. You're the one who needs to calm down. It's your house we're visiting. Why are you so worked up? Huh? I'm fine. Then open the door. How long are we going to stand here? At my words, Misha quietly took a breath and then rang a bell to summon a servant. We'd like to enter. Could you open the door, Niang? Without a word, the servant glanced at us, opened the door, and left. It was a very strange sight. Misha was no longer a halfling. I heard her father knew about her spirit beast contract. I looked at Misha absent-mindedly, and I realized she was looking at me too. The emotion in her eyes was familiar to me. My ex-girlfriend used to look at me with the same eyes. The look she gave me when she saw something she didn't want me to see. There is something I haven't told you yet, Bjorn. Spit it out. Swallowing nervously, Misha began to carefully explain. Only my father knows about my contract with the spirit beast. So, no matter what happens inside, please don't get angry. Okay? What kind of something are we talking about? Just a bit worse than the person we just saw. Be more specific. I need to know how to react. Misha hesitated for a moment before reluctantly sharing. Insults from siblings, bullying disguised as pranks, and servants gossiping loudly enough for her to hear. While it sounded bad, it was clear she was choosing the milder stories. Surely, the reality was much harsher. Of course, they want to act like that towards you. So don't worry too much. Somehow, I found myself smirking. Bjorn? Why are you laughing? Don't laugh. It scares me when you do that. Once father speaks up, it'll all be over. I just need to endure a bit longer. Misha defended her father with a nervous face, but to me, that was the biggest issue. Her father knew everything, yet left her to suffer. Regardless of his reasons, he neglected his child's pain for his own circumstances. And yet, he had the audacity to invite me to their home. Thinks very highly of himself, doesn't he? Suddenly, the mansion seemed to exude a sinister vibe, as if it were a labyrinth filled with monsters. And perhaps that's why. Bethel Reawea! A shout burst forth from me. At the same time, the servant who had disappeared earlier without even a nod of acknowledgement reappeared. What is this behavior, barbarian? Show some manners. Manners. I walked up to him, pondering his words. You clearly have a problem in your head. Since when did barbarians ever need to show manners to their enemies? Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 128. Episode 128. Karlstein 2. She once thought that all she had to do was sign a contract with a spirit beast, and all her troubles would disappear. But the reality was different. Ice B Skadia. His cold voice and judgmental gaze were still the same. He just didn't throw direct words as before. Have you ever told anyone about this? Oh no? Good. Let us keep it between you and me for now. It was not a request, but an order. Yes, yes. Misha couldn't say much and just nodded. Because she had something to feel guilty about. She did not make the contract through normal means. She succeeded in the contract through a trick, using a strange ring called the Frost Spirit Ring. If her father knew about this kind of treatment would be natural, wouldn't he it? Of course, she didn't have the courage to ask. For her father was more terrifying than anything. So when her father asked if she would bring the barbarian to the manor, she said yes. Well, she didn't say this to Bjorn. Yeah, this is a problem I have to solve on my own. Hadn't she already received a favor that was too great to repay? She couldn't burden him anymore. That is how she rationalized it. But deep down, she had another reason. I don't want to be caught. She didn't want to reveal her situation. Hikerod, Dwaki, Rotten Miller. Even if all of them found out, she wanted to appear well off to Bjorn. So she visited the house often. I have to go now. I need to stop by my paternal home today. She forced herself to be strong. The gaze of her brother questioning why she visited so often, the scornful looks from the servants, and the lonely atmosphere at dinner, as if she was left alone on a deserted island. She faced him head on. I can't run away anymore. Because she learned from Bjorn that running away wouldn't gain her anything. And so 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Is that barbarian still not coming? Her father's urging to bring Bjorn intensified. She claimed he was reluctant, but her father already knew that was a lie. Bring him by this month. Then I'll reconsider your treatment. Understand? In other words, let the family know about her contract with the spirit beast and treat her like a proper child. Why he was so insistent on meeting Bjorn was beyond her. Why he would go to such lengths to meet with Bjorn was beyond her. However, Misha decided to invite Bjorn. Even though she felt like she was taking advantage of him. I'll just have to repay him by being better. Misha also calculated that it would help his cause if she could win the support of the Karlsteins. All right. What? Really? For real? Wow. No takebacks? Enough. What time should we go come tomorrow? Contrary to her worries, Bjorn readily agreed. But the joy was short-lived, soon replaced by anxiety. Once they get to the mansion, she won't be able to hide it anymore. What should she do then? If Bjorn were to cause a scene there, things would definitely spiral out of control. But it's just overthinking. Misha chuckled and brushed away her anxiety. After all, Bjorn was a warrior who, while hot-headed, could be colder than anyone when needed. The sanctuary of another race. In the heart of a pure-blood family, he wouldn't start trouble. It's not like they're related by blood. He wouldn't choose to make an enemy of the Karlstein family, taking on all the risks. Yeah, that's nonsensical. What was I thinking? Misha wrapped up her thoughts, admitting it made her heart ache a bit, but dreams and reality are distinctly different. Now she knew that too. Battle Ray. Her tail stood rigid at the deafening, ferocious roar. It was a natural reaction. The servant seemed confused about what was going on. But she, who had almost lived with him, knew. You must have a problem in your head. That many intended to smash heads. CR crazy. Don't do it. Why are you suddenly acting like this, Naya? Misha, startled, grabbed my forearm and quickly looked around, checking if anyone else had heard the commotion. Watching her, I couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It's like seeing myself in elementary school. Concessions and consideration. Putting others' feelings before your own. I used to think it was a given. But why? Because I felt like it? What kind of answer is that, Naya? TL/N, Manhwa is using Naya. I said, jerking Misha's grip from my forearm. Misha, sometimes it's okay to do what you want. Okay. Why hold back? Holding back only ends up benefiting others in the end. It's not others, it's family. Family? What family? Now that I think about it, it wouldn't be wrong to call them foes instead of family. I asked again. So, is that family more important than your own life? Misha shut her mouth tight. She probably knew it in her head too. How all that effort, all those periodic visits to the family home, all that longing for a harmonious home, was nothing more than a sham. It was all a waste. An emotion that's nothing more than the epitome of inefficiency. Answer me. If you say so, I'll stop here. I asked for her decision one last time, and Misha didn't say anything. That was an answer to me. From now on, just watch. There won't be any trouble like you're worried about. But if you hurt that person, yeah, it would be a mess. It's not the punishment that's the problem. It's the wrath of the supposedly honor-conscious Karlsteins. But, Misha Karlstein, have I ever made a promise I couldn't keep? There wasn't Naya. Right, so trust me. It's not like I'm acting recklessly without thought. The unthinking barbarian mode knows when to turn on and off, depending on the situation. I stepped forward, leaving Misha behind. The servant was still being arrogant. So, what exactly are you two discussing? Even if you're uneducated in manners. I grabbed the servant's neck and lifted him. Isn't it you who lacks manners? Cook. To act so presumptuously without recognizing the master as a servant of the Kalstein family. That's. He looked pained. Also, his eyes carried disbelief. It must feel like a dream to him. This isn't dark alley. And who would imagine being attacked in front of the mansion gate in broad daylight? Guk. Is it because of his lack of imagination? If I do this, there will be trouble? I smirked. Someone aware of the consequences wouldn't do this. If they did, it means they had thought it through. And yet, he doesn't understand this simple principle. You really do have a problem in your head. I clenched my fist and put just the right amount of strength into it. After all, killing him would even put me in a difficult situation. Don't worry. Most problems are solved with a good beating. I grabbed him by the throat to silence him, then gently rubbed the spot I was about to hit. Then, as if cracking a chestnut, I struck him with a flick of my wrist. Thwack! Just one hit and the guy went limp, knocked out cold. I held his neck like an object and checked the wound. Blood trickled down from his crushed nose, but I figured it would set an example. What are you planning to do now? Father 1T, just let this go, Naya. Misha, who had been watching almost resignedly, asked me what I was going to do. I told her to trust me, but she didn't feel comfortable. You'll see. I lifted the unconscious man with one hand and headed towards the mansion entrance. As we passed through the garden, I saw other servants. Some were mowing the lawn, others were carrying things. Eek! Quickly informed the Lord. Their attention sharpened, and a few ran towards the mansion as if fleeing. I followed them through the open door. And, halt, barbarian. I was surrounded by about a dozen beastmen. Armed to the teeth and with a menacing demeanor, the apparent leader, a bald man, spoke as if giving an order. Misha Karlstein, can you explain what is happening here? Who this barbarian is, and why Brant, who should be guarding the main gate, is in such a condition? So his name was Brant. That's. Misha, no need to explain. I threw the now useless Brant towards them, and as they were startled and caught him. What are you all doing? I shouted loud enough for it to echo through the mansion. The beastmen all looked bewildered. Was it because they couldn't grasp what was happening? I was invited here by your patriarch, and this guy insulted me, calling me a lowly barbarian. Misha tilted her head at my shout. Then she murmured quietly enough for only me to hear. Did he really say that? She tends to worry about trivial things. I could just stubbornly insist that I hit him so hard he forgot he ever said it. Don't lie. Brant would never do such a thing. My accusation momentarily threw them into confusion. The bald man retorted as if it was absurd. To me, it looked like he was digging his own grave. An ignorant barbarian is immune to logical attacks. Are you insulting me by calling me a liar? As I stepped forward ready to confront, the bald man stepped back. Not out of fear for the fight, it seemed. Probably because he was troubled by the fact that I was a guest of the Lord. What's all this commotion? While the beastmen were at a loss, a man jumped down from the central staircase connected to the second floor. A face I remembered. Misha's brother, whom I had met on the third floor before. So his name was... I couldn't remember. Or did I even hear it in the first place? I decided to leave the trivialities and focus on the present. To think, you were the guest my father had invited. Long time no see. Save the greetings, what is all this about? Her brother narrowed his eyes on me. If you can't explain properly, even you won't be able to leave here unscathed. Such killing intent in his eyes. And to think I had saved his life before. As always, an annoying brat. I repeated the story of being insulted by the gatekeeper Brant, adding some extra details for good measure. If it were just me, I might have let it slide. But this lunatic, living off the family's name and daring to insult Misha as well? Pointing at the unconscious Brant, I raised my voice, and wrinkles formed on her brother's forehead. When outsiders are present, one must be cautious. His reaction was a bit incredulous. Was he just going to accept the hastily made-up story? Shin, this place is even more of a mess than I thought. It must be a common occurrence here. I didn't hide my rising disgust as I spoke. So, you all knew and just tolerated this? It's an internal matter of the family. There is no reason to explain it to you. And you all, go back to your positions now. Yes, Lord Talon. After dismissing the guards, the brothers swiftly turned to look at me again. Bjorn Jandel, there was clearly a mistake on our part this time, so we want to make an issue out of it. And, if it's true that this man insulted you, we will impose a proper punishment. Let that be enough for you. Enough, huh? I let my voice trail off and chuckled, teaching a lesson to a rude person, and to remind everyone that I'm not to be trifled with. That was my plan all along. But, it's time for plan B, I guess. I grinned and approached the brother. Do you also have a problem in your head? Plans always change, after all. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 129. Episode 129, Karlstein 3. The head of the Karlstein family had invited me to their mansion. Apparently, the invitation had been ongoing for about 3 months. So, what could be the reason? The first thing that came to mind was this: curiosity. Simply put, he wanted to meet me, a colleague of his daughter. If Misha was accepted as a member of the family, it was a plausible scenario. If he found me unsatisfactory, he could tell me to let his daughter go. It seemed most of the family's offspring were comfortably engaging in explorer activities within large clans the family had connections to. However, if I just endure a little longer, it will be okay. Misha's situation had remained the same. Her father had kept her awakening a secret and made no effort to improve her standing within the family. The moment I realized this, I felt a sinister malice emanating from this mansion. Malice directed not just at Misha, but at me as well. Knowing the situation, he still deliberately invited me here. The head's objectives, and the means he chose to achieve them, became painfully clear. Yes, even crazier than I heard. The head wants something from me, but instead of politely setting up a negotiation table, he created this situation. Probably his calculation was something like this: Bjorn, son of Jandel, and the little Balkan. A warrior who didn't abandon his companions even in the face of a lair lord. Perhaps a barbarian who might even be in a romantic relationship with one of those comrades. He probably figured that leveraging my public identity as a loyal and courageous warrior who wouldn't abandon his comrades would make it easier for him to manipulate me. Based on this, I concluded, using his daughter so shamelessly, he's a parasite. Underestimating him would be a mistake. Plan A is not enough. Ending things here would just leave me as an ordinary barbarian. Therefore, taking another step forward, I fixed my gaze on her brother. He didn't seem scared at all while looking at me. He just laughed as if the whole situation was absurd. You really don't know when to be satisfied, do you? He seemed to think I was just being stubborn, wanting something more. Well, technically, he wasn't wrong. Bye, Bjorn. You shouldn't do this. Misha quickly grabbed my wrist, and I stopped right there. I really had no intention of hitting him after all. He wasn't just a servant of the mansion, but one of the direct descendants. Recklessly attacking him would only turn into a vulnerability for me. Therefore, Bethel, Ray, I let out a loud shout that could be heard anywhere in the mansion. Her brother frowned at my actions. What is this madness? I just felt like doing it. You're insane. Regardless of what he said, my shouts served as a catalyst, drawing the mansion's inhabitants to us. Servants stopped their work to watch from the end of the corridor connected to the first floor. Glancing subtly towards the second floor, I spotted a group of young men and women dressed in fine clothes. Misha's siblings? I wasn't sure, but they were watching with curiosity. Anyway, that's enough audience and witnesses. With the stage set, it was time to end my barbarian mode and address her brother. Talon Karlstein. It's not Talon, it's Talon. You're not very manly, fussing over such trivialities. Enough, what do you want to say? He seemed uninterested in discussing manliness and just wanted me to get to the point. I got straight to the point. Why is Misha treated this way in your family? As I said before, that's a family matter. Is it because she is considered a halfling? A direct descendant who couldn't even make a contract with a spirit beast? He was momentarily taken aback by my question before smirking at Misha. It was a look of scorn, as if to say, you spilled all that to him? Since you're aware, there's no need to hide it. Yes, what you said is true. So, stop prying into our family matters. His advice to mind my own business was somewhat valid. After all, except for us barbarians, they have a culture of valuing bloodline. It was natural for them to treat Misha as an outsider. If she had inherited the family's blood, she wouldn't have failed to make a contract with a spirit beast by now. It really was as if she didn't share a single drop of their blood. It seems her mother, the fourth wife, had no other children but Misha. But, what if that is a misunderstanding on your part? The truth isn't important. What matters now is that Misha has awakened, and this fact can be used as a valuable card. If Misha contracts with a spirit beast, will you apologize for all the wrongs done and accept her as a member? At 25, there's no way that. Answer me. Just answer this, and I won't cause any more trouble. Her brother sighed, rubbing his forehead before speaking in an annoyed tone. Fine, I'll apologize as much as needed. And accept her as a member? That too, he answered without hesitation, as if he couldn't possibly believe it would happen. I smirked and nodded. That settles it then. Settles what? His voice quivered with uncertainty at my attitude. Instead of replying, I turned my gaze to Misha. After all, my role here was done. Misha, show them. What? Suddenly the center of attention, Misha looked around, flustered. When our eyes met, she lowered her head and murmured, But, Father said. I had wondered why she hadn't come out with it yet, and, as I suspected, it seemed the head of the family had silenced her in some way. But that is exactly why Misha needs to be brave. Revealing this fact in front of everyone means one less card for the head to play. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. P1T, forgive me. So what? Just admit you were wrong. That's what families do. Bjorn, you might get in trouble too, Naya. Let them. I'm not scared. To her, he might be a father like no other, but to me, he is just one of the chiefs of the beast tribe. And one among 5 at that. What is there to be afraid of? Family isn't everything in life. I've lived well enough without it. I said, scratching my ear, and Misha laughed in disbelief. Naya, that's you. No, never mind. What is the point of all this? Yeah, just ignore the little things, it's good for your mental health. Naya, I don't know anymore. Okay, it looks like my persuasion worked. Misha Karlstein, just once, do what you want to do. You have a companion to support you this time. With that, I said no more. Time passed, and finally, Misha raised her head to slowly look around. Was the situation intriguing? Many were watching from a distance. Gulp! Misha swallowed hard. And then, as if to reaffirm her decision, she opened her mouth. I will. Just as she was about to speak, a cold voice filled the vast mansion. Everyone leave. Misha froze, and when she came to, a middle-aged man stood before her. With a single command from the man, no one dared to speak up, all retreating from the scene. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, as if pressed down by something. The man's gaze turned towards me. Without any introduction, I knew who this man was. Yes, this is the madman. Alberniv Karlstein, the patriarch of the Karlstein family, who has held the position of chief of the Red Cat tribe for generations. Thank you for accepting the invitation, Bjorn, son of Jandel. Thank you for the invitation, Karlstein. In the middle of the now empty first-floor lobby, we exchanged formal greetings. You're more polite than I expected? He approached me with a friendly smile. Instead of a handshake, he patted my shoulder as if dealing with someone beneath him. What was this supposed to mean? Your character falls into a fear state due to Lord of Nightmares. My body stiffened as if encountering a natural predator. A tingling sensation begins to rise in my brain, the kind I've felt every time I've been on the edge of life and death. For the first time, I understood why Misha feared her father so much. It was then he spoke. Why would you do such a thing? That has no way to behave. The head of the family whispered, wiping all traces of smile from his face. It was a damn frustrating feeling. Although my mind knew this was the effect of a skill, my body wouldn't cooperate. It felt as though my sensory organs had malfunctioned. Fortunately, the effect didn't last long. Your character's resistance to magic exceeds a certain threshold. Your character's will to fight exceeds a certain threshold. Your character's mental strength exceeds a certain threshold. Fear state is removed. Finally, it's over. Look here. I immediately removed his arm from my shoulder as he tried to say something in an arrogant voice. His brow furrowed in confusion, not understanding my reaction. Why are you touching someone else's body? I tossed aside the arm I was holding and said, so rude. As the saying goes, respect is a two-way street. Funny. After a moment of silence, the patriarch spoke. It was chilling to hear him say that without smiling, but I couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum. You have strange tastes. I don't find it funny at all. I responded calmly, grasping Misha's hand, which had frozen like a statue. This redirected the head's gaze to Misha. Father, I didn't expect you to defy me. It's not that. Enough. You're not important anyway. He cut off Misha's attempt to explain and fixed his gaze back on me. I had originally planned for us to share a lunch and then discuss matters. Discuss my ass? He probably planned to show me how Misha was treated here. Staring at him silently, I spoke. I refuse. What? His expression contorted at my immediate rejection. I bluntly stated my position. Why should I wait? Giving him time will be foolish. He'd been forced to come out because of Misha, but this was probably not part of his plan. He'd likely regroup and call again once he reorganized his thoughts. If you have something to say it here. Even for a barbarian, this is disrespectful. You're the one who summoned this barbarian, Beastman. Perhaps he hadn't expected to be called simply a Beastman, disregarding his name or status as the head of the family. The head's expression hardened, and a killing intent radiated from him. Not metaphorically, but literally. This works in reality too? I was a bit surprised, but it was far weaker than the fox mask. Well, that was in the spiritual world, so the output difference was to be expected. I scratched my ear as if I was bored. Then he asked with genuine curiosity, do you truly not fear death? To me, it was an utterly pointless question. Is there anyone in this world who isn't afraid of death? Well, I'm not sure about that, but you don't seem too scary. This was sincere. The head of the family was a once 8th floor explorer, so, theoretically, if he fought me, I'd be beaten to a pulp. So what? If he killed me, our tribe chief wouldn't he just sit idly by? Could you even kill me? I asked outright again. It was just that absurd. Me? Killed? And by one of the most promising talents of the barbarian tribe, no less? Invited right into the heartland of the beast tribe sanctuary? That would instantly reignite the war with the fairies from 10 years ago. Because that's what barbarians are like. What? Haha. The head of the family forced a laugh, but I could see the deep irritation within. Surely, it must be frustrating. He didn't want to admit it, but my point stood. He glossed over it. No wonder things went wrong. I didn't realize you were so cunning. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm getting hungry, so answer me. What do you have to tell me? After a pause, as if collecting his thoughts, he finally spoke. I know you've used that item. Finally, all the pieces fell into place. The Frost Spirit Ring. So, this was the cause of all the commotion. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 130. What does the family head truly want from me? This has been a question that plagued me continuously. I had a guess, but it was too early to be certain. Hence, Plan B. I devised a plan to come out in front of everyone. It's the last thing the family head would want in this situation. As the saying goes, a countermeasure is something that stops the other person from doing what they want to do. The family head wanted to keep Misha's successful awakening a secret, both internally and externally. So, before Plan B could be initiated, he hastily showed his face. Following a barbarian-style conversation, I finally heard his unfiltered thoughts. I know you've used that item, the Frost Spirit Ring, a numbered item that, when activated, allows you to make a contract with the ice beast, Skadia. It is not unusual for a tribal chief to know that. It was a scenario I had already considered. If he didn't think that item has been used, then there's no reason to treat Misha as someone else's child. However, the family head wasn't completely sure either. That item? What are you talking about? A 25-year-old red-furred beast human. The chances of naturally contracting with Skadia under these conditions are nearly 0%. But close to 0 and 0 are distinctly different. So, that is why he has probing. He has suspicions but no proof. You're acting as poor? Isn't it? Poor? My ass. I've deceived numerous people up until now. What are you saying? Speak clearly. I'm talking about that item that allows one to contract with the ice beast Skadia. You can't possibly say you don't know about it? The family head stares at me with a look that says, don't lie to me, I know all about it. Does he think barbarians are fools? There is such an item? Then why wasn't it given to Misha? It's a very valuable item. Of course, I wouldn't give it to someone who is not my own child. As soon as I heard those words, I instinctively checked on Misha. As expected, she looked like she was about to cry. But I decided to soothe her later. I continued to play the clueless barbarian. Something valuable? Isn't that even weirder? How could I possibly have something like that? Maybe you might have obtained it by chance from that tower you often visit. What the fuck? Does he really know everything? I stiffened without realizing. So, to make up for the mistake, I decided to glare at the family head. Have you been investigating me? Just a barbarian pissed off at overstepping boundaries. This should make my earlier action not seem too awkward. Didn't I say? Your acting is poor. Fuck you. I believe in my acting skills. I didn't flinch and retorted with apparent irritation. So what is this item? Why do you keep pestering me about it? I can't tell you that. What? It's an item that shouldn't be disclosed to the outside world. If you admit to it, then I might tell you. Huh? What is this? There was no contradiction in the family head's words. If he was just testing me, it made sense he couldn't reveal the name of the item. But why does it feel so strange? A sense of discomfort was growing. My instincts, honed from fending off countless bastards who tried to test me, were telling me this. Does this item really exist? Or do you have another purpose? So, I asked again, and I observed the family head closely, pouring all my focus into it. A moment's hesitation, a change in facial muscles. Where was he looking? What was his voice like? Of course. What other purpose could there be? I'm no expert, but I watched every second of that short phrase with suspicion. And then I instinctively realized. The family head was lying. So this was it? Finally, my last doubt was resolved. There were other ways to probe. Speak honestly. If you're keeping silent because you're worried about this child, I'll solve that problem. Why would the family head make such contradictory statements? It all made sense. If the item itself was the goal, not Misha. It's always about that item. Eventually I was convinced. The family head knew about the Frost Spirit Ring, but only halfway. He knows there is such an item, but doesn't he know what it is? Finally, the situation became clear in my mind. The family head had invited me to the mansion. It didn't matter to him whether Misha was his biological daughter or not. He didn't seem too enthusiastic about his children anyway. His real goal was elsewhere. An item that guarantees a contract with a spirit beast. If by any chance I truly knew about this item, he wanted to find out. After all, to beast humans, Such information would be invaluable. So he used Misha's pitiable situation in front of me, judging it to be my Achilles heel, likely with the intention of bargaining or blackmailing. Therefore, I swear on my warrior's honor, I know nothing of such an item. I play my trump card. The very reason my chosen barbarian character shines as the top fraudster, the warrior's oath. A deep confusion was etched in the family head's eyes. Seizing the moment before it slipped away, I pressed on with my final move. However, I will find out what that item is. So wait. Muttering as if holding back anger, I observed the family head's expression. A profound disappointment was evident in his gaze. Man, he is really the worst at acting. Forget everything we talked about today. With the family head's declaration, we left the Karlstein estate. Misha had been looking dazed since earlier, and I didn't bother to start a conversation. After all, I had plenty to ponder over myself. Sigh, at least it didn't go to the worst-case scenario. There were two reasons I readily accepted the invitation from the Karlstein family. Misha's escape. If the family head had intended to place Misha into a large clan, I had to stop it. To think of losing Misha after Erwin and Einar, and all the effort I put into raising her, just the thought was horrifying. If the family head knew the secrets behind Misha's awakening, a visit was necessary to cover our tracks properly. I hadn't expected him to call me over just for that. Creak. As we passed through the garden, the gatekeeper who recognized us swung the gates wide open. The bald guy from earlier must have gone off for treatment and rest, as this was a new face. But did he recognize me? Ah, farewell. Our eyes meet briefly, and he gives me a quick bow to see me off. Misha had lived here from childhood to adulthood. The well-kept garden was vibrant, and the fountain shot streams of water, sparkling brightly. The mansion itself was no different. Unlike the inn where I was staying, the architecture was antique and grand. However, the sinister malice surrounding the mansion remained unchanged. Just like the first time I saw it, it felt like looking at a labyrinth filled with monsters. It hit me all over again. Yes, she survived here. Through all those years. You've had it rough, I said, patting her back, and Misha snapped back to reality, shaking her head. Oh no, you're the one who went through all the trouble. Well, that wasn't quite what I meant. Still, you were probably the one who had it the hardest. I chuckled and patted her back again. Ouch, that hurts, Naya. There, that is more like her usual self. If you're back to your senses, then lead the way. I don't know the way back. Huh. Seriously, what would you do without me, Naya? I wouldn't have come to a place I didn't know the way to. Right? We walked the streets of Beast Tribe, chatting idly. Everywhere there were signs of harmonious life. Dad, look, it's that barbarian from before. Family's out for a stroll, laughing and chatting joyously. Bjorn, let us eat that, Naya. Why would you want to eat out all of a sudden? Well, because we worked hard today, Naya. Soon, Misha and I stopped by a street vendor to buy some snacks and sat down on a bench in the square. It wouldn't have been a problem to eat and walk, but taking a break didn't seem like a bad idea. You know, Bjorn. Go ahead. Why haven't you ever asked? Asked what? As we quietly rested, watching the passing beast humans, Misha brought up a question. Aren't you curious? Curious about what? That whether I'm really our father's child. So that was what this was about. I chuckled softly and looked at Misha. Though she hadn't done anything wrong, Misha, the one who asked the question, was looking down at the ground. Her head hung low. I'm not curious. Really? Not at all? Yeah. Why would that matter? Wow. You really don't care about me. What is she talking about? I was about to pat her back, but stopped myself. She said it hurts. I thought about messing up her hair like in a cartoon, but it felt too cheesy, so I refrained. My hand, having lost its place, returned to my lap. I looked elsewhere and spoke to Misha. We're supposed to be colleagues, so we should clear up any misunderstandings. It's not that I don't care, it's just not important. Huh? Misha Karlstein, a rank 7 explorer. That is who you are. Who your parents are doesn't matter. The fact that you're a comrade I can trust and rely on doesn't change. Wow. Misha's eyes widened as if she heard something amazing. Then, with a giggle, she looked at me. How did you come up with that, Naya? Are you picking a fight? If that is the case, then good. Just as I was about to stand up, thinking we had rested enough, Misha grabbed my arm. Bjorn. What? I have a secret to tell you, but it's just between us. Go on. Hurry up. I am actually a half-breed. My mom told me before she passed away. She said she was really sorry. I pondered over how to react, then decided to just nod. I see. Why aren't you surprised? Because I already knew, though I wasn't aware of these specific details. It's not really important, is it? Ugh, you emotionless barbarian. We then got up from our spot. Leaving the Beast Tribe's sanctuary behind, we entered the city and made our way to the public carriage station. While buying tickets and waiting for the carriage, Misha suddenly remembered something. All right, what about that? You took the warrior's oath in front of my father earlier. That must have been... Misha trailed off. I was genuinely taken aback. Perhaps I did become too comfortable with her, or maybe I had too much on my mind in front of the clan leader to think of it. That was a lie? Wasn't it, Naya? I sighed and nodded in response to Misha's question. There was no point in hiding anything when she already knew everything. The best I could do was to manage the situation as well as possible. Yes, it was a lie. You're more important to me than a warrior's honor. Is that true, Naya? Yes. Misha remained silent for a long time afterward. A period filled with awkwardness followed. Was she possibly thinking something strange? Feeling suffocated by the silence, I decided it was better to break it myself. Ah! Misha suddenly stood up. Then, uttering something incomprehensible, she said, I left something at home. I need to go back, Naya. What? The carriage is about to arrive. Go ahead without me. And she disappeared like a shot. What? Could it be that I'm in trouble? Alberniv Karlstein, sitting in his study. He flipped through the pages of the book with a somewhat urgent gesture. Finally, he found the section he was looking for. No. Able to contract with the Ice B Skadia. Due to the page being completely torn out, only one sentence from the note could be read. All suspicions started from this book. Relics Compendium 6. This book contains descriptions of hundreds of numbered items. The important thing here is that these descriptions are never wrong. That's the nature of a compendium. A book of truths whose value is beyond debate. If I hadn't known this, I could have been purely happy. When he heard that child had awakened, to be honest, he was glad. He thought he no longer had to hide the family's shame. Is Bizaskadia? Oh? The contracted spirit beast was the problem. Could this really be a coincidence? He couldn't shake off a certain unease. So, he tested his child several times and finally came to a conclusion. The unease he felt couldn't be dispelled, leading him to test the child several times before arriving at a conclusion. The child did not awaken naturally. If his suspicions were correct, she had received help. Most likely from Bjorn Jandel, that barbarian. But I can't talk about anything related to Bjorn. I've sworn an oath to the guardian spirit. However, the child refused to talk to him, citing her oath to their guardian spirit. In an age where traditions have faded, such an oath held no real significance. The child, who had never been good at rebellion, used that excuse and lied for the first time. Getting a straight answer seemed unlikely. It would be better to dig into that barbarian. He shifted his focus to investigating. Suspicious circumstances continued to emerge. The barbarian was close to a mage of the Altemian school, Aluva Raven. Coincidentally, he remembered her, a rival he met in his quest for another compendium. A hypothesis formed. If that mage had acquired the Relics Compendium and shared its contents with the barbarian, that makes much more sense. He decided to target the barbarian rather than the bold mage lady. It seemed easier to use his child, given their almost live-in relationship. But to think it was a natural awakening. The barbarian wasn't pretending. His ignorance was genuine, and his concern for the child palpable. Interesting. That worthless bloodline had talent after all. As he reached this thought, someone knocked on the door. It was his advisor, Velos. Misha Karlstein requests to see you, my lord. That child? Let her in immediately. After a brief wait, the advisor left, and the child entered. There was something I couldn't say earlier. No need to worry about that issue. I'll keep my promise. No one will think of you as anything but a member of our family. Strangely, the child had no reaction. He impulsively added another sentence. From now on, you're my daughter. The words the child had longed to hear, filled with both desire and resentment. Yet the response was the same. Why aren't you saying anything? I didn't come here for that. Her disrespectful tone caught him off guard. This change was unexpected. Without a chance to adapt, the child confronted him directly. Father. No, you're not even my father. Do you know? In fact, we don't share a single drop of blood. What? He was genuinely surprised. Not because he didn't know, but because he never expected it from her. Mom told me before she passed. I'm not of Karlstein blood. I wanted to tell you that. Even though I resent you, I also pity you. Was it because he had never imagined this scenario? He wasn't angry, even at her bold words. Just curious. Why would you do that? He knew who Misha's real father was. He thought if she died in the labyrinth, all would be solved. But if you hadn't said that, I would have genuinely accepted you as a family member. Given what she longed for, why reject it? Why? Why throw away this opportunity with your own hands? As if deeming it unworthy of a response, the child turned her back and headed towards the door. Perhaps there was a change of heart at the last moment. She turned her head slightly and said, I just wanted to do that, Naya. To him, it was utterly incomprehensible. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 131. 10 days have passed since my visit to the Karlsteins. On the first day, I was worried that Misha might have told everything to her father. What? Are you crazy? You barbarian? How can you say such things, Naya? Then what did you go and do? That? You don't need to know, Naya. It was an unnecessary worry. I don't know why she kept it a secret, but I could definitely feel that she didn't tell anything to her father. I decided to focus on the immediate issues at hand. There are, after all, 2 ticking time bombs within the team. Dwaki, let us talk. The day after returning from the Karlstein family, I immediately met with Dwaki. And while drinking, I spoke indirectly. What? Is it true? Miss Misha likes chubby men? Yes, she definitely said that last time. That's so. Thank you for telling me. I almost made a mistake in haste. As a side note, after that conversation, Dwaki ordered a bunch of snacks and stuffed himself until his belly bulged. With that, one problem was resolved. He won't confess until he gains a bit of weight. It's safe to say I bought at least a month or 2. Given Dwaki's personality, he won't muster the courage unless he gained a significant amount of weight. By the time he has, Misha and I will have left the team. I feel like I'm being too much of a scumbag. But it can't be helped. If his mental state was stronger, it might be different, but what if he confesses to Misha and gets rejected? He wouldn't be able to focus in the labyrinth. It could pose a risk to the team. But why am I so sure she would reject him? Suddenly, that question came to mind, but I didn't think deeply about it. The data accumulated in the subconscious sometimes makes the most accurate predictions. Anyway, next was Rotten Miller. Be careful. My father must have done something to that Rotten Miller guy. Julian Ubbins, the daughter of the district chief. If Rotten Miller had contacted the district manager, as per Julian's words, it's likely they had a malicious conversation. The district manager and I could be considered to have a bad relationship. Why he is starting to make moves now, after several months, is a bit puzzling. Anyway, I mustn't show any suspicion. In Rotten Miller's case, unlike with Dwaki, I approached the issue cautiously over time. This guy is scary. I haven't seen him angry yet. No, that's why he is even scarier. Typically, this type of person, once crossed, sees things through to the end. Then, let South make the closest place from the starting point our destination on the first floor. Marriage, what a strange question. I do not plan to start a family until I can truly take responsibility for another person. You sit in the back, you'll be bumping into people in the hallway with your size. I continued to observe Rottmiller in regular meetings and at simple social gatherings. There was no significant change in his behavior. As usual, he was quiet, serious, and considerate of others in most situations. This is really a headache. Even after hearing Julian's warning, I couldn't easily imagine Rotten Miller stabbing me in the back. Actually, I felt guilty for suspecting him. After all, we've shared ups and downs for months. Being swayed by a word from an outsider and not trusting him? Talk about a contradiction. The more I thought about it, the more ironic the situation seemed. But the more I thought about it, the more I believed it was right to clarify things thoroughly. What exactly had Rotten Miller discussed with the district head at the Explorers Guild that day? If he had just told me that story, I would have been able to drop my suspicions without hesitation. Rotten Miller hadn't mentioned anything about it. So, today I called him out for a conversation. There wasn't much time left. The labyrinth would open tomorrow. Therefore, after downing a glass of liquor in one go, I went straight to the point. Rottmiller, what was the reason for your visit to the Explorers Guild last time? Rottmiller looked slightly surprised by my direct question. But perhaps he had something on his mind as well? So, there was something going on after all? I know someone at the guild. I said briefly, then demanded an answer to my first question. Rottmiller sighed before responding. I went there, and the district head of the 7th district was in the room. He asked me to betray you for a reward. And then? I said I would pretend I hadn't heard anything and left. How about that? Are you satisfied with the answer? Though he tried to hide it, Rottmiller seemed quite upset by my question. But I braced myself and asked again. Then why didn't you tell me about it until now? Didn't I say? I decided to act as if I hadn't heard it. Plus, I thought bringing it up would only make things awkward between us. I see. Thanks for telling me. With that, the conversation came to an end. Whatever Rottmiller's true intentions, I decided it wasn't wise to press him further. It wouldn't change anything anyway. We couldn't enter the labyrinth without a scout. Consider finding someone new? That option had its risks too. Without going through the guild, finding a skilled scout would be difficult. In other words, it was the perfect opportunity for the district head to plant someone troublesome in our team. Also, it was doubtful whether Dwarf or Dwaki would agree to it. More importantly, it doesn't seem like Rottmiller was lying. I made my final decision. Sorry for bothering you at night. Rest up, and I'll see you tomorrow at the meeting place. Nothing would change. Rottmiller would be part of this exploration as well. The next afternoon, with about 7 hours left until the labyrinth opened. Mister, then I'll come to see you after I return. You must come back healthy. Yes, you do your best to. Erwin, who had been cracking jokes at my lodging since forming a bond magic with her sister in the morning, left. TL/N. Erwin received a bonding spell with her sister Daria for labyrinth exploration. And just then Misha arrived. Why is that kid coming out from here, Naya? She stopped by to say hello. Anyway, she said there's nothing to do after receiving the bonding magic. Anyway, you've come at the right time. Let us go in and get some sleep. I set the timer on the recently purchased alarm clock and slept with Misha so that we would be in peak condition. And how much time had passed? Bjorn, wake up. We had a simple meal and then grabbed our pre-packed bags to leave. It was a bit early, so no one else was at the meeting place yet. Are the two of them not here yet? As always, Rod Miller arrived on time. Yeah, looks like Dwaki and Hikerod are running late. Not surprising. Those two were always either early or late, so we continued to wait. It was then. Hey Bjorn, look over there, Naya. Misha pointed, and I saw a group of young warriors who had just finished their coming-of-age ceremony moving in a group. So I quickly approached them. After all, it would be disappointing not to meet them now. Are you lost? If so, you can just follow those who look like explorers over there. Who are you to state the obvious? I am Bjorn, son of Jandel. What? The little Balkan. It's an honor to meet you. After introducing myself, I asked, but what do you mean by stating the obvious? Are you not lost? Of course not. We just need to follow the explorers as we were taught in the sanctuary. Why would we be lost? They taught that in the sanctuary, not showing you some strange map and telling you to memorize it? A map? We've never seen such a thing. I was dumbfounded by the young warrior's response. What could this mean? Had their teaching method changed? Well, it wasn't too bad for me. It was a much more reasonable method than memorizing and following a map. However, there is still time left, so listen to my story before you go. A story? Yes, it will be helpful. I told them the same stories I had told previous generations. But this was something else. Be wary of humans? Of course. Shouldn't we protect our hearts? This group of baby barbarians was clearly different from before. Every time I said something, they reacted as if to say, why state the obvious? While barbarians have evolved, Naya. Misha also reacted this way, so it wasn't just me feeling strange. Why had this change occurred? Who in the sanctuary told you this? I asked, hoping for an answer, and I was stunned. The son of Tarsan Karen, unknown to me. A wind of change was blowing. Then we'll be going now. Son of Jandel Bjorn, it was an honor to meet you. I wanted to ask more, but the baby barbarians were eager to enter the labyrinth and left. And as soon as they disappeared, the two we had been waiting for finally arrived. Sorry for being late. Have you been waiting long? Forgive us. Dwaki here had an upset stomach, you see. Well, what kind of talk is that? Oh, come on. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's just us here. Enough, let us get going. Since the duo was a good 20 minutes late, we hurried towards the dimensional square. The portal was already open. All right then, let us go. Having completed the bonding magic through Dwaki, we entered the labyrinth. You have entered the first floor crystal cave. The crystal cave shimmered with an ethereal light. I had skipped it last month using a bug, so it had been quite a while since I saw this scene, but there was no time to leisurely take in the sights. After all, we decided to try a speedrun this time. At the request of Rod Miller. If you guys would allow it, I'd like to try it properly. It might be difficult to achieve a record, but I'm curious to see how much I can do. Since he usually didn't insist strongly on the exploration plans, the whole party unanimously agreed to it. Then let us start immediately. With his eyes glued to the walls and ground, he immediately began to find his way around. And then, he began to run as if he was sprinting. This is actually quite fun when you try it. Rod Miller was leading the way at the front, and right behind him, Misha was taking care of the mobs. The formation focused solely on movement was refreshing, and as soon as we started running at full speed, we saw sights we hadn't seen before. Wow, they're running over there too. Explorers running through the cave, searching for a portal just like us. It was hard to see them when we were moving at a leisurely pace. I see why saving time on the first floor is hard. I realized something new. The first floor cave had many sharp curves, making it hard to run at full speed. Meaning, once a certain level is surpassed, the movement speed of all explorers becomes similar. The ability of the scout becomes even more critical. Or perhaps the stamina of the team members. Huff. Despite our stamina far exceeding that of an ordinary person, sprinting for hours made sweat pour down like rain. Perhaps that's why conversations naturally ceased among the group. Hikerod, are you all right? I'm fine. The dwarf's agility and endurance seemed to be almost at its limit, but he didn't spit out a weak sound. Well, how could he in front of someone like Rod Miller? This way. Whether he truly wanted to test his limits or not, Rod Miller continued to find the path without losing focus for hours on end. One could call it passion, or, to some, it might seem like madness. Was this man always this passionate? While I was amazed to see this side of him for the first time, I kept moving my feet. And how much time had passed? 6:12. We arrived at the portal after a grueling 6 hours. Unfortunately, the portal had already been opened by someone else. Wow, to think we could come this fast, Naya. While Misha expressed his astonishment, the dwarf and I immediately looked at Rotten Miller's expression. Damn it, why couldn't I? It was the first time I had seen him wear such an expression. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 132. Episode 132, Team Play 2. Like the auroras of the North Sea, the portal shimmered. In front of it, a heavy silence flowed. Neither Misha nor the dwarf said a word, just cautiously observing each other. It was that unfamiliar. The expression that Rotten Miller was making right now. Clench. The corners of Rotten Miller's tightly closed lips quivered, as if his teeth were trembling. It felt like seeing his bottom for the first time. The inferiority complex he must have been hidden in the deepest place by self-control and a strong desire for improvement. It's not too late now. Breaking the silence, Rotten Miller spoke. 3 teams have already passed through. Even if we say the leading team is only about 30 minutes ahead in terms of time, if we hurry, we might be able to overtake them on the second floor. At first glance, his words seemed logically sound, but upon closer examination, they were filled with contradictions. And the problem was, knowing this, everyone awkwardly nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. I also came here early, so giving up now would feel a bit regrettable. Haha, right, it wasn't just me who felt that way. I also agree. Such nice guys. But it's obvious what they're thinking. Rather than openly expressing dislike, they must think it's better to just go along with it and suffer. Bjorn, what about you? The gaze turned towards me, the one who had not yet given his opinion. Really annoying. Why do I always have to play this role? I sighed inwardly, but spoke up bluntly. Do all of you have a problem in your heads? We're already 30 minutes behind on the first floor. It means the gap will only widen on the second floor. And we're almost out of stamina just getting here. To overtake those who passed us in this state? Do you really think that is possible? The trio shut their mouths and averted their gaze. So, I turned my attention to Rotten Miller. Rotten Miller, this is where your stubbornness ends. I follow you on the first floor, but the second floor is too much for us. Don't put the team at risk because of your stubbornness. Rotten Miller clenched his mouth as if angry, and I continued to stare at him without saying more. It took a while before I got a response. I'm sorry. I must have been out of my mind for a moment. Forget what I just said. I've already forgotten it. After Rotten Miller offered his apology, and I coolly let it slide, the trio let out the breath they had been holding. It seems they think the situation has been resolved without a fight. What a headache. The problem was, nothing has ended yet. Scout. A position that exists to reduce travel time in the labyrinth where time saving is crucial. Although their combat power is less compared to other professions, their betrayal is always fatal. After all, it's the only position that can potentially coordinate with external forces. I'm sure the district head knows that, so he tried to bribe Rotten Miller first. Scouts oversee the journey within the labyrinth, meaning they can easily lead us to traps prepared by the district head while pretending to guide us. Should I have just rested this round? Rotten Miller. I decided to trust him because I knew what he is usually like. A personality so stubborn it feels solid. A diligence that shuns luck and embraces effort. I thought that no matter what the district head tried, he wouldn't fall for it. But what was Rotten Miller like today? So different, he seemed like another person. It must be because of that bastard, the district head. Of course, I still think the possibility of betrayal is low. This guy isn't a fool, and if he really intended to, he would have acted as usual. However, it was necessary to assume the worst and be cautious. Let us just watch for now. Amid these worries, the exploration resumed. Contrary to my concerns, Rotten Miller led the group as rationally as usual. You have entered the second floor's rock desert. He accurately found the way in the desert where the compass was useless, and by the morning of the second day, we found the portal leading to the third floor. You have entered the third floor, the pilgrim's path. There wasn't much difference upon reaching the third floor earlier than ever before. We headed straight for the witch's forest, engaging in only the minimal necessary battles, and took breaks for our biological rhythm by 10 p.m. It was the same when the third day started at midnight. I don't know why I never watched this before, and just slept through all this time. It's because there was no one to share it with, wasn't it? Dwaki, that was pretty smooth just now. We briefly woke up and watched as the third floor was bathed in silver light. Maybe it's a tradition unique to Team Halfling? It wasn't that someone suggested we do it first, but it became an unspoken promise that we always kept since our first exploration. We have entered the fourth floor, the Sky Tower. Anyway, the exploration went on without any major issues, and by the evening of the seventh day, we had reached the fourth floor. This allowed me to relax. It meant that I no longer needed to be suspicious of Rotten Miller and be on guard. It was really just my unnecessary worry. The fourth floor is an independent level. Once you enter and about 5 minutes pass, it becomes a space where no other explorer can enter. I kept an eye out for anyone entering during the battle, but no other explorers entered until we had cleared the first floor of the Sky Tower. Bjorn, what are you thinking so hard about, Naya? Let us move on. So, I completely let go of my worries and focused on the exploration. Well, maybe not completely. It's just my personality, so it can't be helped. I believe there's nothing 100% in this world, especially during an exploration where anything can happen. You have chosen the stairs of wisdom. You have chosen the stairs of courage. You have chosen the stairs of wisdom. Anyway, after entering the fourth floor, we focused on climbing the levels by alternately choosing the stairs of wisdom and courage. Well, there was a situation where all the stairs were of patience, which was quite a hassle, but you have chosen the stairs of patience. It went more smoothly than expected. It was a trial of hallucinations, but I managed to endure it reasonably well. No matter who appeared or what they said, you just had to filter it out through the other ear. To be honest, what came after the trial ended was more troublesome. Bjorn, stop crying. Isn't it all over now? If even you abandon me, I'll really be alone, Naya. I don't know what exactly they saw or heard, but Misha burst into tears as soon as we passed the level. The dwarf was kneeling on the ground in despair. My crafted swords are worse than scrap metal. By the way, Dwaki was staring blankly into space like someone who had lost their mind, and Miller was silently clenching his fist. Both seemed somewhat angry. That's concerning. While they were regaining their senses, I checked the box placed in the center of the level. It was a reward that could only be obtained by choosing the trial of patience. If you're lucky, you could get a numbered item or a random essence of level 6 or lower. But, of course, that was wishful thinking. As expected, it contained about a dozen level 7 magic stones. If everyone else rested, let's get going again. After nearly half an hour to collect themselves, the exploration resumed. And from then on, there were no significant incidents. We continued to defeat monsters and climb floors, reaching the 100th floor on the 12th day of our exploration. It seems it's our first time making it this far. From the 100th floor, the difficulty of the trials is locked at the highest, and level 6 monsters appear more frequently. However, even here, there wasn't much danger, thanks to our two main damage dealers who had grown significantly. Lure Dwaki casts grade 7 offensive magic, Cold Tempest. Misha Karlstein casts Ice Shatter. Dwaki had spent his hard-earned money to learn not only support magic, but also a level 7 area of effect cold spell. With Misha joining in, we hardly had any trouble against most level 6 monsters. With 2 tanks and additional damage support, our stability greatly increased. It would be a different story if a level 5 monster like a troll popped out like last time. But we've prepared various things with the team's funds, so it should be much better than last time. In fact, it's funny to worry about level 5 monsters on the 4th floor. It's not like we ran into Hans on our way here. Miller seems to have fully regained his senses now. Unlike the uneasy beginning, this exploration continued smoothly. And the 19th day began. 6:32. Checking the clock, I looked around. All 4 of us were sleeping comfortably in our chosen spots. Being awake alone feels like being on night watch. I burrowed back into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes. But with increased vitality, sleep was slow to come. Or is it because there are only 4 days left until the labyrinth closes? Something feels off. In the past few days, I've noticed that our teamwork has significantly improved. It feels like we're finally in sync. Even without my orders, everyone takes the best action, and we started to communicate through eye contact and gestures to some extent. Despite everything, we are gradually becoming a proper team. It's a huge change compared to when we first started. The change in Dwaki is especially stark. He hardly seems like a beginner anymore, and his combat sense is improving day by day. However, even as I feel a complex mix of emotions about this fact, there's also a hint of sadness because I know that there isn't much time left with them. Don't get swept up in emotions and think rationally. This is the first regular team I formed after finding myself in this strange world. I made up my mind not to be too attached to the people here, but as a human, it's not always under your control. Surely, I will think of this team often later on. Thought. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly sensed someone's presence. Glancing over, I saw it was Miller. Did I wake you? No, I woke up a bit earlier. Then, that is a relief. I thought I woke you up again. Again? Was there a hint of meaning in his words? Or was it just my imagination? Well, probably not. Miller is quite perceptive. He must have realized that I've been keeping an eye on him all this time, even if I pretended not to. How about we talk for a bit since you're awake? All right. I got out of my sleeping bag and sat down against the wall with Miller. Then, an awkward silence followed. This is the first time we've talked one-on-one since that day, isn't it? Feeling somewhat suffocated, I took out some jerky from my pocket and started chewing on it. Chew, chew, chew. Chewing on the jerky brought some relief as the sound filled the silence. It was only after finishing a piece of jerky that Rotten Miller finally spoke up. I'm thinking of leaving the team after this exploration. Leaving the team? While unexpected, it wasn't completely unforeseen. I had considered such a possibility. With a heavy heart, I finally voiced the nagging thought. It's because of me, isn't it? Huh? What do you mean by that? Hand me one of those, will you? After handing over a piece of jerky, Rotten Miller chewed it thoughtfully before continuing. I can't say that the district head's offer had nothing to do with my decision. Who wouldn't he be tempted? He's offering to create a position for me as a scout in a large clan. Knowing it might be a lie, my heart still raced. That's when I first realized it was time to leave this team. Don't feel too burdened by it. To be honest, it's something I'm accustomed to. Beings from different races, no, those with talent, often quickly rise to the top. I've been part of many teams over the past 8 years, and there have been plenty of times when I couldn't keep up and was left behind. Sometimes I was expelled, and sometimes I left on my own before things got worse. That's how I've survived as an explorer. But this time, it wasn't easy. Why so? For the first time, I asked a question, and Rotten Miller answered with a slight smile. Because I care about you all. Even though I knew it was time to go, I didn't want to accept it. That's why I hid what happened with the district head and insisted on joining this exploration. I wish for this journey to continue a little longer. But Rotten Miller slowly swallowed the piece of jerky he had been chewing. Everything comes to an end eventually. I was at a loss for words at his statement. Rotten Miller, as if waiting for a response, looked straight ahead, saying nothing more. Then the alarm went off, and our teammates began to stir. It's time for everyone to get up. I'll be on my way, so you should get ready to leave as well. Rotten Miller left to pack up his sleeping bag. I pulled out a watch from my pocket. 8 o'clock. Before I knew it, it was time to start the 19th day of our journey. Rotten Miller and I are alike in many ways. We both tried not to get emotionally attached to others, yet we couldn't help but care, and still, we made rational decisions despite our feelings. The difference is, I was only looking out for myself, whereas this man was thinking of us. I wasn't without my own altruistic calculations. If I and Misha went to the upper floors with them, I thought the exploration game would end with someone dying. So I intended to end it with my own hands before that happened. Bjorn. Honestly, I was taken aback. I never imagined Rotten Miller was harboring such thoughts. What did I look like in his eyes? What was he thinking as he felt my scrutinizing gaze? As these endless questions swirled in my head, I was brought back to reality. Bjorn, where on earth is your mind, Naya? Misha shook my shoulder, waking me from my reverie. Stop dawdling and start packing. All right. I came to my senses and joined in packing up the campsite. Afterward, we all gathered for a quick meal and then ascended the stairs. Let us talk about it when we return to the city. Since it's just the two of us leaving, there's no need to rush. Despite the complexity of my thoughts, I decided to focus solely on the exploration for now. Aren't there's still 4 days left? We could easily defeat level 6 monsters by now, but the Sky Tower's difficulty could skyrocket depending on the combination of monsters. It's crucial not to let our guard down until we return to the city. You have completed the trial. After finishing the trial, I froze. No, it wasn't just me. All 3 are the stairs of destiny? What shall we do? Didn't you say it could be dangerous? Wow, this really happens. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 133. Episode 133, Team Play 3. The 4th floor of the Sky Tower has a stage-like structure. Once a trial is completed, a door opens, and you choose one of 3 staircases to proceed to the next stage. There are 4 types of staircases in total: courage, wisdom, patience, and destiny. So far, we have never chosen the staircase of destiny. Not only was its occurrence rate less than 5% compared to the other staircases, but the destiny staircase was filled with too many variables. There was no need to choose it unless all the 3 doors led to destiny. Can't we just enter from anywhere? Nothing happened the last time, just the usual monsters appearing. And that was it, Naya. Of course, choosing destiny doesn't necessarily mean danger. As Misha just said, most of the time, choosing destiny still leads to trials of courage, wisdom, or patience. That might have been just your luck, Misha. According to what I've read, which trial appears is completely random. The problem is that there is a 20% chance that we will encounter a different type of trial than the 3 staircases. In the game, there were 32 types in total. From being sent back to the 1st floor, encountering level 5 monsters, to suddenly getting trapped in a secret room. Some were terribly hard with meager rewards, and others were outright frustrating. Therefore, unless you were hunting for some special rewards, destiny was a trial best avoided if you were there to hunt. Well, the situation now was a bit different. As I was organizing my thoughts, Bjorn, why are you standing still? My teammates, who were discussing the way forward, asked for my opinion. We've all agreed it's better to just enter anywhere. It would be a shame to waste the remaining time. I nodded in agreement. That is true. Late half of the 4th floor. At our current hunting pace, we could harvest up to 300,000 magic stones in 4 days. That's before splitting on a per-person basis. Considering most of our time entering the labyrinth was spent moving, each day here significantly impacted our total income. It made sense to think this way. They have no idea what this means. On the 4th floor, 3 staircases of destiny never appear at the same time. If it did, it signified one thing: reaching a special stage. Meaning access to one of 3 types of hidden fields is now possible. So it's a 1 in 3 chance. I looked at the 3 doors, pondering which one to choose. Then, halfway through, I realized something and chuckled. Misha, why don't you choose where we go? If I chose, it's certain what would happen. Misha looked at the other team members as if asking for their opinion. However, all 3 simply shrugged their shoulders, indicating their trust in Misha's choice. Naya, I find this kind of thing stressful. Eventually, Misha sighed, glared at me, and approached one of the open doors. The one at the front, relative to the stairs we declimbed. Naya, just to let you know, if some weird monster appears suddenly, I don't know anything about it. As Misha laid down her disclaimer, the dwarf chuckled. What is that supposed to mean? Trying to dodge responsibility? What? You crazy dwarf, Naya. Hi, Hikerod, stop it. Misha is not comfortable with this. The team's usual bickering, repeating several times a day. Sighing, I looked sideways, my eyes met with Rotten Miller, and we awkwardly smiled as usual. All right, everyone, how about we stop and just go in? Rotten Miller took the lead in smoothing the atmosphere, and everyone stopped their chatter and lined up in formation. Bang! The door closed, and darkness fell. A darkness so thick that one couldn't see an inch in front of them. A different introduction from any trial before, causing everyone to momentarily panic. Rob Miller spoke up, offering the most crucial information when faced with an unknown situation. There's no enemy for now. The presence or absence of an enemy. Rob Miller immediately informed his teammates and then cautioned them. Stay still. There might be traps. After all, he is an excellent scout. It must have been a quick judgment. What he needed to do. Of course, the dwarf was no different. Bjorn, I'll watch our back, so just focus on the front. A serious tone, devoid of any laughter. As both of their voices echoed simultaneously, the surrounding darkness lifted. A corridor split into 4 directions like a maze. Torches hung on the walls at intervals, creating an eerie atmosphere. I quickly assessed our surroundings and came to a conclusion. You have entered Larkaz's Maze. Larkaz's Maze. One of the 3 hidden fields within the Sky Tower. Its feature is that even a scout can't use their abilities here. And field effect, the Guardian of Balance is applied. The stats of the entrance are adjusted evenly. The total stats of the characters are redistributed according to the number of people. Now, what is this? Did I choose wrong? Rob Miller. Misha looked anxiously at Rob Milner after scanning the surroundings. But it was impossible for him to have an answer. I'm sorry. I have no information about this phenomenon. Me neither. I've never heard of an explorer being led to such a place during the trial of destiny. Naya, it's not dangerous, is it? At Misha's words, everyone kept silent. It was a natural response. Ironically, the most frightening thing for explorers is the unknown. A chilling silence settled. However, that moment didn't last long. As if the previous silence was a lie, they began to hurriedly discuss. What if we just stay put? There are only 4 days left, so we could just wait it out. We don't know anything about this space. If it's a space similar to a rift, that means even after 4 days, we'll be stuck here forever. Speculations and anxieties poured out. After all, how could anyone have anticipated falling into such a place on the 4th floor? Why don't we start by checking our condition? Misha, do you notice anything different? I pretended not to know and suggested we first check our condition. Naya, now that you mention it, I feel strangely lighter. Misha was unsure. I don't really feel any different. Could it be a mistake? The dwarf, who had average stats among us, didn't feel a change, unlike Rotten Miller or Dwaki. I too feel the same. My vitality has significantly increased. At this rate, casting a level 6 spell doesn't seem challenging at all. But what's going on? What is going on is pretty clear. It's all been sapped from my muscles. Even though there were only 3 essences, they were all ridiculously high in raw stats. Damn communism. How much muscle loss are we talking about? I slammed my heavy mace against the floor to distribute the weight. Misha was the first to notice my action. Bjorn, are you hurt? My body feels strange. I keep feeling weak. What? As Misha approached me with concern. There must be some condition to this. It's not a space where everyone can just become stronger. A condition? What kind of condition would make me weaker and you all stronger? This is unfair. I feigned a question to subtly hint at an answer. As expected, Rob Miller came up with a plausible hypothesis. Or should I say, it was more than just a hypothesis? Perhaps our stats have been mixed among us. Huh? What do you mean by that? It's not certain yet, so I'll explain it to you once things are clearer. Well, at this rate, they will figure out what this place is without me needing to step in. I quickly moved on to the next topic. We were pressed for time, after all. So, what do we do now? Bjorn, what do you think? I think we should explore this place and find a way out. Why? I answered without a moment's hesitation. If it's a place unknown to others, that means the rewards could be greater, right? A very explorer-like viewpoint. Rottmiller appreciated my perspective, and I proudly shrugged my shoulders. Regardless of what anyone says, the ultimate goal of an explorer is money, after all. Actually, this motivated me even more. Besides, if we might be trapped here in 4 days, just sitting around doesn't feel right, does it? We are explorers, aren't we? It would be good to explore our surroundings slowly. The idea sparked a faint enthusiasm in the eyes of the anxious trio. Of course, Dwaki's words were decisive. It just occurred to me, maybe this place was arranged by the last great sage. What? Are you talking about Gabrielius' arrangement? Indeed, it's possible. The appearance of 3 stairs of destiny at once, and all these strange phenomena. Gabrielius' arrangement. In other words, what I called the hidden piece is what these people refer to it as. The dwarf exclaimed ambitiously. Yes, since we entered from the 4th floor, there won't be any absurd monsters appearing. With 4 days left until the labyrinth's closure, Team Halfling's final exploration began. Larkaz's maze. When I left the choice to Misha, this wasn't the type of hidden field I had hoped for. Sure, the final reward is the best among the 3, but it'll be hard to clear within 4 days. Due to the nature of a maze field, it takes a long time. Not only finding the boss, but also needing a lot of preparation to defeat it with our power. So, I decided not to push it too hard. Contrary to the others' worries, it's not a place where you'll be trapped if you don't clear it within a certain time. Not to mention, there are quite attractive rewards scattered throughout the maze even if we don't clear it. Then let us go. We formed our predetermined formation and officially stepped into the maze. It seems we can keep going. I led the way, with Rottmiller closely following behind to check for traps. And, of course, the dwarf was at the very back. After all, monsters don't just come from the front here. Misha, don't worry. I'll protect you well from the side. Naya, what are you saying? I should be the one protecting you. Then let us protect each other. What are you saying? Anyways, our team's main attackers were positioned in the center. The safest place, ready to support whether the threat came from the front or the back. About 3 minutes into our exploration, a monster appeared at a crossroads. It was the first reward of Larkaz's maze. A monster we haven't seen before. Be careful, Bjorn. Encountering a new monster was like a godsend for us. Dungeon and Stone is a game where even after killing all monsters up to the 4th floor, it's barely possible to reach level 5. Isn't it paradoxical? You need to consume 5, 6, or 7 great essences to hunt comfortably on the 5th floor, but you can't reach level 5 without going to the 5th floor. No wonder there are no newbies. If you can get to the 5th floor, are you even a newbie? I dismissed the unnecessary question and gripped my shield with both hands. It felt odd without my mace, but with my current strength stats, it was too heavy to swing with one hand, so I had just put it in my backpack. Best to leave the dealing to the dealers. Bye. The monster, hesitating from a distance, suddenly charged at me with a scream. Simultaneously, Dwaki shouted. I read about it in a book. It's a bicundus. A level 6 monster, bicundus. It's easier to picture it as a bipedal goat. Including its splendid horns, it stands about 2.5 meters tall, and it wielded a giant halberd in both hands. Bang! The halberd struck down on my shield, and the heavy weight was transmitted throughout my body. I was glad I had given up on the mace. If I had been only using one hand, it would have been difficult to withstand in my current state. Shit. Was it because I shared my physical stats with my teammates? It felt like I was facing a level 5, not a level 5 monster. Still, there was no difficulty in combat. Lure Dwaki has cast the level 8 support magic. Ice enhancement. Lure Dwaki has cast the level 8 offensive magic. Ice spear. While I fended off the goat's attack, Dwaki completed his specialized attack magic. Bjorn! Dwaki called out to me, and I dodged to the side as we had practiced. This was routine for us. But what was this? The size of the ice spear that whizzed by was different. The wind pressure it emitted was cool to the skin. Naturally, the result was also different from usual. Boom! It sounded like a fireball had hit, not an ice spear. Misha, who was waiting to follow up, let out a deflated noise. It made sense. The Bicundus, a level 6 monster, had already vanished into light. You have defeated Bicundus. EXP +4. So, my physical stats had drastically decreased, and it all converted into his magic power. Is this my magic? Realizing this, I saw Dwaki in a new light. In this place, he was no longer just a halfling, which means this could change the game. Aiming for a clear might not be a bad idea after all. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 134. We're lost in a maze. There are no breadcrumbs or threads to guide us, but that's okay. We had Rotten Miller with us. Hold on, just in case, I'll leave another mark here. At one point I thought, what is the point of a scout in a place where even they could get lost, but that was all my arrogance. Rotten Miller, who had worked his way up from the bottom, was truly a man of many talents. May I see the map? Of course, I replied. He had created a map based on our path. Not a rough sketch, but a detailed one, reminiscent of a mini-map. He'd done it in about 10 minutes, pausing only to scribble at it. Give it here. The map needs to be updated. Take it. Watching Rotten Miller smoothly move his pen across the map was always fascinating, but I no longer asked how it was possible. I'd already asked before. This isn't too complicated. Just walking is enough to memorize it. For measuring distances, I just count my steps and mark it accordingly. Map making and observation were his strongest areas, honed over years in the first floor crystal cave. I didn't realize he had such a talent. Moreover, I felt pity for him. It was more a result of effort than natural talent, as he naturally acquired it due to a lack of innate ability. Sorry for taking your time. Let us move on. After pausing for about 30 seconds, we continued walking through the dark maze. Rotten Miller followed closely behind, now holding a long sword instead of a crossbow. With this, I should be able to hold off at least one enemy. Rotten Miller, having improved his abilities, began to actively participate in battles, as higher-ranking scouts often do, taking on more than just the role of a scout. This time it's your turn. Soon after Rotten Miller's warning, thanks to his keen sense of smell, Barbarian appeared in front of us. For level 6 monsters were a scale we hadn't encountered on the 4th floor, but no one was particularly tense. We had Dwaki with us. Whoosh! The moment the monsters appeared, an enhanced ice spear was launched. But this time it was different. There are 2 ice spears, each several times stronger than it was before. I never expected him to be capable of double casting. When I realized this, I felt a bit of self-reproach. Despite having spent months together, I hardly knew them at all. Shit. Though his magical power was abnormally low, Dwaki's talent for magic was significant. He was capable of double casting and using additional support magic. Whir Dwaki has cast level 8 support magic, orbit adjustment. Without needing to step aside to make space, the ice spears flew over our heads like cannonballs from afar. Boom! Before the battle even began, 2 of the level 6 monsters were obliterated. Thus, Nia, let us finish this quickly and move on. This time, one of them will be taken care of by Rotten Miller and me. While I took on one monster, Misha and Rotten Miller teamed up to take on another. By the time Misha had defeated one, whoosh! Once again, Dwaki completed his chant, and his ice spear shattered the skull of the Baikundas that was pounding on me. The entire ordeal took about 4 minutes. Bjorn, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving on? Ho ho ho. Don't worry about what might appear. Whatever it is, Leo War Dwaki will take care of it. Dwaki's back to being a jerk. Guardian of Balance. Originally, this field effect benefits mages the most, because mages cannot consume essences. Inevitably, their main stat, magic power, is bound to be inflated. But there is a limit to everything. I had never seen an extreme case like Dwaki before. However, upon closer examination, the change was understandable. The mages I used to carry around in the game were all talent-loaded, with high magic-related stats. Unlike our halfling mage, Dwaki, it really is a mysterious feeling. Is it like all his shackles have been released? Dwaki is human, and he has a physique that is far from athletic. Moreover, with magic power that is not just average but below the bottom. He is almost 3 times as powerful as us in terms of stats. If our entire team were human, it might have been different. But me, Misha, and that dwarf. 3 members of our team belong to races with inherently high base stats. Ramiller? He benefited, but not nearly to the extent of Dwaki. After all, he is a veteran who has fully consumed 4 essences. So it turns out that our mage ended up hogging all the stats. After observing today, I've completed my analysis of the team's strength. The biggest loss was mine, but could things have gone any smoother? As a whole, the team has become at least twice as strong. Dungeon Stone is a team-based combat game. After all, it is most efficient when everyone can play their part rather than just one person standing out. It's a bit bitter, but that's why I wanted to leave the halfling team. Is this the first and last proper team play? Rotten Miller and Dwaki. Today, I was able to see aspects of them that I hadn't seen before. But nothing changes. With a lot of effort and luck, it's possible for them to reach today's level. However, it would take years, and that would probably be the final point of their growth. This makes their flaws all too clear. Ramiller? His combat power can be filled by feeding him essences. But from the 5th floor onwards, if I want to play my way, I need a scout with explorer abilities. Dwaki? Double casting or whatever, in the end, the biggest quality of a mage is the magical power stat. That's why the Mage Tower Wound-T have accepted him. It's harsh, but compared to the Mage Tower S standards, Dwaki's talent wasn't particularly special. As I followed this line of thought, suddenly my heart felt cold. Not just feeling cold, but actually, your character has taken cold damage. A chill that penetrated beyond the skin to the bones. Coming to my senses, I saw Misha exhaling. Naya Bjorn, how long are you going to ignore me? What did you say? What do you mean, what did I say? I said everyone is going to sleep now, so make sure you keep watch properly, Naya. After shoving a heartfelt punch into my chest in anger, Misha, perhaps feeling a bit worried, asked in a gentler voice. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's still chilly, but it doesn't hurt. I genuinely tilted my head, puzzled. But why did you ask? Naya, it's hard to explain with words, but if I had to compare, it's similar to the expression you made when I told you to eat a carrot. That makes it even more confusing. Anyway, go to sleep. I'll take my watch seriously, so don't worry. Naya, okay. Misha then returned to her spot and slipped into her sleeping bag. And the others continued to chat. Ugh, today felt particularly exhausting. That's understandable. We've been dragged into this unknown place and fought off how many level 6 monsters. Well, it might be odd to say this, but I found it a bit fun. Is this what it feels like to go on and explore for the first time? Up until now, it's been different from the explorers I had imagined. I think I get what you mean. It felt like becoming an explorer from a story. A few words shared before ending the day, lying down. Of course, the conversation wasn't long since it was time to rest. Naya, Dwaki, you were really amazing today. Well, it's not like I did something great on my own. Without having to conserve mana or calculate spells repeatedly, I just released them. Any mage could have done it. Oh, really? Even if you say that, I don't really understand. Anyway, good job today and sleep well, Naya. Me, Misha, also sleep well. The sporadic conversation ended, and silence ensued. 104. An hour had passed since the start of day 20. While keeping watch, I reviewed our plan. Just a few more hours, and we can get that item. Now, we just need to find the boss room. Given our current strength, a boss battle didn't seem too daunting. The only concern was if we were unlucky, we might not find the boss room in time. If only we had stayed one more week, we could have gathered everything we needed and left. It was at that moment, filled with regret, that I heard a rustling sound. Turning my head, I saw Dwaki getting up from his sleeping bag. Bjorn, even if you can't sleep, try to. Tomorrow is... It's not that I can't sleep. Before I could say anything, Dwaki had fully stood up and approached me, keeping his voice down so as not to wake the others. I have something to tell you. It seemed it was his turn now, after Rod Miller had come to me yesterday. Go ahead. Do you remember what you said about Misha's preferences last time? I remember. I don't forget the lies I tell. That way, there are no loopholes later. Well, not that it matters now. So, what do you want to say? As I looked at him intently, Dwaki opened his mouth with a determined look. I wanted to ask if what you said was true. But now, thinking it over, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Dwaki's voice was different from usual. There was no tremor, and his gaze was firm. Her preferences don't matter. It would be cowardly to seek sincerity without showing my true self. What do you mean? You know, don't you? That I've been secretly harboring feelings for her. I wished he had waited until we returned to the city to say this. If we safely return to the city. Stop. I cut off Dwarky urgently. Thinking something and saying it out loud are very different things. But perhaps he misunderstood my genuine concern. So, Bjor, you too. Dwarky bit his lip, then shook his head as if to clear his thoughts, and continued with a more resolute voice than ever. Nevertheless, nothing changes. Stop talking. I understand what misunderstanding you're. When we return to the city, I will confess my feelings. No, that's like setting a flag. Shit. Suddenly, I started feeling as anxious as when I had met Hans. That is all I wanted to say. I'll be going now. After that, Dwaki turned around and buried himself in his sleeping bag, soon letting out light snores. I worried that this conversation might cost me precious rest, but it seems today's journey was tiring enough for him. But proposing ISNT the same as confessing, so maybe it's all right? I tried to dismiss my worries and focused on my watch. 2 hours passed, and after waking the dwarf for his turn, I lay down to rest. When I opened my eyes again, 5:07. It was time to depart. Tonight, we decided to have only 4 hours of watch, with just the dwarf and me taking turns. Both of you must be tired. Thanks for your hard work. Ha, I can't help it. Not much time left now. Tomorrow it's me and Rob Miller's turn, so just hang in there a bit longer today and rest up later. After a quick cleanup of the camp, we resumed our journey. As Bjorn said, it seems we've reached the outskirts of the maze, so from now on, we'll follow this wall in one direction. The corner of the Larkaz maze, a square structure. Our objective was to defeat a mid-boss and obtain hidden rewards. Which of the 4 types of mid-bosses we would encounter was something even I didn't know. It was always random in the game too. Really, with our current strength, we should easily defeat any of them. Except for that one. All their weaknesses are quite clear. We continued to eliminate countless Bikunduses today, adding to the hundreds we had already defeated. There was still no sign of essences appearing, but we amassed a considerable amount of magic stones. Just the magic stones alone will fetch a nice sum. 1T they? Indeed, this was the maze's second reward. There's no other place on the 5th floor where level 6 monsters of a single type are so easily encountered. If it were the 4th floor, encountering 20 in a day would have been tough. A dead end? After about 12 hours of travel, we reached our destination, a corner of the maze. Naya, there's nothing here? It could be in a different direction, or perhaps in a completely unexpected location. While the group made their comments, Rob Miller closely examined the wall, muttering something. Wait a moment, something's off here. I was honestly surprised. Was it due to the intuition attached to the mimic essence? Or just this man's observational skills? Click whir. Touching something, the wall slid aside, revealing a hidden space. Naya, door opened. It could be dangerous. Everyone stepped back. The dwarf rushed forward, raising his shield, and I quickly took my place beside him. Of course, no monster jumped out at us. Nothing else coming out? Well, it wasn't that kind of place. The space inside the wall was obscured by darkness, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. Not that it mattered to me. I'll lead. Bjorn, it could be dangerous. It's fine. That's my role. With a tank-worthy declaration, I stepped inside, and torches on the walls lit up simultaneously, illuminating the interior. I quickly surveyed the surroundings. This is a stone chamber about 30 square meters in size. A magic circle with geometric patterns drawn on the floor. And atop it, a pole with a goat's head impaled on it. Nah, something about this place feels off. There's no portal in sight. Can't we just leave? Misha and Dworki murmured, feeling uneasy, but I couldn't help but smile secretly. They probably don't know. Compared to the other rooms, this one's easy. Now that we've stumbled upon this, finding the boss room will be a piece of cake. As for the method, it seems giving Rotten Miller subtle hints like before will do. That eased my mind. Defeating the boss might be a bit challenging, but there was also the possibility of ending the exploration without even getting a glimpse of the boss due to bad luck. Now, how do I summon it? Doing it directly might seem suspicious. I was in the midst of this pleasant dilemma when... Could it be you two? Everyone, including me, flinched simultaneously. It seems I wasn't the only one who felt the change. What is happening? My magical power has increased tremendously. Me too. What has happened to my body? The pressure from the heavy armor that had been slightly burdensome due to decreased strength vanished. It felt as though I was wearing styrofoam armor for cosplay. Why did this happen? The moment I realized the truth, curses flew out of my mouth. Fuck. A surge of vitality burst throughout my body. A level of change I couldn't have felt even if I had used gigantification. I already knew the reason for this change. Rob Miller, it seems you're thinking the same as me. The 4th floor's hidden field, the Larkaz maze. Another group of explorers had entered. The group could be anywhere from 1 to 5. Logically, the likelihood that it's a team of 5 is highest, but it's still too early to conclude. All possibilities remain open. However, there's at least one certainty. Whether it's him or them. Field effect Guardian of Balance is updated. The stats of the entrants are adjusted evenly. They're incredibly strong. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 135. Guardian of Balance. We had come to the conclusion about the field effect early on. Rob Miller, having received various hints from me, put forward a guess that all team members agreed upon. Therefore, unnecessary explanations were unnecessary. Maybe other explorers have entered the maze as well. Other explorers? I thought we couldn't meet other explorers in the Sky Tower? The dwarf muttered as if he couldn't understand. Murad, you must also realize, the situation we're in is not normal. The 4th floor of the Sky Tower is an isolated space. Unless multiple teams enter at the same time, no matter how much you wander, you will never meet another team. However, this place was an uncharted territory. Nothing would be surprising here. Unknown. A word that means not yet known. This implies all possibilities. Therefore, I understand what you mean. But what if our guesses are wrong? What if other effects apply upon entering this space? I firmly dismissed another possibility suggested by the dwarf. That seems like too much of a stretch. To me, this is not an unknown space. It would be sensible to wrap things up quickly and move on without wasting time. I think Miller's speculation is correct. Dwaki, what do you think? I also find this explanation more plausible. Agreed, then. Misha, what about you? Now I'll just stay quiet. Misha chose to abstain. However, since 3 votes had already been cast for decision-making, we didn't force her to choose. Alright, then it's decided. For now, we'll act under the assumption that Miller's words are true. Speak now if you have any objections. None. Our team leader, the dwarf, nodded reluctantly, and I quickly organized the situation. Another explorer had entered the maze, and they were stronger than us. Since my abilities felt like they had doubled, they must be explorers operating on at least the 6th floor or higher. And not in a clan, but in a team. So, what should we do now? As I posed this question, the team members each offered their opinions, and I used this opportunity to meet the conditions to summon the mid-boss. The demon of the labyrinth senses blood. Okay, it will just take some time. Naya, it doesn't really matter, does it? It might be better if we can join forces and find a way out. Who knows who they might be? Why don't we just stay here? There is no guarantee we'll be trapped once the labyrinth is closed. Ha! My friend, why worry so much? Even if they're stronger than us, this is a special situation. If we encounter them, they won't be able to do much to us, so let us just proceed as we have been. Still, it might be best to avoid them as much as possible and find a way out. I smiled bitterly. I wondered if they would say something useful. As expected, collective intelligence didn't prove to be of much help. Miller was somewhat better, but his considerations didn't fully account for the worst-case scenario. Bjorn, what do you think? All eyes turned to me at the question. I organized my thoughts one last time before speaking. I still think it's no coincidence. What do you think it is, then? That an explorer party with such strength would be on the 4th floor at this time? It seems more plausible to think they had some purpose in roaming around. So, you're suggesting their goal might have been this place from the start? Yes. And if that's the case, they might have already noticed our presence by now. Dwaki expressed his disagreement with my statement. Could that really be? To know about this place in advance. Moreover, the dwarf laughed it off. Even if that's the case, you talk as if they're plunderers or something. Miller seriously asked again. So, what do you think we should do? I answered. They are an unknown entity. Therefore, they embody all possibilities. This variable could be a stroke of luck or could lead us to death. Thus, even if my stand seems strange to my teammates, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. We must assume the worst. Thump dash, not ignoring the ominous feeling in my chest. That is how I've managed to survive. You have defeated Baphomet. EXP +5. Bonus for defeating a superior mutant. EXP +1. We are sprinting through the maze. Not aimlessly wandering, but heading straight for our destination. This way. Miller, closely following behind me, held a map in his hand. Not the map he diligently made up until now, but one detailing all the passageways of the entire labyrinth. Of course, it also indicated the location of the boss room. After all, the map was a loot obtained after defeating the mid-boss, Baphomet. I didn't expect it to be that easy to defeat. The Baphomet was summoned immediately after I finished speaking. Normally, we would have to exploit its weakness and barely manage to defeat it, but the battle didn't even last a minute. We just overpowered it with sheer damage. It was a bit of a peculiar situation, to say it went well. How strong were they originally? The unidentified intruders. By the way, I've long since discarded the thought that it could just be one person. No matter how strong an individual is, there's a limit. Ta-ta-ta-ta dash. Clearing my thoughts, I sped up, judging that everyone seems to be keeping up well. In fact, glancing back briefly, even the dwarf, who had lacked stamina, was carrying Dwaki and running just fine. So, it's time to stop worrying about this part. Me dash! I smashed the head of a Baikundas that popped out in front of us. Of course, it staggered heavily, but didn't die in one hit. However, without slowing down, I passed the staggering creature. Misha had taken on the role of handling the mobs. Squeak dash! The sound of cutting and the scattering of light particles followed, but I didn't hear the sound of a magic stone falling. It seems Misha has skillfully caught it in midair again. Turn left. Following Miller's command, we changed direction. Then, for Baikundas appear in the distance. In reality, Misha, Miller, and I could handle them by ourselves now. But saving even a second of time is preferable. Dwaki. Responding to my call, Dwaki, who had dismounted from the dwarf's back, casted a spell. Whoosh! Frost Storm. A level 7 attack spell that deals damage over a wide area rather than focusing on single target damage. Originally, it was used for mob monsters of level 8 or 9, or in combination with Misha. Me. A blizzard reminiscent of hail shoots across the passage, freezing the 4 by Kundu's solid. A level 6 monster receiving a frozen status from a single spell, beyond just frostbite. However, since the status would dissipate in a few seconds. Crash. I quickly smash them with my mace and continue moving. And when we need a break, we lie down in the corridor to catch our breath, repeating this process as necessary. During our third break, the time came. Puff, Bjorn, aren't we rushing too much? I don't think we need to be this hurried. The dwarf breathes heavily, cautiously voicing his long-held complaints. It was somewhat expected. I keep feeling this ominous premonition. So, please just trust me this one time. It was the first request I had made. Everyone reluctantly agreed. But, well, you do have a good intuition. I don't mind. And Bjorn, don't think this makes us even for that favor. I plan to repay you properly later. Over time, doubts must have arisen. I think we've done enough. It seems far-fetched that they knew about this place. Tia more likely that they stumbled upon this place, just like us? Even if that were the case. If you're worried about the marks we left, can't we just slow down now? Even if there are plunderers, they won't be able to find us in a place like this. Are they really plunderers? The idea that they would seek us out to harm us seems almost delusional. To be honest, I don't even understand why you're so sure that heading this way will lead to an escape route. Above all, the boss room, or rather, what guarantee is there that the escape method lies in that place not even marked as a boss room? I don't have any complaints. You know? Really? Yeah. All valid questions. They haven't experienced what I have. Hidden pieces aren't that special. Just look at Jinsha we met in the glacier cavern before. We used a hidden piece to open a rift. Also, in Ghostbusters, information about hidden pieces spreads monthly. Bjorn, you're not quite yourself today. Even if everything you say is true, can't we just fight back? The dwarf tried to persuade, but that was the biggest problem. The Guardian of Balance is in effect? That changes nothing. Even if our abilities are equalized, there is a difference in the essence of skill levels and numbers. And the gap widens further when including items. We'd definitely lose if we fought. This was the source of my anxiety. Thump. A lion doesn't need to think when facing a rabbit. But what about the rabbit? We don't have time for this. If everyone rested, let us move. When faced with a lion, the rabbit must run. Larkaz maze. In a stone chamber with paths leading in 4 directions, a man stands in the center and murmurs. The man removes the hood covering his face and approaches the wall, carefully sliding his hand across it. We've finally entered. His lips twisted into a sinister smile, distorting the scarred skin on his face. Yet anyone could see. Oh God, why bestow wings upon such a vile man? A lament, as if questioning, came from an old man dressed in a black priestess robe, closing his eyes. Is this truly your will? He sighs, casting a meaningless question into the void, the only action the old man could take. Old man, should I rip out your tongue? Why should I fear? The pain of the flesh is nothing. I meant your grandson's tongue, of course. The old man's lips seal shut, and the man chuckles, turning his gaze to the floor. At the end of his gaze lay a middle-aged scout, crumpled like a shrimp, drenched in cold sweat, his lips quivering as he let out a pained moan. Ugh. Look at him, losing just one arm and making such a fuss. The man snickers, looking at the scout's severed shoulder. Who could have known that after a year of searching, there would be such an easy way into this place? To think sacrificing just one arm of a rank 5 scout would reveal the entire path. The demon god sure has a sense of humor. Was he not your companion? Companion? He was just useful, so I kept him around. Hey, get up now, will you? We're late and running out of time. The man places his foot on the scout's waist and shakes him, causing deep wrinkles to form on the old man's brow. Enough. You've offered a part of your body to the demon god. The pain must be unimaginable. Old man, that's enough. The man's cold voice makes the old man flinch. His clenched fist trembles with suppressed rage, but that was all. Disgusted by his own cowardice for merely standing by in the face of evil. Yet the old man had something he needed to protect. Probably the scout felt the same. I'm fine, high priest. Struggling to his feet while clutching his empty shoulder, the scout manages to stand. The man nods, satisfied, but then his expression changes as if realizing something, clenching and unclenching his hand. Crack. He knew about the Guardian of Balance. But even considering that, the changes in his body were inexplicable. Old man, notice anything different? Like divine power? It's diminished somewhat. Diminished? Not increased? Are you sure? Quite sure. The man swiftly turns his gaze to the scout. And you, scout? Including my soul power, my overall physical capabilities have diminished. I see. The man smirks bitterly, staring down the corridor. The notion that even a level 5 scout would weaken to such an extent was surprising. Some rats must have gotten in here first. His eyes, lit by the flickering torches, suddenly exuded a chilling gleam. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 136. Emotions are contagious. When we see someone close to us crying, it makes us sad, and when we see them laughing, it makes us happy. The same goes for the emotion of fear. You think, it can't happen to me, but then you see someone else who is constantly anxious and you can't help but wonder if maybe it could. That's just how humans are born. When you keep saying things like that, it really starts to feel like such an event might actually happen. But being a little bit cautious won't hurt. As I wiped the smile off my face, my teammates gradually began to feel the reality of the situation. For me, this was a welcome development. Of course, Rotten Miller's words were decisive. I still can't fully understand it with my head. But somehow, since a while ago, I've had this feeling that if we don't follow what you're saying, something very bad is going to happen. Rotten Miller, who had consumed the essence of a mimic, possesses a sixth sense stat. And our team halfling has received quite a lot of help from that stat on numerous occasions. And when he suddenly says something like this, the weight carried by his words changes everything. Bjorn, this is not the time to dawdle. Let's move, Naya. Ha ha ha. Yes, that will be better. Just one more day of hardship, right? It felt somewhat anticlimactic. They would dismiss my words as just a feeling, but at Rotten Miller's single sentence, they were completely convinced. Well, I also became more anxious after hearing what he said. Sixth sense is, after all, just a sixth sense. But then, isn't it the case that our overall stats have massively increased due to the unwelcome guest? Phew, I really need to prepare myself mentally. The shroud of ominousness peels away layer by layer, revealing itself. While I hope all this is just my imagination, deep down, I know that it's unlikely. My heart tightened a bit more. But nothing changes. I just do what I can, right now. Let us move again. After a brief rest, we resumed our movement. Despite increasing my pace, none of my teammates showed any sign of displeasure and followed behind. We ran through the maze for a long time in heavy silence. Thinking about it now, Bjorn, you might be similar to me. Suddenly, Rob Miller started a conversation. Similar? What do you mean? While I gained this ability through the essence, it's possible you were born with a good sense or something like that. I never thought about it that way. Certainly, it's not an unreasonable idea. Dungeon Stone was a game where when you choose a character, the base stats were set randomly within a certain range. The Sixth Sense's base value was set from 0 to 50, wasn't it? Considering that the Sixth Sense stat attached to the essence of a mimic was only 50, it was one of the stats with a relatively high maximum base stat. It wasn't a main stat like strength, so people didn't usually recreate their characters just to increase their intuition. I've always thought, but you always had a sharp edge somewhere. Right? Like that time you took down Alicia. Everyone was panicking because she was a priestess. Is that so? Now that everyone says so, I start to think that it might really be possible. As I mentioned before, humans are such beings. It's also possible that my character Bjorn's Sixth Sense stat was inherently high. But now is not the time to worry about this. Enough, just make sure to follow properly. Deciding to think about this later, I focused on making our way through. After all, there's a priority in everything. Therefore, with a swing of my mace, whizzing out ice spears, slicing through the necks of Baikundas, we continued to advance. 5:13, 21 days have passed since starting the exploration. We've been running almost non-stop for 12 hours after defeating the Baphomet. Huff, huff, huff. The breath from my nose and mouth is hot. And this must be the same for them. I checked on my teammates for the last time. They all looked tired and fatigued. Well, it's only natural since, despite the increase in stats, we haven't had proper sleep for 2 days. But the end is now in sight. If we turn here, it's the end. At the end of a long straight corridor, we arrived at our destination. A giant stone chamber, not a cramped maze-like corridor. Click dash. The moment we entered, iron bars came down at the 3 entrances connected to the stone chamber. Arg, we're trapped. Everyone stay alert. We don't know what will come out. Despite the unexpected situation, everyone quickly regrouped and prepared for battle. Naturally, our gaze was drawn to one place. That was the only place something could emerge from. Surely a level 4 monster 1T come out, right? An imposing stone door on one side. The master of the labyrinth senses the challenger's dot. Soon, the geometric patterns engraved there began to glow and open. And then, rumble, rumble, rumble. A giant figure of about 4 meters. A massive body that matched its height. Horns protruding menacingly above its head. Short brown fur that barely covers the veins and muscles, and hooves supporting its hefty thighs. Kwong Dash, a monster, with a unique roar, reveals itself through the fully open stone doors. The final boss of the Larkaz maze. A minotaur. Misha recognized the monster instantly, as it was quite famous. A level 5 monster minotaur, though not a level 4 monster as Misha had feared. If we're being precise, it's about a 4.5 grade. This one is different from the usual minotaurs. A named creature with its unique name, Larkaz. In other words, a superior mutant that possesses skills of other entities. Dash. The moment it took its first step towards us, everyone noticed something off. And how could we not? It was clear that the minotaur was using skills that are not typical for its kind. The moment it let out a short breath and raised its arms above. The master of the labyrinth, Larkaz, has cast burning hide. Huge flames covered its skin. Whoosh! The searing heat could be felt even from 30 meters away. Everyone was stunned. Wait, it can control fire too? This can't be. There was nothing like that in the books. Then it must be a mutant variant like the Baphomet we encountered in the room where the map was hidden. Dwaki, with a look of realization, quickly shared the information. It's Ifrit. It must be Ifrit's ability. He was right. After months of reading nothing but labyrinth-related books, he finally showed his worth as a mage. Well, there was no time for compliments. It seemed as if the creature was wondering, what are these guys up to? And charged towards us. With its heavy footsteps. Kwong dash! Kwong dash! It was a bizarre sight to see a 4-meter-tall monster wrapped in flames moving towards us. But of course it couldn't compare to Ryaki's. Bethel Raya! I charged forward with a battle cry. Tot! The distance closed rapidly. As soon as I entered its attack range, a colossal double-edged axe came crashing down overhead. Kwong dash! So this is the extent of its power. I smirked as I felt the weight transmitting through my shield. It seems there's no need to use gigantification after all. As expected, burning hide was manageable. Whoosh dash! Even as the searing flames flickered right before my eyes, there was no significant damage. Just a bit warm, really, thanks to the flame resistance from the level 3 of the immortal engraving I had. Of course, staying in this situation would be a different story. The character has received fire damage. The amount of damage will increase over time. The more the fire damage stacks, the stronger its effect becomes. Similar to how meat will cook if left in hot water for days on end. However, there is a simple solution to this. life.Dwaki casts level 8 enchantment magic, Cold Blood. The character's resistance to fire greatly increases. Dwaki's magic seeped into my flesh, cooling down my overheated body. I was a bit surprised. I didn't expect him to cast a spell without my order. Do people really learn through experience? It feels like just yesterday, when he couldn't even properly hit with Ice Spear. Let me help. Naya, it's not hot anymore? After a moment's hesitation at the sight of the blazing flames, the buff dwarf and Misha joined the fray. And then, Hikarad Murad casts Lightning. Misha Kalstein casts Poison Infliction, applying lightning, slashing at the thick skin with a sword, and even infusing it with deadly poison, etc. We easily toyed with what was supposed to be the final boss. Of course, the creature furiously fought back, swinging its fists, feet, and axe. It also used its unique skills generously. But nothing changed. The creature was too slow to catch Misha, and it lacked the strength to overpower me and the dwarf. Amidst this, magical support continued. life.Dwaki casts level 8 Curse Magic, Deterioration. life.Dwaki casts level 9 Curse Magic, Slowda. life.Dwaki casts level 7 Curse Magic, Softening. Dwaki's magical support, which would normally have knocked him out from mana exhaustion. Magic support from Dwaki, who would normally have been knocked out by simply casting Cold Blood due to mana depletion. Rotmiller stood by Dwaki's side to protect him if needed, but that situation never came. How could it, when it couldn't even break through a single tank? Kwong dash. It didn't take long. Soon, Misha severed the creature's Achilles tendon, and its massive body crashed to the ground, ending the battle as she plunged her sword deep into its brain. You have defeated the Minotaur. EXP +5. The creature's body dissipated into a swirl of light, scattering away. I checked the time immediately. 5:21. Not even 10 minutes had passed since the last time I checked. Somehow, this fact brought a strange sense of disappointment. How great would it be if we could keep this up even after we get out? If Team Halfling had a final form, it probably would have looked like this. A stable 2-tank setup. Based on this stability, a melee dealer who moves boldly and consistently delivers damage. A mage capable of high-level area and single-target damage, who can also cast support magic if needed. And in Scout that doesn't become a burden in battle. What am I thinking about? Such sentimental thoughts aren't like me. Especially when the real problem remains unsolved. I shook my head as if to clear away the unnecessary thoughts. And then I thought about what needs to be done right now to save even a bit of time. Quickly gather what we can and leave. Swoosh dash. As the light particles completely dispersed, everyone let out their own sighs. Ah, it didn't drop again. The Minotaur did not drop in essence. Well, it was a mutant variant but not a boss from a rift, so perhaps this was the more realistic outcome. If a yellow essence had dropped, it could have been quite useful for the latter part of our journey. But the real reward is elsewhere. I brushed off the disappointment and looked around. Click-clack dash. As if signaling the end of the boss fight, the bars at the passageway lifted. Isn't the portal opening? Why? Could it be a different mechanism from the rifts, Naya? Maybe. There's another monster besides the Minotaur. The trio spilled various speculations, unable to hide their panic. I was about to say something when Rod Miller spoke up. I have a feeling there is something in there. Why don't we check it out? Indeed, this gentleman has the innate qualities of a scout. All right, that place was left. Let us go check. Maybe the portal is open there. We then entered the space beyond the door from which the Minotaur had emerged. Of course, the portal that usually opens at the starting point wouldn't be here, but even in a rush, this is something we must take with us. A treasure that can't be bought with money. This place looks very suspicious. Inside, beyond the door, was a cave. Like the room of a mid-boss, a summoning magic circle was drawn on the floor. I can feel tremendous magical power coming from this item. Then we better take it with us. As Dwaki murmured, I picked up the jewel that was embedded in the center of the magic circle and put it in my backpack. Without any hesitation, we turned back outside. I dismissed Dwaki's advice to investigate further as ominous. After all, this was the end of the rewards here. Ugh, this has become troublesome. Who would be thought there'd be no portal here? Exactly. Rod Miller, wasn't there a blue dot marked at the center of that map? Could the portal have opened there? I was actually thinking the same. I have a strong feeling about it. Is this what being an intuitive scout is like? That's what I thought as I emerged from the Minotaur's cave. See, I knew it would be like this. The final boss room is generated at a random location within the labyrinth. And we rushed here as soon as we acquired the map, defeating the final boss in less than 10 minutes. But how we found this place so quickly isn't important. What has done is done. It must have been some kind of ability that led him here, not chance. Even in a place where a scout is useless, essences, items, and various other abilities still apply. Leaving aside my questions, I focused on what was in front of me. Look, old man, wasn't I right? If it weren't for the extra arm we cut off, we might have missed it, right? Thump dash. My heart raced wildly. The moment I first became aware of the intruder's presence, I had made a judgment. If there were 5 of them, the intruders operated on the 6th floor. 4 of them, the 7th floor. 3, then the 8th floor. And if there were only 2 of them, 9th floor. This was the conclusion I had drawn through the changes in my stats. So what was the truth? Regardless of my wishes, it was time to find out. Hey, Barbarian, shouldn't you be thanking me? You must have had an easy time catching it because of me. A man covered in burns from his face to his bare wrists. One person. I beg of you, please, take only what you want and let them go. An old man in black priest robes, speaking pitifully to the man. 2 people. And a middle-aged man, inexplicably following them with his arms severed. 3 people in total. Damn it. I discarded all the plans I had made in case we encountered them. From plan A to plan D. Hey, why aren't you guys talking? My instincts, honed through encounters with all sorts of bastards, were screaming. This wasn't the kind of guy those strategies would work on. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 137. Even though we haven't properly clashed yet. A tense vibration echoed in my eardrums. Thump, 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 thump. The heart of a warrior, sensing its natural enemy, pumps relentlessly, distributing oxygen throughout the body. It's a preparation that started before the mind could catch up, for the worst-case scenario that could unfold. Silently, in the settled silence, I only moved my gaze to check on my comrades. Everyone was frozen in place, just as they were walking. They must be sensing it, unconsciously, the ominous aura that the guy is emitting all over. Hello? The man frowns and speaks up again. Thanks to that, my mind calms down a bit. Golden time. The next few precious seconds should not be wasted idly. So, are you all going to just stay like that? I open my ears and gaze at the opponent. And with that, I quickly piece together information that could have been missed. Hey, Barbarian, you should be thankful, right? You got it easily, because of me. The guy knew about this space. That's why he headed straight for the boss room as soon as he sensed our presence. But it's too fast no matter what. Arriving at the same time as us, who had acquired the map. It would be impossible unless he found the exact route without any detours. How could this be possible? Or rather, to be precise, what kind of skill is that? I need to figure that out, because that is going to change my plan going forward. Looking back, the answer was in the previous conversation. If it weren't for the extra arm we sacrificed, we might have missed it. you know? An arm was sacrificed. Whose arm it was is obvious. It must belong to the unfortunate man behind. It must be a priest of Karui. There is a priest of Karui among them. That's a silver lining. If it was merely the ability of a scout that found the way, there would be no answer for what comes next. I beg of you, please, take only what you want and let them go. The old man, whom I presume to be Karui's priest, doesn't seem to have a cooperative relationship with the leader either. Could it be he kidnapped the priest and forced a job change? And the man who sacrificed his arm is in a similar situation? Time to take 3 breaths. Having calmly analyzed the situation, I open my mouth. After all, there's no time left. Well, it's okay. The leader began. Never thought I'd meet an explorer in a place like this. You're not mute, after all? My response breaks the silence, and he looks at me with interest. Okay, I bought some time. Do you happen to know how to get out of here? I casually asked what he knew. The more foolish I seem, the more he might let his guard down. What are you? Suddenly, a cold voice fills the air. What? What did I do wrong? A yellow turns on because of these bastards, not green? The look in his eyes is wary rather than curious or interested. Unintentionally, my eyes drift to the ring on his finger. It resembled a numbered item I knew. A ring with green, red, and yellow gems embedded, which I usually called a traffic light ring. Number 6111 Destiny Tracker. Green light for positive events. Red light for negative events. Yellow light for a mix of both, indicating such an event is nearby. The yellow light was clearly on. Shit, is this what they mean by mixed feelings? The yellow light means there's a slight chance I could get the upper hand. This is good news for me. The bad news is he knows it too. It's over. The only advantage of an underdog catching a stronger opponent off guard is gone. All because of that damned ring. Do you even know what this is? To make matters worse, he notices my brief reaction and openly reveals his true colors. Swoosh! A blue light emanates from the blade he draws from his waist. The wannabe blacksmith's mouth was the first to respond to its dazzling brilliance. Ah, a sword made of arc. Arc, a metal considered to be the ultimate material in this world, capable of overshadowing nearly any numbered item, categorized as a tier 6 material. I had secretly hoped for a large number of enemies for this reason. The higher the level of an explorer, the more extreme the difference in essence grades and numbers, as well as equipment. At least 9th floor. However, I faced the brutal reality without flinching. This was not a clan of dozens of people. Assuming skill-matched equipment, he was a powerhouse capable of operating on the 9th floor with a group of 5. He must have at least 8 essences, all of them above level 5. Barbarian. At this point, stats and abilities seemed meaningless. Hand over the items you obtained inside. He was at a level where he could slice all 5 of us without needing any priest's help. If you don't want to die. But I decided what action I needed to take to survive. So, are you talking about this? I pull out a gem obtained from the boss room and hold it in my hand. Originally, this was Plan D, giving up everything they demanded in exchange for our lives. As expected, you had it. Now, hand it over. Then I'll let you go alive. I silently stared at him. As the silence stretched, my comrades began to speak up one by one. It's okay. Just give it to him. We don't even know what it's for anyway. I agree as well. It's better to avoid a fight if possible. Their words were worthless. This gem was the only reason we were still alive. Make a deal with a madman who kidnaps priests and forces conversions? That doesn't even make sense. Actually, as I cautiously began to speak, all eyes focused on me. He also quietly observed me. A sneering smile appeared on his lips, as if he already knew what choice I would make. So I smiled back. Oh no, I'm so hungry. What? The moment he was startled by my sudden outcry, I didn't hesitate to shove the gem into my mouth. And, gulp, I forcefully swallowed it. Shoving a gem the size of an orange down my throat was painful, but what does it matter? That kind of pain goes away in a few seconds. Burp dash. A burp escaped me as I fought back the urge to vomit. That's when everyone snapped back to reality. What have you done? He asked with murderous eyes glinting. I just felt like it. I answered. A brief silence followed. He looked at me as if wondering what kind of lunatic I was. Weren't our team members not much different? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Not caring about others' opinions as much as earwax and simply doing what needs to be done. Isn't that the tradition of the barbarian tribe? Barbarian, don't think you'll die easily. He charges at me with a speed that doesn't seem to match equal stats. Swoosh. Whether it was worth its price or not, his longsword cut through my shield without any resistance. His intention was clear. He planned to kill me and then cut open my stomach to retrieve the gem. So, what's he going to do about it? I put pressure on my shield to direct the path of the incoming blade. Not towards the outside, but towards where my stomach was. Realizing my intention, he hurriedly withdraws his sword. He must know as well that the durability of the gem I swallowed isn't that great. Did you plan this all along? I didn't deny it. This was plan E, replacing all discarded plans. Burp. Damn it. Now it's really do or die. His eyes are rolling, looking for an opportunity. If he could slice off my head in one go, then next he could just cut open my stomach and take what he wants. But no chance. I thump my stomach with my fist as big as a watermelon. Thump, thump. Each time my hand swung, his eyes twitched, worried that the item in my stomach might get damaged. I just felt a bit bloated, that's all. Crazy. It was a relief to hear such words. No one avoids walking on fallen leaves in autumn. But what about trash? You might step on it by accident, but nobody steps on it knowingly. So, thump dash. I stopped thumping my stomach. Plan E's essence lies in not crossing the line while seemingly about to. It seems the warning was sufficiently conveyed. What do you want? He attempts to start a conversation. Already sheathed his sword, not wanting to provoke me further. Yeah, this item is that important to you. Though I wanted to taunt him, I quietly moved with my teammates to the opposite corridor, getting straight to the point. Give us one day. Just one day. You're not begging for your life? He looked at me as if he found it curious. It's not incomprehensible. Anyone in a similar situation would have probably begged him in that manner. But I don't beg for life like that. To be precise, I don't engage in meaningless acts. Give us one day. A day's reprieve. I judged this to be the maximum he might agree to. Then I won't resort to such cowardly tactics either. How can I trust you? To his short query on my final offer, I pulled out the card I had prepared without a moment's hesitation. I swear on a warrior's honor. We've been tired for days without sleep. But if you give us just one day, I will face you fairly in battle. As if that was what I wanted from the start. As I revealed my fighting spirit, he quietly asked, skeptical, "Do you really think you can win?" I smirked. Can I win? Well, I still see the odds as slim. But what of it? Is that a reason to give up? I spoke my true feelings without pretense. He stared at me intently, and after a moment of silence, he finally gave his answer. 12 hours. His voice was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. I'll give you 12 hours. That was his final line. Don't think the same trick will work when the time comes. His determination not to release us, even if it meant giving up the item, was clearly visible in his eyes and expression. So, I let out the breath I had been holding. 5:40? I had gained the most crucial thing, time. I'm running through the maze. The formation is slightly different from usual. Miller and the dwarf are at the front, and I'm following them from the rear. The reason is simple. For a simple reason. It really doesn't seem like he is following us. Miller said so, but who knows how long he'll keep his promise. I have to watch my own back. So, what do we do now? Miller asked from the lead. No, it wasn't just him. Bjorn, are we really going to fight? It doesn't seem like a good choice. You saw it too, didn't you? Your shield being sliced through like mud. The doubts and concerns they had been holding back were now directed at me. They had left everything to me before, but now they seem to be worrying. But as of today, democracy is over. We don't have time to gather everyone's opinions and persuade them to move forward. Hikerod, Misha, Miller, Dworki. I called out their names, and I asked them. I might say, or command something you don't understand going forward. But can you trust me one last time and follow me? Of course, Naya. Aside from Misha, the other three didn't respond immediately. However, I believe in the image I had shown them over the months and waited silently. The first to speak was the dwarf. If it hadn't been for you in the blood-tinted castle, I would have been dead by now. I trust your judgment. The second was Dwaki. I feel the same. Bjorn, I will believe in the destiny of a hero you carry. The destiny of a hero. The speculation that came with my nickname, the Little Balkan, spread throughout the city, something even the shaman had mentioned to me. It felt strange hearing such serious words from them, but, well, it's probably for the best, given the current situation. When we faced him, I could only tremble in fear, unable to do anything. The last to speak was Miller. Whatever you say, I will trust and follow you. I felt a deep trust in his brief words. But without time for sentiment, Miller continued. However, separate from this, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? If my guess is right, he is truly dangerous. Do you have information? I asked eagerly, and Miller replied. A long time ago, I heard about an explorer who uses an arc-steel longsword. Rumor has it he was cursed by a dragon, his body covered in burns. Wait, so who is he? Unlike me, who was only more puzzled, the trio seemed to have someone in mind. A dragoness curse? Could it be? Dragon Slayer? Miller, are you talking about the Dragon Slayer? If that is the case, does that mean he is a member of Orcules? Hearing the trio's urgent exclamations, I frowned. I still didn't know who this Dragon Slayer was. But, Orcules. The ancient word in this world, meaning the witch si. I had acquired knowledge about this group from books early on. A gathering of madmen who go around saying their goal is to kill the king. But they couldn't just be dismissed as mere madmen. The fact that they continued for decades despite their madness proves the strength of each member. The royal family has offered a huge bounty, yet only 7 have been taken down so far. I've gotten entangled with someone far more troublesome than I thought. Despite the bitter taste in my mouth, one thought became clearer. Running away is not the best solution. That is a famous saying, isn't there? So, what should we do now? After receiving the map from Rotten Miller, I designated our destination. We're going here. There is no paradise for those who run away. At least not this time. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 138. The Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagos. A member of the dragon tribe who received the dragon's curse after killing the ancient dragon who served as the chief of his tribe. He disappeared after the incident, but about 10 years ago, he emerged as a member of the Orcules, attacking the fairy tribe's sanctuary alone. His primary weapon is a long sword made of arc steel, nicknamed the Dragon Slayer Sword, and he has a total of 6 confirmed essences. 3 of level 5, 2 of level 4, and 1 of level 3. Judging only by the known essences, he is close to a typical brute force swordsman. Since all his skills are in the form of self-enhancement, as long as he has the right equipment, there is no such thing as a bad matchup for his class. Well, that was information from 10 years ago, so things might have changed. But the likelihood of that is slim. How could a criminal possibly erase his essence? So, he crawled all the way here because of this one item. By the way, the most worrying part, the dragon speech, the unique skill of the dragon tribe, is said to be sealed due to the dragon's curse. That was somewhat relieving to hear. Honestly, knowing he was of the dragon tribe had me pretty scared. That is all I know. Got it, thanks? That was very helpful. Having learned the enemy's information through Rotten Miller, I calmly organized my thoughts. Of course, while running towards our destination. Dash. First off, the Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagos. An unexpectedly big fish. If it weren't for the Guardian of Balance, the gem, and everything else would have been irrelevant. My head would have been cut off before I even realized it. Dash. Feeling an inexplicable chill, I checked the time. 8:57. It's been about 3 hours since we encountered him. Meaning, in 9 hours, our game of tag begins. Of course, this is assuming he keeps his promise. 12 hours. It's frustratingly insufficient. My bold stance, coupled with the warrior's oath. Perhaps he agreed to the deal out of curiosity, or thinking he had nothing to lose. But, if it weren't for that damn ring, he might have coolly waited a day. 24 hours and 12 hours are worlds apart. Enough time to prepare, and even rest at the end. Nothing ever goes smoothly. A sign naturally escapes, but I gather my will. Goblin traps, a psychopathic bitch, the blood-tinted castle, which has forest, the lair lord, and so on. Clearing the mind of the hopelessness of the past. I focus solely on my goal. To survive. If possible, all of us together. Absolutely. Bjorn, we arrived. When my thoughts reached that point, Ron Miller stopped walking. There was a dead end ahead. The closest corner in the 11 o'clock direction from where the boss room was located. Simply put, the location of the second mid-boss. Click whir. Rotten Miller operated a mechanism, and a wall slid aside, revealing a hidden space. Whoosh. Stepping forward, torches lit up the stone chamber. The only difference from the 7 o'clock corner, where Baphomet appeared, was one. Ugh, I think that place was better. Instead of a goat's head, a mountain of corpses with their eyes gouged out filled the chamber. I braved the stench and dropped a drop of blood on the magic circle. The maze's demon detects blood. Okay, we've obtained one thing. You have defeated Argos. EXP +5. Bonus for killing a superior mutant. EXP +1. Larkaz's maze contains many hidden spaces besides the mid-boss rooms. The rewards vary greatly. There might be one-time consumables hidden, or rare monsters may appear. Well, what I need is something else. This time a dud again? After defeating Argos, we focused on searching around for hidden rooms. Going after another mid-boss wasn't feasible due to time constraints. For my plan, I needed to find that room. Well, we're doing a pretty good job finding them, though. With Rob Miller leading the way and seriously looking for hidden rooms, we found one every 2 hours. Thanks to the heightened sixth sense stat due to the Dragon Slayer party entering, Rob Miller was uncanny at spotting things we would otherwise have passed by unnoticed. The problem is that the room I wanted to see appeared yet. 5:30. As time passed, it was nearing the end of the 12 hours I had promised him. Wait, stop. I have a strange feeling. Rob Miller halted the group and, after examining the walls around us, found a hidden room. A small stone chamber of about 4 square meters with neither monsters nor hidden treasure inside. After checking inside, I closed the chamber again. We found it. Finally, the first set of preparations for my plan was complete. So I stopped the group and took a break. Everyone rest for a bit. I'll keep watch. Rest? What is so special about this room, Nat? I'll explain everything if we make it out alive. Just follow my instructions for now. Understood. The dwarf dropped his questions at my firm tone. Not so much dropped, but rather decided to trust me and not ask further for the time being. Sigh. As my weary companions fell asleep, I let out a long sigh. Thinking about how to explain things to Rod Miller already gave me a headache. From summoning the mid-boss with a drop of blood to this moment, there were too many parts that wouldn't be satisfied with a simple I read it in a book. Anyway, I'll think about that later. I take another deep breath, clearing my mind of future worries. I'll figure out a way to explain it. Yes, as long as we can survive and return. I focus solely on the present moment, organizing my last thoughts. You said there was a portal in the center, so why aren't we going there, Naya? The reason for not heading towards the portal is simple. He would surely be there during the 12 hours. If we went, and he thought we were fleeing, the precious 12 hours we gained would be wasted. I judged it was better to use that time to prepare. But he must be starting to look for us by now. The promised 12 hours are up. Fortunately, the initial preparations were completed on time, allowing us a moment of rest before he arrives. However, the situation remains grim. The success rate is less than 10%. That's the cold, hard estimate of our chances. It makes sense considering only 6 of his essences are known. The remaining 2 or 3 shrouded in mystery add variables, not to mention the biggest obstacle being the High Priest of Karui. Therefore, crack. I pulled out the brilliantly red gem and held it in my hand. After swallowing it as a hostage and using gigantfication to spit it out once it was safe, this was the item. The final reward of Larkaz's maze, and the very item that the worst criminal known as the Dragon Slayer desperately sought after. Restrained desire. I didn't want to use it if possible. This item would be most effective when applied to a level for Guardian Essence. But if I'm going to die anyway, I want to be able to use it. I guess I have no choice but to use it. I made my decision. What lies ahead I too cannot predict. And this item, if not now, I want to be able to use it. The calm before the storm, this quiet moment, will soon come to an end. It's better to make all the preparations we can in advance. Because when the time comes, there might not be any time to wish we had. It's a bit of a shame, but I put strength into my hand. Crack! The gem split, emitting a dazzling red light. The next moment I came to my senses. The character has used restrained desire. The character is transported to the room of balanced. I found myself standing in an unfamiliar space. Whoosh! A flame lit up, illuminating the space. I took a step forward and looked around. Thud! A stone chamber reminiscent of the Sky Tower. The floating flames flickered faintly, illuminating 3 stone doors on the edge. Fascinating. So this is how it actually works. In the game, you just press keys to make a selection, and that was it. Please select the essence you wish to replace. I carefully observed the unique murals drawn on each stone door. They weren't colored, but they weren't hard to recognize. Thud. A hideous creature, its rotting arms and legs moving in a tight clump. That must be the corpse golem. Something in human form with pointy fangs and razor-sharp nails, its eyes made with a blood-red gem. That's a vampire. A muscular warrior screaming with a giant flag as the background. That must be the orc hero. Each door represented one of the 3 essences I had absorbed so far. There were no instructions, but it was clear what I had to do. Opening the desired door would replace the corresponding essence. Restrained desire is such an item. A gacha-type item that replaces a level 4 or lower essence with a random essence of the same grade. Thud. I walked towards one of the doors without hesitation. After all, I had already decided what to choose. Orc hero. Of course, not this one. Although it's a level 5 essence, it's part of my final combination, a core essence. Corpse golem. Pain resistance was surprisingly useful, but truthfully, based on abilities alone, it wasn't much help to me. So, I had been saving it to erase once I filled up on essences. But I passed on this too. It would be wasteful to apply restrained desire to a level 7 essence. Vampire. Soon I was standing in front of the stone door with a vampire-esque image on it, and I reached out to it. A skill set and stats that match a tank. Moreover, it was a rare essence with all 3 skills attached, obtained after defeating a Rift Guardian. Restrained desire has its hidden elements. You have selected the vampire-esque essence. It has a guardian essence. The grade of essence you can select has been upgraded. Offering a guardian-esque essence as a sacrifice allows for the selection of a higher grade essence. Simply put, sacrificing a level for guardian essence enables the acquisition of a level 3 essence. That bastard must have come for this too, considering he came all this way just for this item. I was the same when I played the game. When I consumed a Guardian Essence that was high grade, but didn't suit my character, I headed to Larkaz's maze to try my luck with the gacha. I never thought I'd have to use this item, with a level 5 Guardian Essence that was good enough for me. Sigh. I moved on, erasing any regrets, through the open door. Before I had taken a few steps, the straight corridor ended, and flames lit up, revealing 3 stone doors. Whoosh! True to the concept of balance, the 3 stone doors each depicted a physical, mental, and supernatural type monster. Up to here, it wasn't unusual. But what is this? This is an essence that no one else possesses. The Guardian of Balance recognizes its rarity and offers new selections accordingly. As I examined the murals closely, I froze. The first option was this: a skeletal mage holding a staff in one hand and a casket with a red gem in the other. A level 4 monster, Lich. A typical ability monster possessing a passive skill, soul casket, and several destructive active skills. This far, there wasn't a problem. Only the gem embedded above the door didn't make sense. Rainbow colored? Just a second ago, the corpse golem had a black gem, and the orc hero had a green gem embedded. So, I thought this represented the color of the essence. But rainbow colored? The same color as the gem above the door of the vampire, which was a Guardian Essence. So, did another Guardian Essence appear? I quickly checked the other doors as well. A level 4 monster, the Giant Soul Soldier. A spectral monster with stats focused entirely on mental attributes, lacking physical strength or agility. Again, the color of the gem implied a Guardian. Of course, up to here, it could have been passed off as luck. Very rarely, but Guardian Essences did appear as options. But this can't be a coincidence. After checking the last option available to me, the physical type monster confirmed, I had to admit, this wasn't luck. There were elements in the game I still didn't know about. Whoosh! The gemstone reflected in the flickering flame was red, meaning it wasn't a Guardian Essence. But in the current situation, what did that matter? Thud. I walked towards the door as if enchanted. It was unbelievable. The mural on the door represented only one thing. Thud. A level 3 monster. And a boss-level monster that operated alone at that. Simply put, a monster that requires a party of 3rd and 4th rank explorers to have a chance of victory. A monster that boasted the highest physical capabilities among terrestrial monsters. Ogre. Without hesitation, I opened the door. Hallelujah. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 139. Episode 139, Awakening 2. The essence of the ogre permeates the soul of the character. Strength increases by plus 140. Magic resistance increases by plus 80. Physical resistance increases by plus 40. All resistances increase by plus 10. Natural regeneration decreases by minus 40. Intelligence decreases by minus 20. As soon as I opened my eyes, I immediately checked the time. Fortunately, hardly any time had passed. Sigh, I rushed out just in case. After briefly watching my comrade sleep, I took out a knife. Then I sawed back and forth across the back of my hand. Scratch, scratch, scratch. After pressing hard and going back and forth about 10 times, a single drop of blood slowly emerged. Looking at the wound that wouldn't heal, I finally realized it. The concept of my character had changed in an instant. Squeeze. I clenched my fist in the air. The change in my physique was clearly perceptible, though not as stark as when I had absorbed the essence of an orc hero. But that's understandable. The vampire essence was gone, and Guardian of Balance was still in effect. I'll only truly feel how much my strength has increased once I go outside. While illuminating the passage ahead with a torch, I took a moment to weigh the pros and cons. Ogre. A level 3 monster with stats and skills that would make any tank ecstatic. However, its essence wasn't part of my final combination. It was a matter of practicality rather than unsuitability. Level 3 monsters are difficult enough to catch. And to get the desired active skill out of 7 possible ones, the difficulty of acquisition was just too high. If it were just for defense, there exists a level 4 monster, Steel Giant, which is more efficient than this one. However, the downside of the Steel Giant is that it can't use weapons. At this point, it was a matter of preference, whether to focus a little more on tanking or to take care of the damage as well. Since the performance stats difference between the 2 essences was minimal, most of the time I chose extreme tanking. I had decided that, given the effort involved in obtaining Ogre Essence, it would be more rational to focus on developing a damage dealer instead. The judgment was correct. As a result, I was able to open the original version of Abyss Gate that no one else could reach. But, technically speaking, the Ogre Essence is a bit better. The joy of this game is in flexibly changing the way characters are developed, a testament to a player's skill. It's not like the final combinations are set in stone, like this combination is this and this is that. Aside from the core essence, everything was up for grabs. It's a bit disappointing that it's not a yellow essence, but it won't change my cultivating strategy. It felt a bit surreal. I had hoped for Steel Giant as the best-case scenario when I replaced the vampire essence, but the result was something even better. What exactly are the conditions? Does having the vampire guardian essence mean I get a guardian essence with the possibility of a promotion that is 2 ranks higher? Pure curiosity. As a gamer, my curiosity was piqued, but I forcefully suppressed my thoughts. Is it 30% now? No, maybe 40%? I recalculated the survival rate according to the changed situation and meticulously envisioned a new combat style in my head. To increase the chances even by a little, what I could do at this moment. It might be better to go without armor. There is no way he wait until I'm ready. Like a knight sharpening his sword the night before the decisive battle. I refined my plans, searching for better options. The decrease in intelligence isn't as penalizing as I thought. With this much strength, I won't be overpowered. The detailed pieces of the plan interlock, forming a complete shape. Yet, as they do, my heart beats more fiercely. Thump dash. The future is like broken glass. No one can perfectly predict the outcome, just like when the Layer Lord was summoned. But perhaps because of that, thump dash, I wondered if there was more preparation I could do. Whether there was something I had thought about incorrectly. As if my life depended on it, I kept thinking about it without compromise. How much time had passed? Bjorn. Miller woke up and quietly called my name. It was time. I hurriedly woke up my comrades and then checked the clock. 9:47. About 4 hours had passed since we took the rest. In other words, there were about 38 hours left until the labyrinth closed. We're moving faster than expected. Surely, they must have a way to track us. I let Miller's advice go in one ear and out the other. It was information I already knew. If there was information I needed to engrave in my head right now, it wouldn't be that. Yes, it takes 4 hours from there to here. All the prerequisites for new plan A were satisfied. So, step. It was time to roll the dice now. Step, step. Footsteps bloom in the darkness at regular intervals. Something is coming towards us, breathing down our necks. Slowly, unhurriedly. Step. Soon, Vagos entered into our visible range. For the record, his companion was the poor, crippled guy. Maybe he was used as a sacrifice again, as evident by the blood dripping from one squinted eye. Too cruel. Why would someone do such a thing to their companion? While everyone frowned at the bizarre scene, I quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. So he did leave the priest in front of the portal. If he had come with us, it would have been hopeless. I was thinking just that when, step, Vagos stops walking, maintaining a decent distance. And then came a heavy silence. What? You're all still alive? He casually laughed and spoke. It was far from the reaction I had internally anticipated. I wouldn't have been surprised if he started by stabbing us in the belly with his sword. What now? I suddenly got my strength back, so I thought for sure one of you had died. With that statement, all the discomfort dissipated. So that was it. He is strangely docile. Vagos hasn't realized yet. He is thinking that restrained desire is still in my stomach. Well, from his point of view, it makes sense to think that way. Until he continued. All right, you must have consumed a Baikunda's essence or something. Even in this situation, Vagos suggested a new possibility. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect this guy to also make presumptive conclusions. Even if the power was divided among the 8 of us because of the Guardian of Balance, the increase from a Baikunda's essence was nowhere near powerful enough to explain the increase we'd experienced. He must have clearly felt it too. But he had already decided on the answer he wanted and was looking for evidence to support it, but there is no way he could reach the correct conclusion. Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagos. I added another note about the figure in my mind. Surprisingly, he was a positive character. But perhaps my laughter made him uneasy. Barbarian, you kept your promise, right? The figure drops his casual demeanor and asks me. I just stared at him without responding. A gesture that meant there was no need to speak. But apparently that wasn't enough for him. Where is it, that item? He asked me again, this time irritation evident in his voice. Despite trying to deny it due to the sunk cost fallacy, he was slowly realizing the truth. That he might have been fooled. Could it be you've already used it? He finally asked, and I responded. It wasn't intentional. What? Sorry. Just fiddling with it out of boredom. And then it broke, you know? Despite my sincere apology, he trembled like a leaf. He had begun to accept the truth. The warrior's oath. The one thing barbarians who consider their life as no more than a trifle have kept with dedication. That he had been deceived about it. You never intended to keep the oath in the first place. A tingling killing intent reached my skin. But, like a true K-barbarian from Korea, I stood my ground boldly. That's why I'm saying sorry, didn't I? By the time I heard his voice, his sword was already close. He had closed the distance in such a short moment. I was able to react in time, because, even as I provoked him, I closely watched his every move. Swoosh. I lifted my shield, but instead of blocking, boom dash, I struck with all my might against the blade. A countermeasure I created during the rest time by simulating a battle with him. It was an arc steel sword after all. Blocking would only result in my shield being pierced through. Dwaki. As I push Vagos back with overflowing strength. The pre-brief magic with Dwaki is fired. Lure whir Dwaki cast level 7 attack magic, Frost Storm. Fortunately, it seems he had finished the magic spell while we were talking. Whoosh dash. Sharp ice shards whirl through the passage, filling it completely. Even pressed against the wall to escape the range, the chill was enough to cause goosebumps. Ironically, at the end of the blizzard, I felt a strange warmth. It was clear without looking. Regal Vagos cast Furnace. A special ability of the level 4 monster, the Lava Giant. When activated, it grants immunity to cold and fire damage and significantly increases physical stats with a buff-type skill. I was a bit worried since it was information from 10 years ago. But of course he still had that. Sizzle dash. Without hesitation, I tore the scroll. It was obtained after defeating one of the mid-bosses, Argos, and, normally, should have been used to defeat the Minotaur. Target confirmed. Regal Vagos' essence of the Lava Giant is sealed for 48 hours. As the scroll burned away, the heat at the end of the corridor ceased. Okay, one level for essence down. But what about him? Whoosh dash. Soon, the blizzard that had frozen the entire corridor subsided. He was standing there unscathed, behind a translucent black veil, like a window pane, without any damage. Is this all you were relying on? He smirked bitterly at us. It wouldn't be surprising if he thought this ambush was our trump card. But what now? I never expected things to go this smoothly. The skill he just used was Dark Veil. And this skill wasn't on the list of essences Regal Vagos was known to have, according to Rob Miller. Thus, one of the variables we were wary of was confirmed. Only 1 or 2 unidentified essences remain. Of course, he could still possess other numbered items, so we must remain vigilant. Whiz dash! Without a moment to organize my thoughts, he lunged at me again. I tried to strike his blade with my shield as before, but he too was a learning entity. Whoosh dash! The shield cut through thin air. By the time I realized, a slight pain and the sensation of something foreign were transmitted from my shoulder area. Screech! Upon checking, the arc blade that could slice through a Lydianium shield like tofu had burrowed into my forearm. About 3 centimeters deep. In the moment our gazes crossed, I could see the perplexity in his eyes. He intended to slice off my arm entirely, but why had it only penetrated this far? The answer was simple. Right now, what's my physical resistance stat? The Ogre's passive skill? Iron Skin. Physical resistance is doubled, and against slashing attacks, it's doubled yet again, an insane boost. With the Guardian of Balance evening out stats, it was only natural that even an arc blade could be resisted. But, I didn't plan on showing this so soon. Until the perfect opportunity arose. I wanted to keep it hidden, blocking swords with my shield if possible. However, at his level, it would be possible for him to deduce what kind of essence S power this was from this alone. Head. Looking at his burnt scalp, I made my decision. The first proper attack skill I acquired that wasn't just an offensive move like the Flesh Explosion. I'm not sure why the skill name of someone nicknamed the Tyrant of the Forest is like this, but the character casts Swing. The destructive power of blunt weapons increases significantly in proportion to strength. Well, as long as the effect is good, that's all that matters. Whoosh! I swung the mace with all my might, surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 140. Swing. A skill that simply requires a strong swing, without the need for complicated imagery like other skills. Whoosh! This skill doesn't even have the usual effects like a glow over the weapon or a gust of wind. When I played the game, I was always a bit unhappy with this aspect. Skills are supposed to become more flamboyant and get cooler names as they level up. So why was this skill so plain? Today, I realized the answer. Even ogres were efficiency freaks. In reality, effects like these are hardly beneficial. They only serve to draw attention. And to an experienced enemy, it's like exposing your own information. This approach is actually more practical. And as if to prove it, Regal Vagos has cast Dark Veil. He uses a defensive skill. It's unclear why he chose the skill. Perhaps he thought this would be sufficient. Crack! The level 4 skill, Dark Veil, shatters instantly upon contact with my mace, unable to last even a second. It was to be expected, although it didn't have a grand name like Earthquake or Avatar of Wrath. Swing was a top-tier attack skill even among level 3 skills. Only then does he realize the situation and tries to dodge. Well, he should have dodged from the start. Thump! My mace succeeds in striking him on the shoulder, though not the head. He lets out a short groan and hastily creates distance between us. Tough. His dislocated shoulder hangs grotesquely. He quickly puts the sword in his mouth and moves his healthy hand to his pocket. probably to access his subspace. Most likely he is trying to get a potion. He thinks I'm a fool. I have no intention of giving him time to recover. Dwaki, use voice command. I quickly switched on the team voice and rushed towards him, and quickly gave out orders. Hikerod, Rotten Miller, you two protect Dwaki. Misha, stick close behind me. Of course, there is no time for lengthy talks, so I first reset the basic formation, and then carefully gave detailed instructions. Fortunately, my teammates accepted their tasks without any arguments. It started with Dwaki. Whoosh! The moment he dodged my mace with his nimble movements, a curse spell infiltrated his flesh. Whir Dwaki has cast level 9 curse magic slowness. To be honest, Dwaki had pulled his weight with just this spell, especially since that guy specialized in agility. You bastards! He didn't hide his anger and unleashed his full power. With the level 5 essence, advanced acceleration, and afterimage to boot, his agility stats have doubled in an instant. Tap tap. Due to the reduced cognitive ability, just following his movements was enough to strain my eyes. With the Guardian of Balance and the slowness applied, he is still this fast. It was a powerful reminder of what a monster he was, but I calmly continued to do what I had to. His arm isn't healing, so he probably doesn't have regenerative essence or numbered items. Gaining new information, I narrowed down the possibilities and focused on my role. Of course, my role was simple. Scrape, click, puff. Standing firmly in the middle of the corridor, taking hits spiritedly. Forget about dying gracefully. He threw a cold sneer at me. Indeed, with him going all out, it was impossible for me to dodge or block with my agility stats. Blocking his arc steel sword with my shield was futile. So, I took the hits directly. SSSSS. In an instant, my body was battered, and acidic blood flowed from the open wounds. The vampire essence was gone, so leaving it alone wouldn't cure it like before. However, this wasn't a problem either. When have I ever chewed on the enemy with teeth intact? Clang! Rotten Miller, who was covering the rear with his crossbow, monitored my condition in real time and threw a potion from the treasure vault. The medium healing effect regenerates the body. The Barbarian beginner mode. It's been a while since I've done this. Unlike me, who was filled with a strange nostalgia, the emotion in his eyes was of disbelief. But after seeing my expression, did he realize that I wasn't completely immune to pain? He muttered as if it was unbelievable. Crazy bastard. It seemed that despite his long history of traversing mazes, he had never encountered someone like me. It turned out to be a compliment for me. Of course, my response was with my mace. Whoosh! He dodged nimbly, but the support from the dwarf continued. Hikerod Murad has cast lightning. Hikerod Murad has cast discharge. An electric sphere shot at the perfect moment while he was on air. But he stepped off the wall and leapt again, managing to avoid it. However, I wasn't too disappointed. After all, the dwarf's real role wasn't this. I had only asked 3 things of the dwarf. Do you think gathering all the scum together will change anything? Vargos yelled. To assist from a distance using lightning discharge. To protect Dwaki in case of an unforeseen event. And Regal Vagos has cast Fear Imprint. To use an item at the right time. Hikerod Murad has activated Guardian-S Risk Guard. The level 4 monster Nightmare-S special ability, Fear Imprint, temporarily instills a strong fear in the enemy and converts that fear into physical stats for the user. Pushing enemies away forcefully, it temporarily grants immunity to all harmful effects placed on allies. Before the skill could be fully utilized, a gust swept through, clearing my mind. As expected, Guardian of Balance was not affected. Bethelrea! When he was pushed back, I quickly rushed towards him using Wild Burst. And then I brought down the mace. Whoosh dash! I didn't use swing, because it's obvious he would dodge anyway. Thud dash! Twisting his body to the side, he swung his sword at me. But then Misha, who was closely behind me, targeted his side. Pfft. The blade dug into his skin, shallow but definitely. He flinched and immediately glared at Misha, but she quickly moved to hide behind me. Nice. Exactly the movement I was expecting. He gritted his teeth and muttered, these bastards not knowing their place. Seeing another compliment burst forth, it seems my strategy had no issues. So, I maintained the current state. You are regenerated due to the effect of moderate healing. I take on the role of the meat shield. Dwaki, Rotten Miller, and the dwarf provided long-distance support. And Misha, whenever there is a chance of him being shocked or dodging my attacks, she jumps out to stab with her sword. Crack, screech, thud. Damage steadily piles up as the battle drags on. Don't even think about making it back alive. Eventually, he also used essences and numbered items that hadn't been revealed to the city. But nothing changed. Only the frequency of using potions increased. Not enough to turn the tide. Yeah, all talk. Anyway, he was indeed rank 9. The 9 essences he possessed were revealed. As expected, there was only one unknown level 3 essence. Well, obtaining a level 3 essence isn't easy even on the 9th floor, so it was only natural. Bjorn, that shining blade is coming again. I sensed that it was time to decide the outcome. After about a 30-minute battle, all of his cards were revealed. Continuing like this, there is a chance he might retreat momentarily and come back with the priest. Therefore, now, I dashed with all my might and reached out my hand. Tap! He slightly stepped back to create distance. He wasn't much different from the psychopathic bitch before, moving just enough to get the upper hand. Is this some kind of habit exclusive to the strong? I was thankful. The character has cast gigantification. As my body expanded, so did the length of my arms. I didn't miss and grabbed his neck. A look of urgency I hadn't seen before appeared on his face. After all, he wouldn't have known about gigantification, as I deliberately hadn't used it until now. It felt like all the hardships until now were being rewarded. Red light, huh? I sneakily checked his signal ring, and it was emitting light from a red gem. Therefore, I lifted my mace and couldn't help but shout, Bethel Rayewa, for that one opportunity. The decisive moment I had been silently waiting for. To become my ultimate technique from today on. With the stats inflated by gigantification in a state of wild burst. Swing. I swung the mace towards his head with all my might. I was certain that if this hit landed, everything would be over. Therefore, I could see it. Known as Onzel. Every change that occurred the moment his lips parted. The character's soul energy is insufficient. Gigantification ends. Strength drained from my entire body. Also, my level dropped suddenly, narrowing my field of vision. Kwang. The mace swung normally, striking the ground. Kie. Somehow escaping my grasp, the bastard spat out blood-mixed vomit. And watching this, I could only think of one thing. This damn guy. What exactly did he do just now? The answer came quickly. Shit. A unique skill that the dragon tribe is born with. The curse of the dragon that he was known to be unable to use. Regal Vagos has cast Dragon Speech, Silence of the Soul. It was the Dragon Speech, Guardian of Balance. This field effect equalizes the total sum of basic stats. And on top of that, he was fighting against 5. Even a level 4 essence was sealed. The Ogre Essence gave me a way around the trickiest Arc Steel Sword, and I made generous use of the consumable items I found in the hidden room. And even the finishing move at the right timing. I thought it was enough to take down even a rank 9 explorer. How pitifully mistaken. Despair can find anyone, anytime. For examples, being struck by a rare disease at a young age when one should be frolicking around. Losing a loved one in an accident while out enjoying oneself. Or the house you live in burns down. The mother who said she would be there tomorrow suddenly vanishing without a trace. All these are things that can happen in reality. Without any warning. Whether it rains or it's a sunny day. In an instant, it has the nature to visit someone. Just like this moment. Tui. And then, as if mocking the moment. Uft. Regal Vagos spits out blood-mixed saliva onto the ground. And picks up the Arc Steel Sword that had fallen to the ground. However, Fizz cracked dash. As if rejecting his touch, sparks flew from the sword. He frowned, forcibly grasped the sword, and then places it back into subspace. And, thud, he slowly started walking towards us. I struggled to lift my mace. The mace, which felt as light as a feather just moments ago, now weighed like a bar of iron. Thud. Without the need to wrap my head around it, the information came to mind. The character has fallen into a state of soul exhaustion. Soul exhaustion. A status condition that occurs when soul energy drops to 0%. I had hardly ever experienced this in the game. No matter how recklessly I used skills, my soul energy never dropped to 0%. All stats temporarily decrease by 70%. I realized then, suddenly, everyone has gone quiet. Haven't they? Plan A was a failure. And the cost of that? Well, I was about to find out. Thump dash. I was sent flying backward by his kick. Although I managed to block it with my arms, the impact resonated down to my bones. Bjorn! Misha rushes in, swinging her sword in an attempt to help, but she is far too outmatched. Like a master of martial arts, he wraps his arm around Misha's wrist, effortlessly disarming her of her sword. And then, he kicked Misha in the abdomen, sending her flying far away. Rottmiller's timely shot crossbow? It was cut in half by his sword before it even reached him. All this, just for these? He looked at us, murmuring coldly. That single sentence made my skin crawl, and my heart race erratically as if it had malfunctioned. Still, out of habit, my brain pieced together the clues. He probably doesn't realize. He wasn't in perfect condition either. Regardless of him spitting blood earlier, if he had been at 100%, my arm should have been broken by now. It seemed he couldn't use his sword properly either. Do you have any idea how much time I've wasted on the ground because of you? There were several positive aspects to consider. But even so, it wouldn't be enough compared to us. Amisha, try to regain your consciousness. A sobbing voice came from behind me, and he took another step toward me. Barbarian, don't expect a peaceful rest. Not even death will save you. This wasn't T, just a threat. I knew what the only level 3 essence he possessed was. Thud. The situation was desperately grim. What should I do? Escaping seemed impossible now. It was at that moment, with my mind filled only with such thoughts. Lure Dwaki cast level 8 attack magic. Ice Spear. 2 ice spears, with the same potency as before, are launched. 2 of them, no less. And they are even adjusted for trajectory. Whoosh dash. He twisted his body in panic, and barely deflected the other with his sword. Normally, he would have blocked it with Dark Veil, or easily shattered it with his sword. He struggled so much to block the magic. It dawned on me then. I couldn't understand why didn't he think of this right away, but wizards don't use soul energy. Meaning, the debuff from soul exhaustion didn't apply to them. Which means, right, I'll have to kill you first. We had to protect Dwaki. Everyone snap out of it, if we wanted to live. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 141. Hector Ludwig, a once revered high priest of the Church of Leetlas, an unfortunate old man who was kidnapped by a dragon slayer in his later years and forced to become the servant of an evil god. A star in the twilight may guide them. He stops in his habitual drawing of the holy symbol, hesitating because of the voice of the evil deity echoing in his head. Oh, hypocrite, do you still harbor vain hopes? He knows without having to be told. It's a vain hope, a hypocrisy. No matter the excuses, everything is the result of his own choices. If only that day, had he not succumbed to evil. If he had stood by his convictions and made all the sacrifices, like the great heroes in the legends, this man would not have ended up here. Many would not have faded away in despair, and the explorers he met today would have finished their expedition and returned to the city without incident. But, clenching his fist tightly with his wrinkled hand, it was a pointless thought or regret. Even if he could return to that day, he would surely make the same choices. And as if to prove it, whoosh, he stood in front of the portal, which was still glowing. To follow the Dragon Slayer's one and only instruction. To protect this place in case they escape here. I hope they do not come here. It was the only hope allowed to him. A hope so small that it could hardly be called a hope at all. But the evil god was not satisfied with this. Grow even more desperate. Long worn down by despair, he now lost even the will to solve problems. Like a slave happy to be whipped only that today, he resigned himself to a miserable reality. Choosing the lesser evil, comforting himself that it was the best option. He deliberately ignored that he had the means to end it all. Yet, as if still insufficient, the evil god says, "Oh, hypocrite, watch. The despair and pain because of you." A single voice, echoing in his brain. Soon, beyond his tightly shut eyelids, a scene unfolds. A barbarian and his companions fighting against a great evil. Against seemingly impossible odds. Bethel Raeaway, unlike himself, who resigned to his fate. "So, you're not running away." He looked at me and laughed as if it's ridiculous. I have no intention of being intimidated, so I force a smile on my face as well. As if running away would have earned me any mercy. The situation is very straightforward. Survive using the mage until the state of soul exhaustion ends. If this were a kind game, a message like that would have appeared. The duration of soul exhaustion is about 20 minutes. I have to hold on desperately until then. Oh, and by the way, running away is not an option. There is nothing more tempting to bite into than prey showing its back. Protect Dwak. I shout with all my might. Thud. He kicks off the ground as if he wanted to give me any time to react. His form accelerated instantly. In his hand, he held the Viper-S Fong stolen from Misha. Sigh. How did he even manage to steal that? I push away the bitterness and concentrate on his movements until the end. Crash. I block the Viper's Fong with my mace and judge the situation. With a jerk, my foot slipped backwards. This means I am being overpowered even in what I was most confident in, strength. Whoosh. The sword, swinging in a smooth arc, comes at me again. I hastily retreat, but I am still not fast enough to match his movements. This means the enemy also has the upper hand in agility. Sizzle. Acidic blood sprays from the open wound. So, Iron Skin doesn't work either. I was hoping it would be different since he couldn't use the arc steel sword. Iron Skin is a skill that becomes more efficient the higher the physical resistance. Home. Erasing any complaints, I swing my mace again. Sizzle. Not only does it fail to reach him, but my injuries also increase. Yet I swing my mace again, taking hits while giving my allies time. That's my role after all. Dwaki, when's the magic ready? It's prepared. But you two are too close. Just do it. Finally, the awaited ice spear is fired. As expected, the enemy quickly retreated. He must have decided it would be a loss if he got hit with me. Thankfully so. I also stepped back, moving out of the range of the ice spear. Without a moment to catch my breath, I reached behind me to grab a shield from my backpack. Since I can't use gigantfication anyway, without his arc steel sword, having a shield is more helpful in combat. I'd like to don a breastplate as well, but he won't give me that much time. I stop wishing for things I can't have. Not out of resignation, but to focus on what's desperately needed. Discarding what's unnecessary, and taking only what can be used. In that sense, one immediate piece of information to check. How's Misha? Looks like a bone broke and punctured an organ. We gave her a potion, so she should be fine soon. So, until then, it means we have to fight 1:4. It's a harsh reality, but thankfully, the one down isn't Dwaki. If Dwaki had been the one injured, we'd have no chance at all. Be careful. The enemy charged at us again. It seems he is not in the mood to wait leisurely. This is somewhat a positive sign. Right? You're in a hurry too. Though it was somewhat expected, this confirms my suspicion. He is not just suffering from a temporary status effect. I can tell by the way he comes at me like every second counts. Click. Before the soul exhaustion ends, he is also pushing himself to decide the outcome. Simply put, if we can hold out for 20 minutes, an opportunity will come our way. But surviving 20 minutes feels like an eternity. Time is not on our side. You might not know this, but we only have 4 potions left. Apart from the top grade, 1 medium, and 1 high grade. Given the current situation, it's clear they'll all be used up in a few minutes. Therefore, Bethel Reawea, I shout as loudly as I can, pushing forward with my shield and quickly dashing to swing my mace. Judging that we absolutely can't last 20 minutes by playing defensively. At least, not in the first few minutes. Tatat. If he creates distance, I immediately close it, focusing more on offense than defense. Regardless of whether Miller's arrow support comes or not. Whether Dwaki casts his magic or not. Are you trying to die together? I stick close to him like someone bent on mutual destruction, swinging my mace. This is what I call the barbarian ghost mode. Ironically, this tactic has minimized our injuries and prevented him from even thinking about approaching Dwaki, proving that the best defense is a good offense. TCH. He twists his body to dodge an ice spear, halting his stab at me, but unfortunately, he moves towards where a crossbow bolt is shot. Thwack! A monumental first hit. Although it didn't penetrate deep due to his physical resistance, hitting the thigh should restrict his mobility somewhat. But did he start to realize something? That's as far as easy goes. At this point, the momentum in his eyes changed. So, I quickly retreated as well. A man who has learned to give up in order to get something is dangerous in any field. You persistent bastards. A viscous killing intent oozes from his swung sword. It's as if he has unleashed his shackles. His sword, previously limited in trajectory for defense, now draws a free path with a single purpose. Well, the biggest change is yet to come. Whoosh! Even as an arrow grazed his shoulder, he pressed on me without flinching. And as a result, thwack! After several exchanges of blows, his blade deeply penetrated my abdomen. A wound that could lead to death if left untreated, thanks to the absence of natural regeneration. Your body is being regenerated due to the effect of medium healing. Miller used another potion. Now only 1 top grade and 2 high grade potions remain. To make matters worse, Tatat. I failed to stop him. Like performing some kind of acrobatics, he trampled over the swung mace and leaped over me. Fuck. I quickly turned around and reached out, but it was already too late. With another kick off the ground, he rapidly closed the distance towards the rear guard. Back off. The dwarf tries to protect Dwaki, but it's of no use. Especially without his key skill, counterweight. Crash. A single kick sent the dwarf flying like a football as he held his shield. Miller discarded his crossbow and swung his sword. Of course, it was futile. Thwack! The enemy easily parried Miller's sword and thrust a greenish blade into his abdomen. But as he tried to withdraw his sword, this is our property. Miller grabbed his hand, preventing him from pulling out the sword. Whoosh! Fortunately, an ice spear was fired just in time, causing the enemy to drop the sword and retreat. Thud! Soon after, Miller, having lost his support, collapsed powerlessly to the ground. The sword that had been stuck in his abdomen was nowhere to be found. The skill, treasure vault, of the mimic, which does not consume soul energy, to make it unusable by the enemy, to be of even the slightest help to the team. As long as he gets the potion in time, he can be saved. Despite my teammate's injuries, I remained calm. However, not everyone could do the same. What did you do to Miller? Misha, who was leaning against the wall recovering and hardly able to move, swung her sword at him, knowing it wouldn't reach. For just one purpose. Dwaki can't get to Ugg. Misha, caught by his foot, was slammed against the wall again. However, instead of heading straight for Dwaki, he quickly moved towards the unconscious Misha. His intention was clear: to deliver a finishing blow and steal the remaining sword as well. This damn thief. Didn't I say? It's ours. I swung my mace like I was swatting away a fly, and he jumped away from Misha. And then he sneered. Barbarian, you're not seriously thinking of still fighting, are you? What the fuck, asshole, of course I am. Instead of answering, I lunged at him. Whoosh! The enemy easily dodged and taunted. Do you really trust that scum? A guy whose magic ends with a few curses and an ice spear with a frost blast? Of course. What does it matter if it's a lower tier attack spell? If it hits the head, the outcome is the same. I'll buy as much time as needed until then. Dwaki. Thinking it was about time for another spell, I shouted with all my might. But what is this now? Shite. No magic comes. Royal Mage, whir Dwaki. His application to join a team with only 2 warriors was no accident. He wanted to seem special. So, he chose what he thought was the easiest option. With 2 warriors, a mage would seem more valuable, he reasoned. However, it didn't take long for his true nature to be revealed. My name is whir Dwaki, rank 8 mage certified by the royal family of Rafdonia. Thought you were something, but you were just trash. Trash. A being not even recognized as a mage by other mages. So, does that mean our team is a gathering of halfling? Better that way, we don't have to feel inferior looking at each other. Yet they accepted him, saying it was okay. They understood and said he was the same. It felt like redemption. For 25 years, maybe his life had been leading up to meeting them. But, do you really trust that scum? Apart from a few curses, all he has are ice spears and frost blasts? In the end, his nature hadn't changed. Even when the moment to shine arrived, he couldn't properly fulfill any expectations. No matter how much his magical power increased. He was a halfling mage. A halfling mage who couldn't even meet the expectations of his precious teammates. Yet despite that, get back. He was protected by a friend. This is ours. He couldn't save a smiling comrade who was stabbed with a sword. Dwaki can't get to Ugg. He couldn't protect the woman he loved. His mind went blank at that realization. He felt an unbearable helplessness, unable to breathe. If possible, he would have run away from this cruel reality right then. But it looks like the scum has already given up. Giving up is not an option. Maybe if he were alone, it would be different. But his precious comrades are still fighting, aren't they? Alone, trying to protect everyone. Barbarian, you know it too, right? That it's all over. Despite the enemy's taunting, he silently swings his mace, spitting blood in the enemy's face. Until the very end, he is still doing his best to respond. You've brightened up. Do you like your colleagues that much? As he began to chant, he recalled a conversation he had one day. It was a conversation he had with a master at the Mage Tower right after surviving the troll encounter. What? You want to learn magic that can kill a troll? Well, there is nothing, not exactly. That day, Dwaki paid a large sum of money to learn one particular magic. Or more accurately, a combination of magics. The master repeatedly admonished him to never use it, but thought acceleration. Cognition dramatically improves, making time seem to slow down. Magic amplification. The heart stimulates the inherent magic power, temporarily increasing output. Heart stimulation. Forcibly increasing the heart rate to spread magic power throughout the body, among other notorious mental and sensory spells known for their severe side effects. Thump, 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 thump. His heart races as if it's going to burst, circulating magic power throughout his body. Meanwhile, his mind is clearer than ever, and everything in front of him is sharp, feeling like he could do anything. What is its name? There is no precise name. It's a combination known through word of mouth. But if we had to name it, well, sacrifice sounds a bit off. Dwaki extended his hand forward. That is all he did. Right, awakening might be appropriate. The basic offensive magic missile. Dozens of arrows become light and shoot out. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 142. Awakening 5. 3 minutes have passed since Dwaki's magical support was cut off. Well, maybe less. But it felt like at least 10 minutes. I admit it, Barbarian. I've never met someone like you in my life. I never once looked back. Even if Dwaki was actually in a state of panic. I figured nothing would change. But maybe he found my attitude boring? Your soul, I'll put it to good use. So, die now. As if to say the game was over. He thrust a dagger he pulled from his waist at me. It came at such a perfect angle that dodging or blocking seemed impossible. The best I could do was choose the lesser evil. Twisting my body as much as possible, I offer my lungs instead of my heart. It would be a near-fatal wound, but I still had a top-grade potion left. Misha and the dwarf would wake up soon, and the soul exhaustion wouldn't last forever. That was the plan I devised in that instant. The dazzling light that poured down from behind me was whoosh! Dozens of magic missiles, curving and emitting a bright white glow, much like a torrential downpour, caused him to retreat in surprise. But like the dwarf, Rotten Miller, and Misha who confronted him, it was not a meaningful counter. Whiz! The arrows of light bent as if each had its own will, pursuing him. He stopped running away and began to deflect the arrows one by one with his small dagger. It didn't seem much different from scooping out river water with a bucket, but insane. Surprisingly, his actions were effective. Though he ended up like a porcupine with arrows piercing all over his body, he managed to protect his vitals. Thud! Suddenly, there was a noise from behind, and that's when I came back to my senses. I had somewhat expected it, but Dwaki was standing behind me. It meant he was the one who cast the magic just now. I'm sorry for making you wait. It took me a while to decide. Decide? More importantly, what exactly happened? Let us take care of that guy first, then we can talk. Dwaki avoided answering and looked away. What exactly is going on? It was inexplicable. Even I, a barbarian with no magical aptitude, could feel the dense magical power emanating from him. And it wasn't just me who was curious. Mage, what did you do? Despite being drenched in blood, Vagos asked. Well, if I were him, I'd have run away first. You already know, yet you ask. What? He knows? As Dwaki coldly murmured, looking at Vagos, the latter was struck silent. So, he really knows? If you're trying to buy time, you're out of luck. I'm well aware that I don't have much time left. What is going on? How is everything unfolding? And wait, was Dwaki always this sharp? It's been a long time since I've been unable to keep up with a situation like this. However, one thing was clear. This was a very positive development for me. I can find out how he did it later. I need to focus on the situation at hand. Ta-ta. And then Dwaki said to me, step back. You might get hurt. Oh yeah, will do. Although it was difficult to adjust to this change in character, I followed his advice. But what is this now? Lure Whir Dwaki casts level 8 attack magic. Ice Spear. Ice spears are launched. Huge ice spears, big enough to fill half the corridor. 2 in a row. But perhaps he has experience with magic of this scale? Vagos calmly observes the ice spear and swiftly pulls out his arc steel sword from subspace. The sword emits sparks as if refusing his touch. Yet he grips it tightly, veins bulging on his neck, and swings it. True to its nature as a magic counter, the arc steel sword shatters the giant ice spears upon contact, turning them into magical energy. At that moment, he takes another step, closing the distance once again. Seeing Dwaki's eyes flicker, it seemed this was an unexpected situation for him as well. But that moment didn't last long. Lure Whir Dwaki casts a level 7 attack magic, Cold Storm. The incantation is completed in less than a second. This time, it's not just ice shards, but small ice spears pouring down. But again, that damned arc steel sword was the problem. Through the storm, his form becomes increasingly visible, advancing by knocking large chunks of ice with the sword. Well, it won't be easy until the end. I let out a quiet sigh and braced myself for what was to come. Nothing unusual. My life has never been easy. It's a tanker's job to protect the dealer. Bethelray, a preemptive strike is the key to victory. As he emerged from the storm, I swung my mace, aiming for the perfect hit. But even in the midst of that, was he still mindful of me? Despite what should have been a critical surprise attack, he agilely blocked the mace with his sword. A clash between level 1 steel and level 6 arc material. Regardless of thickness or density, the mace is cut as easily as tofu. Yet, he is not satisfied and targets my neck. But at that moment, sparks wildly erupt from the sword, making him flinch. His hand reddened and steamed. Is the burn all over his body related to that sword? The details are unclear, but he seems to decide it's too much and puts the sword back into subspace. And then, he draws a dagger and closes in on me again. His intentions are crystal clear, right? I wondered why he was so desperate to break through the magic and charge, but this was his aim. Bjorn, get away from him. It's a strategy similar to the barbarian ghost mode I used before, using me as a shield to suppress Dwaki's magic. I didn't expect to be on the receiving end of this. Lure Whir Dwaki casts a level 9 curse magic slow. The curse magic has been stacked on top of his offensive magic, but due to him stubbornly clinging on and swinging his dagger, shaking him off wasn't easy. So, alright, let us give this a try. I thrust my mace, now more like a spear. After all, it's not only magic that can finish someone off. Thud. Thanks to the more potent slow, it wasn't as difficult to handle him as before. Additionally, Dwaki is supporting me by meticulously controlling small magic missiles instead of using Ice Spear or Frost Storm. Clearly, the situation was in my favor. But that's exactly why I became even more vigilant. Would he really not know that? He knew Dwaki had avoided answering about his current condition. Yet he charged at me. Why? I know I don't have much time left. The answer is time. Dwaki can't maintain his current state for long. Maybe he knows better about the remaining time than Dwaki does. Dwaki, use the Frost Storm. I made a decision. His expression confirmed I was right. However, Dwaki hesitated. But Dwaki is still Dwaki, albeit a bit changed. Don't worry about me, and just do it. I urged him again, and at the same time, Dwaki cast the magic. A whirlwind of cold air above Dwaki's hands. Do you like cold? You're crazy. There, another compliment. I raised my shield, creating distance between me and Vagos. I intended to block the chunks of ice with my shield and somehow endure. Soon, an ice storm filled the passageway between us, freezing my skin to the bone. But what is this now? Through the storm, so thick I couldn't see an inch ahead, he thrusted his dagger at me. Thud! About 20 centimeters of the blade penetrates deep into my chest. Cough! I can't breathe. Meanwhile, chunks of ice hit my body. Ice spears like sharp crystals graze my skin as they passed. But I can't just be on the receiving end. Thud! My body reacted first, thrusting the spear, which was once a mace, with all my might. And at that moment, the blizzard ended sooner than expected, and the visibility returned. I quickly checked my surroundings. Surprisingly, 3 unforeseen events had unfolded in that brief moment. The first was Dwaki, kneeling with blood pouring from not just his eyes, nose, and mouth, but his ears as well. The second was that my random thrust had pierced through the Vagos' heart. The conditions for the activation of Regal Vagos' second heart have been met. The third is that Vagos still has one more numbered item that he hasn't used yet. I really try not to curse like this anymore. The character receives absolute protection until the heart is recovered. You fucking crazy freak. Something red, reminiscent of muscles, covered his body. Looking at this, I wondered, how the hell am I going to kill this guy? Is it even possible to kill him? I'm not sure, but for now, I spat out blood. I coughed up acid blood, yet the heart-shaped shell did not corrode. I turned my back without hesitation. Number 31, 22nd heart. A consumable numbered item that activates when a fatal damage is registered to the heart. At my current level, there is no way to break through that defense. So, I should do what needs to be done. Step by step, I dragged my barely breathing body and slowly walked away. It's fortunate that Dwaki is a cold attribute mage. If it wasn't for the frostbite skill, my blood would have already been pouring out. Dwaki. The condition of Dwaki, who had lost consciousness while kneeling, was beyond pitiful. Blood flowed from every opening in his body. When I checked his pulse, I could feel his heart thumping, as if its limiter was broken. Hold on, buddy. Endure. I poured a top-level potion into his mouth, only half of it, because there is another person dying right now. Thud, thud. Step by step, I quicken my pace as much as I can. Each step twisted my insides, choking my breath, but I used the spear-like mace as a staff to increase my pace. Rot Miller. Thankfully, he was still alive. Yes, at least for now. He was rushing towards death in a completely different manner than Dwaki. His heart was faintly beating, as if it might stop at any moment. I poured all of the remaining top-level potion on his wounds. SSSSSSS. The wounds began to heal, bubbling as they closed. I leaned next to him and focused on my breathing. I kept coughing up blood, but all I could do was endure and wait for Rot Miller to recover. After all, the last 2 bottles of potion were all in his treasure vault. About a minute must have passed when Bjorn, the dwarf who had been knocked unconscious and hit his head against the wall, came to his senses. Where is Dwaki? Where is Dwaki? I am dying too. But his first concern is his close friend, isn't it? I didn't have the strength to speak, so I just pointed in Dwaki's direction. What on earth happened? He hurried over, checked Dwaki's condition, then carefully picked him up and brought him over to us. That's when it happened. Ugh. Misha, who was lying about 4 meters away from where I leaned, struggled to raise her head. Bjorn. Alive. Thank goodness. Yes, she is the only one. Misha, managing her broken ribs, struggled to her feet and came to sit next to me. How is Rot Miller? Gave him the potion cough. Sigh. This is like a gathering of the sick. Just as I tried to rest, the dwarf finished transporting Dwaki and came over to bandage my wounds. Bjorn, what happened? And what is with that strange shell over there? I didn't want to explain. I didn't have the energy for it. And what difference would it make if I did? I focused on my breathing and closed my eyes. I'm sorry. You're having a hard time too. Rest now. I'll try to handle the rest. The dwarf apologized and went back to check on Dwaki. About a minute more passed. The state of soul exhaustion is lifted. Finally, my stats returned to normal, and breathing became a bit easier. Even without natural regeneration, the durability of the body itself changed. I slowly opened my eyes. Look here, my friend, just hang in there. Bjorn? Rottenmiller is shivering. Is that all right? The line between life and death was being drawn. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 143. Survival is all about choice and focus. What to give up and what to choose. The more rationally you can solve this dilemma, the better your chances of survival. However, this time I failed. Cough, choke. 3 injured and 1 top-grade potion. In this situation, the best course of action was to give the entire bottle to Rottenmiller. I needed to revive him as soon as possible and get the potions from his treasure vault. Then heal myself with a high-grade potion and give the remaining top-grade potion to Dwaki. But then Dwaki would have died. It was hard to make a rational choice. Even though my mind knew it, my body didn't hesitate for a moment to give half of the potion to Dwaki. As a result, hang in there, both of you, let us get out of this damn place alive. The certainty of the future was gone. By not giving up on Dwaki, Rotmiller's life was no longer certain. If I had given him the potion immediately, half a bottle would have been enough, but giving him the potion too late was the problem. In simple terms, high risk, high return. I made an irrational decision hoping that the whole team would survive, which also meant that the whole team could die. Bjorn. I walked over to Rotmiller and continued to check his pulse and breathing. I hope you would hang on. If he dies now, all 5 of us are as good as dead. 10 minutes. After that time, the Dragon Slayer will wake up. And right now, the dwarf is the only one who's fully functional. If the dwarf can't hold him off, everything ends. Ah yes, the chamber. Bjorn, what was that chamber about? The dwarf at Dwaki's side looks at me and asks about the identity of the chamber we found after 12 hours of searching the maze. Hoping against hope. Does it contain elixirs, potions, or anything like that? If it did, you would have taken it, wouldn't you? Or is it like a healing spring? The purpose of that chamber isn't for that. Then what is it? We searched so hard to find that place. There must be something. The dwarf asked, hoping for an answer. I know it's best not to answer such questions, but I paused for a moment before speaking. That chamber is a trap room. A trap room? Yes, if you open the chest, you're sent back to the starting point. If both the Dragon Slayer and the priest appeared at the same time, the plan was to abandon Plan A and immediately use the portal to escape. Because there would be no winning then. Then, let us use it to go back. That should work. Hikarad Murad, come to your senses. Even if we could return to the Sky Tower, nothing would change. Going to the tower wouldn't give us potions or anything. And going back was impossible from the start. Unless we're trying to rob an empty house. Heading towards the portal with injuries? It's as good as suicide. A Karui priest, presumably a high priest who had changed his class, would be guarding it. All right, the priest. Wasn't he there an old man with that group? Let us look for him. Stop it. I think that man was surely following the Dragon Slayer against his will. If that is true, then stop it, Hikarad. How can you say to stop? Both are dying. We have to do something. The dwarf screamed as if lamenting his own powerlessness, and I spoke coldly. There is nothing more we can do now. We can only watch. Really, is that really all we can do? Yes. There were 3 possible outcomes. Everyone lives. Everyone dies. Or someone dies, and someone survives. Seconds and minutes, each like an eternity, passed. And then, what happened to that man? Dwaki regained consciousness. Dwaki, don't speak. Right, stay still. As soon as Rotmiller wakes up, take the potion. Dwaki interrupted us as we rambled on. That man. What happened to him? How did it go? As if that was more important than his own life. The moment he opened his eyes, that was all he asked. I hesitated for a moment. Should I tell him the truth? The hesitation didn't last long. He is not dead. Ah. But thanks to you, we've managed to avert the immediate crisis. Leave the rest to us and rest. I can't do that. Dwaki desperately shook his head. There is no time. Didn't you hear? Once Rotmiller wakes up, you'll get the potion. This isn't something that can be cured with a potion. A silence fell for a moment, and I calmly accepted the reality. I see. I didn't know what method Dwaki had used. But it was Dwaki, the one who knew his current situation best. Dwaki was the one who desired life more than anyone. So, if he said that it couldn't be treated, there was no point in denying it. What are you talking about? It's a top-grade potion. Naya, yes right. You know it too, don't you? What this thing is? So, stop saying weird things and... Miss Misha. Dwaki opened his eyes and looked at us. Hikarad and Bjorn. He barely managed to say our names. But having spent my childhood in a hospital, surrounded by numerous deaths, I could tell. What Dwaki was trying to do now. Tell me. I'll pass it to Rotmiller. Thank you. like a candle burning out, flickering, as if wanting to leave something behind in this world, as if wanting to be remembered, shining its brightest in the final moments. I have something to say to you. The tremble in Dwaki's voice then ceased. My mother loved the sea. The sea, which she had never seen but only heard about in stories, was unknown to her. I couldn't understand it when I was younger, but as I grew, I came to understand. Some things become more desirable because they are unattainable. There are such things in the world, because we do not know them, because they are not permitted to us. They appear all the more dazzling. To me, that existence was you all. I was fortunate, more than I deserved. I met good people and went on adventures. We shared many stories and comforted each other. The void I thought would never be filled was finally filled. Therefore, I had to say it. Thank you all for becoming my comrades. The words I couldn't say before, out of awkwardness. Words I always postponed, promising a next time. But now, if not now, those words would forever be buried in my heart. Slowly, Dwaki looked ahead with blurry eyes. Naya, don't say such things. Please, Dwaki. The woman he adored was crying. That wasn't what he had wished for. Slowly, he turned his gaze to the side. I'm the one who should be thankful for becoming my friend. For joining my team, I'm grateful. His dear friend was smiling at him. He was thankful for his friend, who laughed with a trembling beard. And he felt sorry. Someday, he had promised to visit the forge. But now, he wouldn't be able to keep that promise. Slowly, he moved his gaze again. Whir Dwaki. The last was a rival and a colleague he admired. Unlike himself, a coward, he was a warrior who always fought till the end, protecting everyone. He looked at him with calm eyes. I apologize. I misjudged you. You were a greater mage and comrade than anyone. And the choices you made were noble and honorable. A man who was always stingy with praise. The warrior who never indulged in flattery spoke. It was an honor to be with you. It was overwhelmingly moving and somewhat relieving. For the first time, he received acknowledgement from him. He was honored by the great warrior who lived like a hero in stories. Me, who was merely a half-mage. I had decorated a page in the journey he would tread. This should be enough to leave without regrets. Why am I? Angry, frustrated, afraid, and empty. Why? This was death. To be erased from someone's next page. Isn't there more you want to say? If you wish, I'll step aside. Then the warrior spoke, and Dwaki finally understood the reason for these feelings. Please, Dwaki. Don't die, please? Sometimes, there are people who shine in your life. To me, that person was you. I hadn't said that yet. But, it must be greed. I forcibly suppress my selfish desires, knowing that if not now, I'll never have another chance. But her journey isn't supposed to end today. It's supposed to continue. I shouldn't remain as a dark shadow in her life. If I truly care for her, that's the right thing to do. So, Dwaki spoke up. Bjorn, do you have something to say to me? Yes. The only thing a departing soul can leave behind. You're not very observant. Don't ignore it anymore. The warrior didn't ask for clarification. He probably knew what that meant. Too clever and wise to be called a barbarian. Answer me. I understand. Having extracted a response, Dwaki genuinely smiled brightly. But perhaps this was as far as permitted time goes. He awake. The warrior's eyes grew cold. At this, the heart that was stopping thumped again. The dragon slayer, Regal Vagos. An entity he could never overcome, even with the sacrifice of his life. However, can we win? Don't worry. I'll make sure we all return alive. With that single sentence, Dwaki cast aside all his fears. He erased the fear of a meaningless death. If this trusted warrior said so, then it must be so. Thus, it's time to let everything go. Slowly, I close my eyes. The sounds fade, and darkness deepens. Within the gradually dulling thoughts, I wonder if I had led a heroic life, and if my life, however brief, were to be recorded in a book. What would be the last sentence written about me? A rather fitting phrase comes to mind. It might not be the typical end for a mage. Not bad at all. The mage of Team Halfling, Whir Dwaki. After defending his precious companions from the dragons, Regal Vagos, one of the members of Orcules. He died a glorious death. Achievement unlocked. Condition. The first comrade character dies. Reward. Mental fortitude permanently increased by +1. There is no paradise for those who flee. Dragon Slayer, Regal Vagos. As I came to understand his identity, this thought solidified. Isn't he a member of Orcules, a group that even looks down on the king? Though we haven't exchanged names, finding us wouldn't be too difficult. If he sought revenge, no city would be safe. Therefore, new plan A. I'd come up with a plan to take him down. In the presence of the Guardian of Balance. I decided it was now or never. But guess what? Thump dash. My warrior's heart beat slowly. New plan A had failed. Though the battle with him remained, not everyone was saved. There was no paradise where I could stand our ground either. It wasn't unknown to me. After all, such a falsely idyllic place couldn't possibly exist anywhere in this world. Thump dash. Unlike my heart, which beats slowly, his heart does not beat anymore. But, Hikerod, we need to prepare for battle. I'm aware. I stand up, using my mace as a staff. There are tasks only those who are left behind can undertake. Steadying my breath, I gaze down the passage. He is rising from his shell, blooming like a petal. It was time to end this tiresome battle. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 144. Awoken by the pounding of his heart, Regal Vagos opened his eyes. The surroundings were dark. His body wouldn't move, and he could feel slimy substances on his skin, as if he had curled up inside amniotic fluid. So, this is it. There was no regret. Had it been his head instead of his heart that was pierced, even he would have surely died on the spot. He just wondered one thing. How had he ended up in this situation? He remembered a conversation he had with an old colleague of his, before he had abandoned his tribe and taken on a terrible curse. You want to know why you keep losing money? It's because you only bet the bare minimum needed to keep playing, even when you need to take a big chance. Of course, card games and battles are different. Moreover, applying that saying to the current situation doesn't quite fit. But the context is similar. Simply put, his resolve was lacking. He had given up piece by piece until he reached this point. He had given time because of the artifact he had searched for nearly a year. He had to use a dragoness spell. And yet, these persistent bastards did not give up. He had swung the dragon-slaying sword numerous times, ready to take a year to recover from the side effects, but they tenaciously endured. And now, even the second heart had been used. Thump dash. Regal Vagos finally admitted it. Because he had underestimated his enemy, because he hadn't put everything on the line like he would with an worthy opponent. It had come to this. Thump, 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 thump. The beating cycle of his regenerated heart shortened, and the light returned. He shook off the slime clinging to him and got to his feet. He could see the barbarian across the passageway. He was already walking towards him, with a hole in his chest, blood dripping from his mouth. Without the support of the dwarf beside him. Thud, thud. He walked desperately, with only one goal, to kill the enemy. Swish. His grip on the dagger at his waist loosened, and reconsidered his decision. Having used the dragoness spell, the heart affected by the curse had somewhat recovered. The remnants of the curse remained, but his physical abilities had returned to a certain level, and he could now use his powers again. This outcome wouldn't have been possible if not for the dragon tribe's trait that the source of strength is located in the heart. Didn't he expect it to be this much? It was an unforeseen event for him too. This was the first time he had to use his second heart. A fortunate miscalculation? Thanks to this, his chances of winning had significantly increased. Thud. Of course, it seemed that his enemies had also recovered from soul exhaustion, but that changed nothing. Once he takes down the dwarf, it's over. No matter how formidable the barbarian might be, he couldn't possibly stop him alone with such injuries. That's what he thought, at least until he locked eyes with him. It's like looking at an immortal. Instead of the dagger, he gripped his arc steel sword. As soon as he grasped it, feeling the remnants of the curse in his heart, intense pain enveloped him. He had the intuition, no, the conviction, that if he continued to use it, he might never be able to use one of his arms again. But, if I'm going to kill that bastard, I'm going to have to be prepared. He was willing to sacrifice an arm, to kill the enemy, to survive himself. Come at me, barbarian. I was staggering forward. Beside me was the dwarf, and behind me Misha, who insisted on joining the fight as well. You've made a wise decision. The dwarf spoke as if I had left Misha behind out of concern, but that wasn't the only reason. Rob Miller had not yet awakened. Should he wake up even for a moment, someone needed to be there to throw me a potion. Yes, that bastard killed Dwaki. Hikerod, swallow your anger. If you die, we all end. Right. The dwarf forcefully suppressed his burning emotions. He knew, just as I did, the importance of the task we had to undertake. Thud. We took steps, closing the distance. Soon, we were close enough to see each other's expressions. No need for many words between us. Come at me, barbarian. The same guy, apparently not tired of it, holding the arc steel sword and staring at us again. Fucking bitch. Under what conditions does he keep pulling it out and using it whenever he needs to? Swear words rose to the tip of my tongue, but there was no time to voice them. Tough. He charges at us first when we don't approach. But what is this? His movements were faster than the last time we saw, meaning his physical condition had significantly recovered as well. Why is that? I thought it wasn't just a short-term injury. Right from the start, unexpected variables emerged. Swish. The shield that got sliced like tofu. It belonged to the dwarf who was by my side. After driving him away with my mace-turned-spear, I unhesitatingly passed my latinium shield to him. Use this. My shield wasn't in great condition either, but it was better than a steel bracer, I reckoned. Crack! His next attack deeply embedded into the shield. It was immediately repaired through emergency restoration, but given that we had just recovered from soul exhaustion, I couldn't use it repeatedly. Really, nothing is going according to plan. He woke up earlier than expected. And not just his heart, other parts had recovered as well. He was even using skills he couldn't use before. Regal Vago's casts advanced acceleration. The blade, moving as if defying the laws of physics, crosses the moment in an instant. The dwarf chose evasion over defense, but the distance was too great. So, I sacrificed my already defenseless left arm. Flesh explosion. Stretching out my hand towards the enemy, it exploded, scattering dozens of flesh pieces. But he did not retreat. SSSSS. Covered in acidic blood and groaning, he kept swinging his sword, deeply slicing into the dwarf's thigh. Thud! In the midst of it all, the dwarf used his battle hammer to strike his jaw fiercely. His body stiffened from the damage. I immediately leaped forward, grabbing his shoulder and rolling. And then, flesh explosion. I shoved my now useless left arm into his gaping mouth and detonated it again. Kayak! He screamed in agony and pushed me away, and immediately thrust his sword towards my neck. Crash! A glass bottle hit me in the back of the head, shattering and spilling its contents. The restoration, high, effect will cause your body to regenerate very quickly. This pain, it's a high-grade potion. No, more importantly, Rotten Miller survived too. Brushing aside the fleeting thoughts, I stepped back. Whoosh! The sword at my side is withdrawn, making me dizzy. And he was an asshole who would not tolerate even a moment's lapse. The sword instantly pierced my abdomen, scrambling my intestines. Taking the dwarf's determination, I instead took a step forward and thrust my spear. Tap! He hurriedly withdrew his sword, creating distance, and without hesitation, I used gigantification. Fuck! Where do you think you're running to? Cough! The bastard, stabbed in the shoulder, spewed a fountain of blood from his mouth. But was this bastard also prepared for a brutal fight? He two-stepped forward and swung his sword again. It was too late to dodge. I grabbed the sword with my ruined arm. Fingers with exposed bones flew off, and I felt the sword catch on my wrist bones, stopping it. The character's health is below 20%. Passive skill, Path of the Hero, increases all resistance and immunity stats. The synergy effect of Iron Skin and Path of the Hero. I lifted and shook the spear embedded in his shoulder, and he, enduring the pain, poured strength into his hand holding the sword. Thus the struggle of power began. Regrettably, the victor was him. Regal Vago's cast, Holy Blade. His sword, now emitting a white light, sliced diagonally through my arm up to the elbow. Thud! The arm, enlarged by gigantification, fell to the ground, and I pressed the cauterized cross-section of my arm, spewing acidic blood against his face. SSSSS. Kayak! That bastard has no pain tolerance. Trying to endure through sheer malice. Your character's soul power is insufficient. Gigantification has ended. Due to already low soul power, my body quickly reverted to its original size within seconds, which allowed his feet, previously dangling, to touch the ground. Did I underestimate his determination? Tough. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword at me again. Shit. Does a ninth floor explorer not have any guts? Why is he so good at dogfighting? I ducked and dodged, knowing I'd get my head impaled at this rate. Losing the spear. No. The former mace was an added loss. To make matters worse, my body's regeneration stopped. I'm screwed. Even the best potions have their limits. It was not ingested, only sprinkled on. With an arm gone and organs in shreds, it was a struggle to even maintain my current state, let alone recover. In such a situation, 3, 2, 1, he charged at me. It was a truly desperate situation. The worst-case scenario was already vividly outlined in my mind. An unavoidable death. But what of it? I had no intention of resigning myself to fate or accepting it. I glared at his sword with wide eyes until the very end. And at the moment he approached, I rolled to the side. Defenseless against the following attack or not, it was the best option I had in the current situation. Rolling on the ground, I used the momentum to stand up. His arc steel sword loomed large in front of my eyes. It was at that moment, as if an invisible force had grabbed him by the nape of the neck, he was thrown backwards. What in the world had happened? Looking up for an answer. Yo-yo, is this what you're doing? A distance away, an old man in black priest robes was visible. He closed his eyes and covered his ears. Yet it all sounded so clear. How desperately they were fighting. So, UNT run. Protect Walkie. Initially, watching them was unbearable. He thought their futile resistance would only lead to greater despair and agony. But when did it start? Why do they? The more their desperate fight continued, Ludwig found himself constantly questioning himself. This is ours. Why won't they surrender? Dwaki, don't die. Please, Naya. Is it because they have turned a blind eye to the foreseen consequences and harbored vain hopes in their hearts? No, if that is the case, then why? Can we win? Don't worry, we'll all return alive. How can they still shine so brightly and move forward? The answer was simple. They were strong, unlike himself, who lacked the courage to bear sacrifice. Ludwig knew too. No matter how long he waited, the day he hoped for would never come. A hopeful future of returning to the city with his grandson never existed in the first place. He simply lacked the courage to accept it. The star that rises at dusk shall guide me. Ludwig made a brief sign of the cross. His opened eyes no longer trembled with fear. He simply stared straight ahead. He was more convinced than ever before. I will follow your will. The goddess of stars, Leetless, one of the three gods of adventure and relationships. As one who had once worshipped and followed him, how could this be a mere coincidence? In front of him, who had forsaken courage. The appearance of those bearing such brilliant light was the last grace given to a wandering servant. Therefore, even if I cannot be embraced in your arms, the old man shouted, looking into the void. Karui, I offer myself. Upon his words, the capricious evil god laughed joyously, as if knowing what he intended to do all along, as if it was the moment it had been waiting for. What do you wish for? Send me there. Your grandson will not find salvation. At that statement, his heart twitched, but he sheds his weakness. It doesn't matter. Didn't he learn from a young magician he met in a labyrinth? That one could always become noble and sublime, if one so desires. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 145. The ancient evil god, Karui. Unlike the world's three remaining gods, he demands an eternal price from his followers. He does not benevolently give everything away. He merely grants one's most fervent wishes, regardless of good or evil, as long as the price is sufficient. No more, no less. Permission granted. The moment Ludwig heard the voice of the evil god, a demonic hand tore through space and ripped off Ludwig's arm. And when he recovered, he found himself standing where he had been staring. It was indeed demonic strength and power, especially because it always came with a price. Mithrida, even as he made up his mind, the battle was racing towards its conclusion. That was enough. There was no need to explain to the evil god what he wanted in return. Yo-yo, is this your doing? The body of the dragon slayer, thrusting his sword at a barbarian warrior, was thrown back by a fierce resistance. But as a consequence, ZZT- both ears were torn off, a permanent injury that no divine power or potion could heal, offered as a sacrifice to the evil god, a pain incomparable even to fire. Yet, Ludwig thought only of one thing. Yes, even in such pain, they were fighting. Yo-yo, heal me. The dragon slayer, emitting dark energy from his eyes, gave the order. Against his will, his body moved as if enchanted. Apart from his grandson, whose soul was captured by him, it was because of one of his powers, subjugation, that bound him. As long as this cursed ability binded him, he could not refuse his commands. But, count to 10. As the giant demonic claw tore off his remaining arm, his body, moving independently of his will, stopped. Yet, it was still not enough. There was much more he desired, and much more left to offer. Legs, eyes, heart, lungs. Anything was fine. He was willing to offer the entirety of his miserable flesh. If with his body, he could support the path of young heroes. He was even willing to give away his wish to end his tired life and rest in the embrace of that entity. So, give me the power to kill him, Ludwig said, and the evil god responded. It is not possible. Not a refusal, but an impossibility. No matter how much the evil god valued voluntary sacrifice above all, it meant the price was not sufficient enough. Yet Ludwig let go of all his regrets. It was different from the resignation he had felt every day. Hadn't he just decided to give up unattainable hopes and do what he could? The freedom granted by the evil god was only for 10 seconds. There was no time to waste on despair. Then allow me to protect them. Ludwig spoke again, and the evil god laughed. And then, permission granted. A demonic hand stretching out from the darkness tore his body apart and devoured it. The relief from dodging a crisis was short-lived. Doubts began to blossom. How did the priest of Karui manage to traverse a 4-hour distance to reach here? And why would he do something that could harm the dragon slayer? Could there be another plan in motion? Yo-yo, is this your doing? Judging by the dragon slayer's expression, that seemed to be the case. In simple terms, this situation was completely unexpected for Vagos as well. But it was hard to view this as a positive variable. Yo, heal me. As Vagos collapsed backwards, losing his sword, a black light bloomed in his eyes. It was clear what was happening without needing to see it. Subjugation, a level 3 essence ability he possessed. If used on the dead, it absorbed souls to increase stats, and although there were some usage conditions, if used on the living, it could manipulate the target like a slave. It was an overpowered skill. Step. The priest, as if enchanted, took a step forward. But just when everything seemed to be over. CRRK. One of the priest's remaining arms is torn off, like some sort of sacrifice. Step. The priest stopped in his tracks. His appearance was beyond horrendous. His ears and arms looked like they had been torn off by a beast. Yet in that state, the priest spoke. Give me the power to kill him. Then, I fully grasped the situation. Who this priest was talking to, and what kind of deal he had made. If all my assumptions are correct, the way to survive. It is not possible. The response to the priest's request was a refusal. A voice that resonated through the entire corridor, as if speaking to everyone present, briefly bringing a flicker of emotion to the Dragon Slayer's eyes. That moment. Then allow me to protect them. Without the slightest hesitation, the priest demanded. A chuckle came from somewhere. And? Permission granted. The priest collapsed to the ground. It was inevitable. The 2 legs that supported him had been torn off. But the evil god is a contradicting being, giving hope and despair at the same time. Whoosh! In return, a portal opened. A portal swirling with black light appeared in the center of the passage, resembling a dimensional gate. The color of the light was different, but it was a portal. A top-tier magic capable of opening a portal from the labyrinth to the city. Whoosh! Soon, the portal opened up with a huge surge of magic, revealing the other side. It was not the familiar gray city of Rafdonia. Instead, it was a gloomy, dark underground fortress. What do you think you're doing, you fool? As if pushed by an unseen whirlwind, the Dragon Slayer's body slowly moved back, towards where the portal was. How dare you? It's something that should have been done long ago. The Dragon Slayer shouted something in anger, but the priest was too stubborn to respond. Damn it! He roared, and then his gaze shifted to me, as if he had finally accepted that there was nothing he could do to stop the priest's determination. Then he stretched out his hand. Swoosh! The masterless arc steel sword scraped against the ground. Like drawn by magnetism, the sword moved towards him. What he intended was all too clear. Even if he were to leave, he'd take this with him. Freaking sword fanatic. Forcing strength into my staggering legs, I threw myself forward. Not like that heartless Dragon Slayer. Boom! My body, battered and bruised, crashed to the ground, dizziness overwhelming me, but I reached out and grasped the sword. Fizz dash! As if marked by its owner, the moment my hand touched it, the sword emitted a fierce heat. Thanks to my pain resistance, the pain was bearable. I could feel the sensation of my hand becoming numb in real time. Holding it for a few more minutes might render my arm useless forever. Did that bastard always use the sword in this state? I immediately dismissed the unnecessary question that crossed my mind. That is not what I should be thinking about right now. Hold on. I endured, putting my weight on the ground, even if I had to dig my teeth into it, to ensure that the blade, which might one day be turned against me, would not return to his hand. To protect my companion. Crack! Suddenly, the pulling force intensified dramatically. My body began to slide as if it had lost all friction. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if I were sucked into the portal along with the sword. Damn it, should I let go now? Just as that thought began to surface. Cough, cough. The Dragon Slayer coughed up blood, and the resistance disappeared. Yeah, this is too much for you too. Barbaria. Then he called me and muttered briefly. We'll meet again. Like a third-rate villain fleeing the scene, he uttered something so cringeworthy that even Misha would be embarrassed to hear it. He didn't even say what he would do next. But, thump dash. That single phrase made my heart pound. The spike embedded in his shoulder. The half-crushed jaw. A killing intent so intense that it made my skin tingle. His right arm, blackened and steaming as if beyond red hot, was telling me, if that day comes, there will be no such luck as today. But what am I supposed to do about it? Crunch. A member of Orcules? A 9th floor explorer, known as the Dragon Slayer? Next time, there won't be a guardian of balance? I'm aware of that. Yes, right now, I can't beat him. If he plays his tricks again, I'll have to struggle desperately just like today. But, whoosh, I will survive. Because that's what I do best. Because it's what I've always done. Because it's what I need to continue doing. I will stubbornly survive and become stronger. So that one day, when I don't need luck anymore, we'll meet again, Vagos. I will seek him out. Because you're not the only one who lost something today. Whoosh! The portal greedily opened, swallowed him whole, and vanished. Simultaneously, a warm light began to infuse my body. Not just mine, but all of my companions. Divine power? I stared blankly at my hand. Slowly but surely, my wounds were healing. Unlike with potions, there was no pain, only a sense of warmth. Swoosh! Finally coming to my senses, I looked behind me. The priestess' body was torn to shreds. No, can it even be called a body anymore? No arms, no legs. Dark blood flowed from his gouged eyes, and his nose was sliced off like a corpse on a battlefield. In addition, the vertically slit abdomen was missing things that should be there. Why? I murmured unknowingly. What did this old man sacrifice so much for? And for us, whom he didn't even know. A letter in my robe. Then I faintly heard a voice. It was the priest speaking. Though unbelievable, I quickly searched through his robe. A crumpled and worn letter emerged. Leah, TL. Don't worry, rest. I will make sure this letter reaches the Leetless Order. Thank you. Then the priest closed his eyes. Despite the blood everywhere, his face, full of wrinkles, looked incredibly clean and peaceful. It was as if he was dreaming. How could he possibly speak in this state? Unable to hold back, I asked, if I missed this moment, I might never have another chance. Why did you save us? Because it was the right thing to do? Well, if he had such determination, he would have had the chance to be freed long ago. But why today of all days? It couldn't have been just a coincidence, and I was terribly curious about the reason. No answer came back. Could it be that he had already died? With that thought, as I was about to stand up, the priestess' lips slightly parted. Maji! The sentence was incomplete. But that was enough. I see. Thank you for telling me. I got up without hesitation. There was much I wanted to ask, but somehow, I felt like the old man had already left this world. I paused for a moment, listening. An awkwardly foreign silence. I murmured to myself, as if enjoying the aftertaste of this silence. I survived. We survived. Dwarf, Misha, Rob Miller. None of us had died. But I can't say I kept the promise like this. I looked at the corpse of a companion visible beyond the corridor and smiled bitterly. Can we win? Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone survives and returns. Despite my bold words, it was he who had actually protected us. It was thanks to him that we were all able to return alive. A miracle that seemed too insufficient to be merely called luck, as if bestowed by a god. Maji, a mage who fought to his last. Lure Wervdwaki. That was the legacy he left for us. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 146. Crack. I picked the sword I had momentarily set down and returned to where my comrades were. Then, I placed the sword back into the bag I'd set down earlier. Judging by the blade alone, it didn't look like an ordinary arc steel sword, but I'll figure that out later. Sorry. I too this time. The dwarf lowered his head in disdain, and I simply patted him on the shoulder. What could I possibly say to him? It's not like we all survived because of me. Bjorn. Misha walked towards me with a somber step and put her hand on my chest. I'm glad you're alive. Really? I feel something surge through me. Of course, I know why. We owed our thanks for being alive to someone who wasn't here with us. I'm sure he would have wanted to share this joyful moment too. Rob Miller. Gently pushing Misha's hand away, I moved towards Rob Miller, who had just regained his consciousness. So after hearing everything, Rob Miller knelt down in front of Dwaki's body and made the sign of the cross. Then, he scattered words of farewell that he hadn't been able to convey before. I remember when you first entered the labyrinth. You said you were beginning to understand how vast the world is. It happened on the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path. Rob Miller led us to a high hill and said that not all our exploration was filled with hardship and horror. There, we all saw the vast nature bathed in silver light together, and Dwaki was so thrilled that he couldn't sleep at night. If only I could have shown you a wider world. Rob Miller ended his words plainly. Maybe there were still many things he wanted to say to the one left behind. Misha and the dwarf also knelt down and poured out the words they had held inside. I stood a step away, watching the scene. It wasn't that I had nothing to say. But, Naya, it's my fault. If only I hadn't chosen that door. It's not your fault. It's mine. I told you to trust me. That no matter what, I would definitely protect you, but I failed to keep that promise. I'm probably not much different from the two of them. Whatever I say, in the end it would lead to self-blame. Dwaki would not have wanted to see us like this. The world we have to live in, it's not a world kind enough to let us stay down forever. Bah! Seeing the Baikun disappear from the other end of the corridor, I spoke up. Everyone stop. It's an enemy. We must remember, but also stand up from our grief. Because that is all that is left for those of us who are left. Bethel, Rhea, we have no choice but to keep moving forward. The battle with the Baikundas turned out to be tougher than expected. The reason was simple. Now that only 4 of us remained in this vast maze, our abilities had diminished considerably, and our injuries had not fully healed. The reason we could so easily defeat a level 6 monster in the first place was also thanks to Dwaki. Just grab what you can carry and let us go back. After the battle, we started cleaning up, equipment scattered all over the floor from the desperate fight. Well, after collecting the remnants of the equipment, we also searched the priestess' belongings. What we found was a necklace whose purpose we couldn't identify. Whether it was an artifact or merely decorative, we couldn't tell. After all, Dwaki was the only one among us who could sense the magical power imbued in objects. It seems there's not much here either. We also looted a middle-aged explorer who had died early in the battle, but there wasn't much of value. After all, most decent things were probably in that bastard-ass subspace. I will deliver everything to the place you wish. A staff and an expandable backpack he had been carrying. Boots and robes could be sold for money, but we left those untouched. Dwaki, I will carry him. We made our way through the trap room to the portal, then back to the sky tower. And each of us collapsed to take a rest. Someone sat in front of Dwaki, wiping the blood off his body, while someone else leaned against the wall and sobbed. The peacefulness that had come like a lie was a wake-up call. This is the undeniable reality, not a dream. Bjorn, is there no way to take Dwaki back to the city? No. I see, that is how it is. Reality is this cruel. Even though he gave his precious life for us, we can't even take him back to the city for a funeral. Because he was a mage. Corpses from the labyrinth are classified as objects, and without distortion magic, it's impossible to take them outside. That's why the barbarian's heart was special. To be able to take it back to the city without magic? Surely the mages would have found it interesting and started researching it as a magical material. Misha, you rest too. I will stay here a bit longer. After we leave, you will be lonely, Naya. Okay. Leaving the suffocating air behind, I settled down in a corner. And check the time. 10:31. A day and a half more until the labyrinth closes. I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. It hasn't even been an hour. I felt like a truly insignificant being. I had survived countless brushes with death. It felt like days and nights had passed fighting that creature. Yet, not even an hour had passed since we finished cleaning up and returned. Let us do what needs to be done. I took out the letter left by the priest. A single, old, wrinkled, and stained letter that he must have carried for many years. And in its dense handwriting, it explained how the old man came to be in this situation. As I read through, one part caught my attention. The underground city of Norark. The name of the place where the old man and his grandson were kidnapped by the Dragon Slayer. It's a potion made by the alchemist of Norark. It erases a whole hour of memory when taken. The name of the city mentioned by that psychopathic bitch earlier, and the one I couldn't find in the library no matter how much information I searched. Yes, there's something like that in the sewers. Could it be that bitch is also a member of Orcules? Thinking this, I continued reading the letter. The old man's letter revealed that the underground city of Norark and Orcules were working together, but there was one other surprising piece of information. I had no idea there was a portal there. The foundation that allowed the city of Rafdonia to exist. A portal connected to the labyrinth also existed underground. So the underground explorers managed the incredible feat of secretly mining magic stones and using them to build the underground city. Norark. I engraved that name in my mind. I had a strong conviction that I would become entangled with this place in the future. I'll investigate this further once I'm out. With that thought, I put the letter back into my pocket. As I examined the contents, I saw no harm in passing it on. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Anyway, this is the end of the matter. I exhaled deeply and closed my eyes. I desperately needed rest, but a multitude of thoughts kept emerging and vanishing, tormenting me. What should I do from here? With such formidable enemies appearing, the city could no longer guarantee safety. My comrades, and I might even be targeted within the labyrinth. Shit. I regretted that he had managed to return alive. If only the priest had healed me, I could have finished him off myself. What am I even thinking? I shook my head, dismissing these foolish thoughts. The world doesn't move as one wishes. He must have had no choice either. That was the character of the evil god in games as well. He granted wishes in exchange for a price, but never gave the best outcome. Like the monkey's paw, granting wishes while also bringing misfortune. Always providing hope and despair simultaneously. This bastard strangely keeps getting involved with me. I shake off my thoughts, adding Karui the evil god to my investigation list. It was time for me to rest as well. This place was safer than the city, and I had plenty of things to do once I went outside. After drying myself off with a towel, I unrolled my sleeping bag and lay down inside. It was a strange turn of events. After nearly 2 days of fighting through the night in such a desperate battle, I found it hard to fall asleep for a long time. The labyrinth is closed. Your character is moving to Rafdonia. Sunlight stung my eyelids. Without a moment to savor it, I passed through the checkpoint and exchanged the magic stones for money. Then I headed to the agreed meeting place, the Explorers Guild branch, located nearest to the dimensional square. Upon arrival, I found a crowd of people looking just as worn out as me. An unusual silence for the dozens of people gathered. Naturally, there is only one reason to come here directly from the city without even washing up. The death of a companion. If everyone is here, let us go in. Once all the companions had arrived, we entered the guild. There, we filed a death report and handed over Dwaki's equipment and backpack in its entirety. You've been good comrades to the deceased. The staff member gave us a strange look. It must be uncommon. The city's wealth aside, in such matters, swallowing everything without any issue is expected. Most would just file a death report and end it there. But, Royal Certified Rank 8 Mage, world Dwaki. The death report has been successfully filed. There was no feeling of loss. That is because we knew the contents of the will he had written before he first entered the labyrinth. Will really makes me feel like an explorer. Write whatever you want, but make sure to specify the inheritance of your property. Otherwise, it all goes to the Explorers Guild. Don't worry, I've already decided. He wished to donate his property to an orphanage under a certain temple. We only learned the details yesterday. The dwarf mentioned that he had been left at that place for a while during his childhood. His estate should be used as he wished. We have already received far more than enough. It's really over well. Let us go then. Thus, the first thing we had to do upon returning to the city, reporting Dwaki's death, was completed. It was surprisingly simple. 1 minute to fill out the form, 2 minutes for the staff to review. It took just 3 minutes to put an end to a man's life that he had carried for 25 years. It just shows how common death is in this world. With a bitter feeling, we left the guild and headed to the grand temple of the Litless. After all, it's the only way to repay the kindness of the deceased. You guys can go back and rest. How can we do that? He was a savior to us. I'll go too. I'd rested enough inside. Misha, who had been crying all day and hadn't really rested, didn't say anything. It was clear that even if she went back to the lodging, she wouldn't be able to rest properly anyway. We all headed to our destination together. Soon, a pristine white building that seemed untouched by the world's filth appeared, and we entered it. When the apprentice priest asked if we were seeking healing, I was unsure how to answer, so I told him that we were here at the request of High Priest Ludwig. High Priest Ludwig? Perhaps he hadn't considered the possibility of someone lying in a place where a god resides. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly ran inside to deliver the message. It's been a long time. As we waited there, a familiar face appeared to greet us. The commander of the 3rd Paladin Order, Polkrobitz. I heard you've come at the request of Archbishop Ludwig, who disappeared years ago. Do you have any item that could serve as proof? He asked politely. It is a matter of great sensitivity to the order, he said, and I hope you will bear with me. There have been several incidents caused by the citywide bounty. Bounty? Yes. Since the amount is quite large, it has attracted people with ill intentions. We hadn't come for the bounty. However, having previously defeated that Alicia bitch and received a substantial bounty, I inadvertently asked, how much are we talking about? Misha elbowed me, giving me a warning look. The dwarf did the same. Even for you, this might be a bit much. Rot Miller, both an explorer and a follower of the Litless, didn't seem too pleased either. But Krobitz continued without any particular expression. And then, depending on the information provided, in the presence of a holy relic. But, I believe the treasury has set aside up to 70 million stones as the maximum. Everyone froze at his response. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 147. 70 million stones. A sum that made my heart pound just by hearing about it. But I forced myself to calm down and continue the conversation. It wouldn't be too late to be happy after the money was in my hands. Will this letter serve as proof? Upon receiving the letter, Krobitz read it slowly from the top, his expression changing completely. Then he was silent for a long while. Is there a problem? Oh, I apologize. If the contents of this are true, it's a matter of great importance for our church. I'm not doubting Mr. Jandel, but could you possibly wait inside for a moment? That is fine. Polkrobitz led us to a room inside the temple, akin to a reception room, and left in a hurry. He said he'd have to check the handwriting before alerting the higher-ups. Could something go wrong? Why would it? They just want to make sure everything is verified before proceeding. Murad is right. You've seen the letter too. Its contents are significant. We had to wait longer than expected, and when we slowly started to speculate different guesses. I apologize for making you wait so long. It was unavoidable. Polkrobitz returned. Let us go. Everyone is waiting. He led us to a chapel on the 2nd floor. A space only accessible to the priests, not ordinary followers. I heard people outside the priest aren't allowed in. If the goddess has brought us together, how can we consider you outsiders? Krobit's response to Rottenmiller's question eased our anxiety. If they had deemed the letter fake, he wouldn't have acted this way. Creak. Krobitz opened the door, revealing the interior of the chapel. It was a vast space, but only 7 people were present. Recognizing them, I stiffened. Insane. Having thoroughly read several books on the Order's hierarchy after visiting the Duke's estate, I recognized them immediately. The only 2 people in the room wearing armor were a man and a woman. The symbols embossed on their armor were different, but the silver thread decorating the edges indicated that they were commanders of the Paladin Order. Including Krobitz, it meant all 3 commanders of the Order were gathered. But that wasn't all. 2 high priests and 1 cardinal. And standing in the center, as if receiving their support, an elderly man. A servant of the stars greets His Holiness, the Archpriest. Rottenmiller kneeled and made the sign of a cross upon seeing him. It was an appropriate reaction. To put it in terms of Catholicism, it was as if we were standing before the Pope himself. But who was that kid? After a moment of feeling a little overwhelmed by the impressive lineup, I stared at the little boy in front of the Pope. A small boy about 10 years old. Now that I looked, it seemed like everyone was positioned as if to protect him, even the Pope standing right behind the child. What kind of child was this? It was at this moment of contemplation. The star that rises at twilight shall guide us. As the Pope made the sign of the cross, all the members looked at us and bowed in silence. It was an exceptionally unusual occurrence. Even Rottenmiller, who was also a believer, was so stunned that he turned stiff like a statue. Was it because we were in a chapel? A strangely sacred and majestic atmosphere flowed through the air. After a moment of silence, the Pope spoke. High Priest Ludwig was a person of immense value to us. We are grateful for the delivery of this letter. May I inquire how you came into possession of it? Honestly, it was somewhat unexpected. For someone who is the highest authority of one of the 3 major religions, his words were too polite and cautious for a conversation with a level 4 explorer. It can't always be like this. We must be very important to them. I slowly started to speak. I explained briefly what had happened in the maze of Larkaz. Was this a priestess way of thinking? The Twilight Star sent you to him when he was lost and wandering. Thank you for saving his soul. Even though he was captured by an evil god, his soul will continue to shine brightly in the darkness forever. It was somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Not a question of right or wrong, but it felt fundamentally contrary to my beliefs. I've always had a poor affinity with religious people. This was his belonging. I then took out the necklace that he was wearing and handed it over to them. If it were a holy relic, it would be worth much more than any reward. But I didn't mind giving it away as it was the right thing to do. I owed that high priest, after all. Thank you. It might not be what we were searching for, but this will somewhat comfort his spirit. So, it wasn't a relic after all. If there had been one, that bastard would have taken it all. How much is the reward for their return? Cardinal Grand? Although we did not recover the relic, given the importance of the handwritten letter, his belongings, and the account of his last moments that you have provided, paying the full 70 million stones specified by the Treasury would not be excessive. Then, please proceed with that. I inadvertently swallowed hard. I thought the reward would be halved since there was no relic, but to give the full amount, I reflected on my earlier discomfort with their words. These were truly noble and religious people. Not that it mattered, though. I have something I'd like to ask. Please go ahead. I went straight to the point now that the initial part was over. Perhaps more important than the reward. So, what will you all do now? May I ask what exactly you mean? I mean, you found the person who kidnapped High Priest Ludwig, right? I'm curious if you plan to seek revenge. I've somehow become involved as well. With my question, I subtly implied that they also had a responsibility in the matter. But the answer that came back was far too vague. We cannot provide a definitive answer at this moment. I see. I had hoped that if they were bent on revenge, that bastard wouldn't have the capacity to bother me for a while. Do I really have to figure this out on my own? I sighed and nodded my head. It was at that moment. Do not worry too much, great warrior. The child I had been watching suddenly spoke up. Whoosh! A brilliantly shining silver light burst forth. And when I came to my senses, a vine ring with 3 intertwined strands was on my thick finger. I was puzzled about what this meant, but after hearing the Cardinal's exclamation, I realized. A prophecy. A prophecy has been given. It was something I had only heard about in NPC dialogues and games, never something I had actually experienced. A prophecy. Damn it. And it was apparently the first one in a very long time. Finally, the mystery was solved. Why the Pope treated such a young child with reverence, as if he were divine. The answer was surprisingly simple. Could it be he's a saint? No, since it's a boy. Should he be called a holy man? Regardless, the title isn't what is important. A vessel that can hear the voice of God and sometimes harbor his power. The child with the qualities of such a vessel said, "The goddess just told me That ring will protect you from a deeply connected evil fate up to 3 times. By evil fate, do you mean Regal Vargos, the Dragon Slayer? A typical fortune teller might have responded with something non-committal, like it could be or it could not be. But a prophecy was different. Yes, it can only protect against the evil fate with him. So, you must prepare to overcome your destiny when all the strands of the ring are severed. It almost felt as if I was the chosen hero to defeat the demon lord. Honestly, I was dumbfounded. No matter how much I had defeated Alicia and the matter with the high priest, why would the goddess give me such a gift? Especially to one who is an evil spirit. Is this some kind of hidden camera prank? For a moment, I wondered if this was all a scheme using the child. But the ring on my finger dispelled those doubts. The expressions of shock seemed too genuine to be acting. The star that rises at twilight shall guide us. Let it flow as it should. The highest religious figures in this world all made the sign of cross towards me. I checked the expressions of my companions. Bjorn, what exactly are you? Truly a man of destiny. No, this ISNT just about that. How? How could a barbarian be chosen by the god of humans? I mean, even if you stare at me, I don't know either. I stared at the boy, realizing that this was not something to be happy about. I had many questions. But, thud. The child, perhaps as a consequence of receiving the prophecy, collapsed powerlessly. The Pope caught the child's body, and with that, today's meeting came to an end. Sir Krobitz, please escort these people out. Wait, just a moment. I still have questions. Please understand. We will meet again later and explain everything. Until then, we ask you to keep today's events a secret. It's possible that a great disaster may befall you otherwise. A great disaster? It seemed like a nonsensical thing, but the conversation ended there. Sir Krobitz will explain everything to you. The Pope's stubbornness forced us to leave. We were led by Parl Krobitz to the reception room, where we had been waiting earlier. Sir Krobitz, what exactly is going on? I'm not sure. I don't know what it means for a prophecy to be given to someone of another race. Is it uncommon for prophecies to be given to beings of other races? Yes, to my knowledge, this is the 3rd time it has happened. And what happened to those others? According to the records, they were branded as traitors within their race and expelled. This just got complicated. Is it like adding another self-destruct button next to being branded an evil spirit? I see why they wanted it kept secret. Yes, it would likely bring more harm than good if it became known. The core of a barbarian-esque growth is their spirit imprint. But being expelled from the tribe? From that day on, IDB is good as a lost cause. Barbarian shamans only exist in the sanctuary. But do not worry on our part. There will not be any leak from us. Krobitz said this while looking at my companions. His intention was clear, even without words. So, I looked at my companions as well. Naya, I'll keep my mouth shut. Really, do you believe me, Bjorn? Don't worry. As of today, I have heard nothing. Misha was unquestionable, and Rob Miller didn't seem like a concern either. Besides his personality, he was a follower of the Leetla's faith. The problem was, you. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I need to ask? I'll give up drinking from now on. Seeing the dwarf with a dejected look and his head down, I sighed. Sigh, we Shunti have all come here together. Is this how all the gods are? Instead of taking away the biggest stone pressing on my chest, it felt like they just added a smaller one. But he is not so loose-lipped to worry about. I decided to focus on the positive aspects. If the ring does indeed prevent an encounter with the Dragon Slayer, then the risk is hardly a risk. It's a clear gain when considering the benefits and losses. It bought me the most crucial time. It's my first time acquiring a relic through a prophecy. Items given by a god are called relics. They often possess nearly miraculous effects. Thus, I had no doubts about the ring's power. I might not know how long it will last, but until all 3 strands are broken, I want to encounter him. But the problem is how long before they break. 2 years? 3 years? Since it's a brand new relic, I hoped it could last that long. But it's better to plan for the shortest possible duration. I decided to prepare, thinking it might take at least 6 months to a year, and then I finished organizing my thoughts. And it was at that moment, as I was getting up from the sofa. Crack! One of the intertwined vines snapped. Bjorn? It looks like one just broke. No, that can't be. I rubbed my saliva-coated fingers over the broken vine, trying to join it like a string. But as always, reality was harsh. Look, it's sticking right back together. ISNT it. As I extended my hand to show off the ring. Whoosh! The severed vine emitted a silver light and scattered. I stared blankly at the spectacle. The conditions for the activation of the star's blessing have been met. I couldn't even muster a hollow laugh. Surviving the game as a barbarian, episode 148. Occasionally there are days like this. Days when a moment's whim leads to unexpected fortune. For Amelia Rainwiles, today was exactly such a day. Who would have thought? That she would meet him here, atop the fortress wall she climbed on a whim, feeling stifled. Regal Vagos, a member of the Orcules that divided this cursed city. The one she wanted to kill the most. He lay there unconscious on the ground. In this secluded place, with his body battered and alone. Could it be that he opened a dimensional gate and fled? That's why he didn't end up in the plaza, but here? That was the first possibility that came to mind. The Dragon Slayer's team didn't include a mage, but it was possible if he had sacrificed the poor old man he always brought along. However, what kind of enemy did he encounter inside? Amelia dismissed the rising question. It didn't matter who had driven him to this state. What mattered was that an opportunity was laid before her. First, she bent down and checked his pulse. He is still alive. About 2 hours had passed since the labyrinth closed. From the looks of it, he'd been out cold for a while. Normally, it would be difficult to survive for that long, but he was no ordinary person. Perhaps the spike embedded in his shoulder had also played a part in stopping the bleeding. You. Then he struggled to open his eyes and looked at her. It seemed he had sensed her presence and regained consciousness. Before he could say anything, Amelia spoke first. Dragon Slayer, do you have a potion? Waste. I see. Amelia unbuckled the pouch on his waist and held the potion in her hand. Then she asked again, do you mind if I remove the embedded object before pouring the potion? Do it quickly. If the object was left alone, he would surely die, even if he was the Dragon Slayer. Amelia simply stood by and watched. What are you doing? Hurry with the potion. Only when he felt a sense of unease did he ask, and she retorted. Why should I do that? The contract, have you forgotten? Ah, are you talking about the contract? Amelia couldn't help but let out a snicker. Long ago, she had made a contract with the Lord of Norark. It was a well-known contract to everyone living in this city. Within Norark, she could not commit murder. The contract was engraved into her flesh, making it impossible to violate. However, it was you who asked me to remove the spike. She had simply complied with his request. Of course, this was her first time attempting such deception with the contract, but if it had been a violation, she wouldn't have been able to act in the first place. I'll curse you. Amelia tossed the pocket she had taken from him into her subspace. And she took all his other equipment as well. Not only the dagger hanging at his waist, but also the rings on his fingers, the wrist guards, and the necklace, etc. All of them were items she had been eyeing for some time. Thanks for falling here. I'll make good use of these. Oh, but who exactly did you lose to? Despite her mocking question, he did not answer. He merely glared upwards in frustration. Amelia, rather than dragging the conversation, leaned against the fortress wall and watched him. She wanted to make sure he was dead before she left, to avoid any unforeseen complications. But perhaps his threat of life was not yet cut short. Thud, thud. Soon, in the distance, she could hear the arrival of the castle's patrols. Amelia made a quick decision. Everything the patrols see and hear is reported to the lord of the castle. If she has caught, it's over. You're lucky, Dragon Slayer. She bit her lip bitterly. Had he died, Orcules' power would have been diminished. You want to get away with this. Realizing he will survive, he gritted his teeth and muttered a vow of vengeance. But Amelia just shrugged and closed the distance. It doesn't matter. You want to remember anything anyway. What? She pulled out a pill from her pocket. A blessing of lethe developed by an alchemist of Norark. It had the disadvantage of not working on evil spirits, but it conveniently erased memories of normal people, if consumed. Fuck you. Amelia forcibly shoved the pill down the struggling man's throat, holding his jaw tightly. Notably, this was not a standard issue pill. The higher the soul power, the less effective the pill was, so she had used the best one she had just in case. According to the alchemist, an ordinary person could lose their memory for up to a week. It's better to be certain, considering who the opponent is. She felt no regret. It wasn't something she could obtain again, just because she wanted to, but considering what she had gained today, it wasn't a loss. Besides, the longer the memory lost, the better. He would think it was lost in the maze, not suspecting that he was robbed in this underground city. I should be thankful to whoever it was. As the patrol's footsteps grew closer, Amelia quickly left the fortress. The ring's ability to repel up to 3 Regal Vagos-related death flags has been reduced by 1. In less than 10 minutes. Surely, it won't get used up once a day? I shake off the sudden anxiety. It was too early to complain, and the likelihood of it happening seemed low. After all, it was a goddess's words. Prepare for the moment when all strands of that ring are severed. The goddess had advised me through a vessel. Despite knowing the gap between me and my enemy, she still said this. Surely, she wouldn't be so conscienceless as to give me only a month or 2 after saying such a thing. Right? Because in the end, the only thing that matters is when the last vine breaks. I steadied my wavering heart, recalling the proverb, morning 3, evening 4. What does it matter how many I get in the morning? What is important is the total number of acorns. In other words, the total duration that this ring lasts. I should just focus on what needs to be done. So, after a brief discussion of the bounty, we left the temple. The reward would be given when we visit again tomorrow, perhaps? Then, let us go back, rest, and meet again tomorrow. As we were about to go back to our lodgings, the dwarf cautiously held us back. Look, I don't know what you'll think of this, but what about setting aside a portion of the reward for the orphanage in Dwaki's name? I think that is fine. We wouldn't have received this money if it weren't for Dwaki, after all. I agree. It would be ridiculous for me to claim a share of such a large sum anyway. In other words, the proposal was to donate 3.5 million stones each to the orphanage. Unlike my companions, who accepted the proposal without hesitation, I kept my mouth shut. After all, it was an utterly irrational act, especially with a formidable enemy like the Dragon Slayer out there. If they intended to honor Dwaki's legacy, it would be right to use the money to make us safer. Bjorn, you don't have to if you don't want to. You suffered the most among us. You're right. We're just doing this out of guilt, so don't feel too pressured. As I remained silent, my companions tried to ease the situation. Agreeing would have ended the proposal. But let us talk about this when we meet again. We haven't even received the money yet. I decided to postpone the decision. It was a proposal that I should have rejected outright, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Sigh, this is why you have to be careful with personal relations. It makes rational judgment difficult. The old me would not have hesitated over such a decision. See you tomorrow then. We parted ways, each heading to our own lodgings. I too walked through the peaceful streets for about an hour before arriving at the inn, washed off my blood and sweat with fresh water. As I lay on the bed, lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. It was Erwin. Mister, are you there? As I opened the door, there she was, wearing a fluttering skirt, having already cleaned up and dressed. We chatted for a while, but it was mostly small talk about what she'd done in the labyrinth. Yes, this was routine in the old days. Normally, I would have listened with interest, but today it was difficult. Erwin, I'm tired, so please go back for today. Huh? But this is where it gets really interesting. Next time, I'll listen to the rest. I'm tired today, so please go back. Okay. When I firmly insisted, Erwin left with her pointed ears drooping. In the ensuing silence, I spent a long time alone. After all, if there is a problem, it needs to be fixed. Surviving. Since I awoke in this body, that has been my greatest goal, and that hasn't changed. However, the process to reach that goal is the problem. Barbarian, you kept your oath, right? I broke the warrior's oath in front of everyone, and I took the lead in the team, doing countless actions that couldn't help but feel strange. Back then, I justified everything with survival, but I know all those actions were rooted in trust. If anyone in my team had suspected me of being an evil spirit, I wouldn't have done such things even if it meant death. Come on, cheer up, friend. Giving the top-grade potion to Dwaki and high-grade potion to Rottmiller was also the same. It was an irrational choice that threatened not just everyone else, but also myself. And my earlier dilemma wasn't much different. 3.5 million stones. I've come to acknowledge it. I've become weak. The reason is simple. Because I've grown attached to others. My greatest strength, rational thinking, has been compromised. Survival in this world is the utmost priority for me, so this issue cannot be ignored. So, what is the solution? I couldn't find the answer until I fell asleep. And the next morning, I received a letter. The sender was some administrative branch of the Explorers Guild. The content was about being designated as the heir to world Dwaki's estate and being asked to come and claim it. Did you get it too? Yeah, you too? The next day, this was the first conversation I had with my companions. Apparently, all four of us received a letter from the guild. Surely Dwaki had designated it to the orphanage. So, what happened? We shouldn't just talk among ourselves. It's better to visit the guild directly and ask. Following the dwarf's suggestion, we all visited the guild. And after hearing the detailed story from the relevant department, it wasn't an administrative mistake. Dwaki had updated his will last month, designating the four of us as heirs. That is, right after. It was after the fight with the troll. After nearly dying to a troll, Dwaki returned to the city and immediately updated his will. He had been preparing for the worst of the worst, something I hadn't considered. That optimistic and hopeful guy. We left the building like defeated soldiers, not only receiving back Dwaki's equipment and backpack, but also inheriting the ownership of a house he owned during his lifetime. I don't know if we'll ever be able to repay the debt we owe him in our lifetimes. If it was Dwaki, he wouldn't have wanted us to repay it. Right, he surely wouldn't have. So, let us use his money wherever we want. That must have been his only wish. Later, we went to the temple and received our rewards. The Pope was too busy to meet us, and all the business was conducted through Krobitz. I told everyone to go ahead to the inn while I spoke with him for a moment. Can you promise to keep what I'm about to say a secret? You may speak freely. As long as it does not oppose the will of God, I swear not to disclose the words of a benefactor to anyone. His mention of not contradicting the will of the gods irked me, but I casually took out the Arc-Steel sword and showed it to him. That's the Dragon Slayer's sword. For some reason, it rejects us when we try to use it. Do you know why? If it's because of the curse, I'd like to ask you to lift it. The power residing in that item is not a curse. Krobitz, seemingly knowledgeable about the sword, explained without hesitation. The long story was simple. Long story short, it was only called the Dragon Slayer sword because Regal Vagos killed the guardian dragon and fled with it. Since ancient times, this sword could only be used and handled by the dragon tribe. Passed down through generations of guardian dragons, they enjoyed nearly eternal lives. But he couldn't use the sword properly. That's because of the dragon's curse. The guardian dragon left a curse before dying. As a result, Regal Vagos became a part of the dragon tribe, but not quite like them. His dragon-like qualities were stripped away by fire, and even his heart, the source of his power, became more human. He committed the sin of betraying his tribe to possess the sword, but ultimately, he couldn't use it. I know he has been searching for a way to break the curse for a long time. However, from what Yandel said, it seems that there was no way to completely overcome the curse. He's been searching for a way to lift the curse for a long time, but it seems there was no way to completely overcome the curse. So, the curse wasn't on the sword but on him. Yes, that is correct. Then I asked what would be the best way to dispose of this sword, which we couldn't use, and Kravitz simply replied, returning the sword to the dragon tribe and receiving a proper reward would be wise. Yes, that was the only way. Since only the dragon tribe could use the sword, selling it as stolen goods would be difficult. I decided to think about this part later. Thank you for the advice. Don't mention it. Mr. Jandel is a benefactor of our faith. If you need my help, please visit anytime. Does that mean I can receive blessings for free from now on? Well, I asked just in case, but Kravitz awkwardly laughed and firmly drew a line. You might have wanted to help, but there was another oracle this morning. The Twilight Star has told me that all will be as it should be, and that I should not try to bend her will. It felt like the goddess was speaking to me. The debt is paid with one relic, so don't try to squeeze anything more out of it. Still, I'm always available to listen to your concerns, so feel free to visit anytime. With Kravitz's priest-like words, I left the temple and headed to the prearranged inn. You're here too? Have a seat. All three were already drinking, but the atmosphere was so different from the one I usually encountered when we finished our explorations. No laughing, no talking, just drinking. It suddenly hit me. We had earned more than ever before, but we had also lost more than ever before. The window seat is empty. The table at the inn we used to sit is 5, but an empty chair that will never be filled again. Yet, we didn't mention it at all, opting instead to engage in conversations grounded in reality. Let us split the reward money and everything else exactly into 4. Let us do that. Even the dwarf, who initially suggested dividing it into 5 and donating to the orphanage, simply nodded. It was somewhat expected. After all, the proposal came from a desire to honor Dwaki's wishes. If he wanted us to make use of his precious legacy, we would follow his wishes. Quietly commemorating Dwaki, the dwarf, along with everyone else, drank. So, I just spent my time like that too. He wasn't supposed to go like this. After several drinks, the dwarf was the first to collapse onto the table. Rob Miller decided to take him home, leaving Misha and me alone. Bjorn, we should head back too. As always, the two of us walked together towards our lodgings. Misha staggered a bit from drinking too much. Lean on me. Thanks. It was still a bright afternoon. We walked through the bustling streets, reeking of alcohol. As usual, we reached my lodging first, and it was time to part ways. However, both of us stood in front of the door, silently looking at each other. The air felt unusually warm, perhaps due to the alcohol. Normally, I would have thought so. It would have been much more comfortable that way. It was fitting for my status. I would have ignorantly, barbarically brushed it off. But, I'll be going then. Rest up. Nah. Misha Kadestein. I stopped her as she attempted to turn away, avoiding my gaze. After all, I had made a promise with him. You are not quick to notice. Please don't turn a blind eye anymore. He told me not to turn a blind eye. At that precious time when he could have revealed his heart to Misha, he left me with those words. And I had agreed to him. So, it was time to confront. Misha, with her wrist caught by me, looked at me questioningly. I took a moment to steady my breath and clear some of the alcohol fog before speaking bluntly. Do you like me? As a man? It wasn't a romantic line, nor was the atmosphere particularly romantic. Just a straightforward question, asked in a barbarian-like manner. But Misha didn't get angry. She didn't laugh it off as some absurd joke. She flinched for a moment, then avoided my gaze, looking down at the ground. After shuffling her feet a few times, Misha lifted her head to look at me and whispered her response. Yeah, I like you. As a man. Surviving the game as a barbarian episode 149. Yikes. You mean I have no appeal as a man to you? She demistaken my offer of a partnership as a confession when we were stranded in the Witch-S forest. I was relieved by her words. ISNT, there is saying that there can be no friendship between a man and a woman? If she had such clear preferences, I thought we could remain colleagues for a long time without any discomfort. However, Naya, come and sit down quickly. Skipping meals and sleeping like that will ruin your health. Misha's attitude towards me gradually changed. She would come by every morning to wake me up and share her homemade dishes with me. She even gave me the meat side dishes. I honestly felt like I had a girlfriend instead of a teammate. At first, I thought she was trying to repay me for saving her life, but yeah, I like you. As a man. I wasn't too sure. To be fair, that is exactly why I kept it to myself. I didn't confront the issue because I thought it could all be my imagination. Because if I knew, I'd only have one choice. That is how it was. Looking at Misha facing me while trembling, I suddenly realized how cowardly I had been. If I had faced this issue sooner, perhaps I could have found a different solution. I could have pushed her away gently, right from the start. Before Misha's feelings grew to the point that even Dwaki told me not to ignore them. Yes, that must have been the case. So, what do you think, Naya? Now, there were two choices. To lean in and ignite the flame, or to extinguish it before it grew any larger. The answer was already decided. I am an entity that is both an evil spirit and a player. I am not truly Bjorn Jandel, and I have not yet given up on the hope of returning home. But since I couldn't say that, and since Dwaki said it was cowardly to expect sincerity without showing my true self, I spoke honestly. I consider you a precious comrade. Misha's response came after a slight pause. So I'm not good enough, Naya? It would be the same with anyone else. I don't have that luxury. We could die at any moment. Besides, it's not even a year since I completed my coming-of-age ceremony. Survival must be the top priority at all times. And Misha and I must continue to explore together. When emotions between a man and a woman get involved, it becomes difficult to make rational decisions. It would bring danger to both of us. So, I would like you to see me only as a comrade too. Even now, facing reality and drawing a line. But no matter how much I try to package it as looking out for each other, was the essence of its selfishness? Misha flatly rejected my proposal. I refuse, Naya. What? Why should I do that? I didn't even plan to confess my feelings today. You evil barbarian. You trickster. You asked me like I was going to accept. Naya. Misha yelled in annoyance and punched me in the chest. Thump. A chill that seemed to reach my heart-cold damage. Misha continued shouting, her anger not subsiding. Who asked to be accepted first? I know that you're not in a position to do so, but to say not to like you at all, that's just too cruel, Naya. Puck, 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 rapidly stacking cold damage. As I was about to speak, Misha weakly dropped her hand from my chest. I don't ask for much. I thought being as we are now was already more than enough. So, can you not say that? Huh? Why do you want to take even that away from me? Naya. A tremor was transmitted from where Misha and I were connected. Her head was bowed, hiding her face, but guessing her expression wasn't difficult. I clenched my mouth shut, feeling I had no right to offer any consolation or action. Time passed in silence, and eventually, the trembling stopped. Misha stepped back and, with reddened eyes, glared at me. And then, don't expect any meals from me tomorrow, Naya. With that venomous remark, she left. I stood there like a stone statue, watching her back. Creak. As I entered my lodging, the owner at the counter clicked his tongue at me. Today, you were the one at fault. I knew it without him having to say it. Thud, thud. I climbed the stairs and opened the door. Bjorn Jandel's room, still as cramped as ever. I was reminded of Lee Han-soo's empty room. It was time to admit it. It's not that I became weak because I got attached. It's not that I became weak because I got attached. The next morning, Misha, who had said there would be no meal for me tomorrow, woke me up. She came with a lunchbox filled with carrots. Chew thoroughly before swallowing. Got it? Feeling guilty, I chewed and swallowed everything. It didn't take long because I forgot to breathe and kept eating. But Misha was the first to speak up when she saw me rolling my eyes at the end of the meal. Naya, staying like this isn't too bad, is it? But, Naya, what do you mean but? You have no say in this. So, don't feel pressured. I'm just doing what I want to do. This was the conclusion she must have come to after going home and spending the night thinking. There was no room for me to interfere. Misha was more adult-like than I was. Speaking so composedly probably meant she hoped this relationship wouldn't become more awkward. Well, this wasn't exactly what Dwaki had hoped for. I understand. Okay, then no more talk about this. Do you understand, Naya? Agreed. With that, this issue was seemingly resolved. Or so to speak, even though nothing had changed from before. Go take a bath. It's about time to head out. After eating, we quickly washed up and went out together. Then, we met up with our companions and headed to the Commelby district. The atmosphere in the carriage was quite heavy. It seems like the first time we all traveled together like this, doesn't it? The dwarf tried to sound cheerful, but strictly speaking, it wasn't a complete gathering of everyone. Now, we couldn't even if we wanted to. Let's just finish our business and head back. Once we arrived at Commelby, things got a bit better. We repaired and sold equipment. Finally, we stopped by the central administration office to transfer the deed of Dwaki's house to the dwarf. It was for a simple reason. The dwarf wanted to buy it. Why are you going to such lengths? I'm sure Dwaki wouldn't want that. Huh. It's always been my dream to own a house. And now that I've earned some money. Alright, let's not dwell on worries anymore. Just take it and sign. An administrative office employee wrote a signature in front of the notary. And with that, Dwaki's house became the property of the dwarf. The appraised value of the house, according to the administrative office, was 24 million stones. However, we heard that selling it at auction would bring in 20% less, so we only took 5 million stones each. Then, let's go back and have a drink. After finishing our business, we returned to the residential area and went to a tavern. Then, we did the final settlement. We divided all the earnings, including magic stones, by 4. There were minor discrepancies due to equipment repair costs and consumables used in the maze. 25 million stones. A substantial sum of money was now in our hands. The dwarf might have only left with 10 million after buying the house. Oh, and it was agreed that the Dragon Slayer's sword and the restrained wish I used in the maze would be my share. Your vampire essence is gone, but you got the ogre's essence. The treasure is surely worth the trouble. It came about in an attempt to save us. After all, I wouldn't be so shameless as to covet more. The Dragon Slayer sword would have been taken back by that bastard if it weren't for you. That was too much for me. If we were to convert these items into money and split it 4 ways, we'd go bankrupt several times over. Alright, let's drink then. After a few more rounds of drinks, I tentatively brought up the subject. It seems about time to talk about the team. A spot on our team had become vacant. However, I wasn't planning to fill that spot, but rather to announce that Misha and I were leaving the team. But I have something to tell everyone about that. The dwarf was 1 step ahead of me. I'm going to quit being an adventurer. What? Sorry to bring this up at such a time. But after thinking it over all day yesterday, I've made my decision. Please try to understand. Following the dwarf's declaration, Rob Miller asked, what do you plan to do after quitting? I'll open a blacksmith shop. That's why I bought that friend's house. I felt like if not now, I might never get the chance. So that was it. He planned to turn Dwaki's house into a forge. Becoming an explorer was more of an escape from reality. I gave up my dreams because I had no talent, because I needed money for the immediate future. I don't want to live with regrets. That would be an insult to my friend. No one dared to dissuade him after his firm statement. We could only wish him well for his future. I hope you achieve your dream. Oh, a blacksmith shop? Becoming a boss now? I'll definitely visit. If I need anything from a blacksmith, I'll go to your shop. Yeah, that's a great idea. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Huh? After the dwarf's departure was settled, Rob Miller took over the conversation. Murad, don't feel too sorry. I was planning to leave the team after this exploration anyway. What? You? Why? I felt I was lacking. That's all. The dwarf couldn't say anything to Rob Miller's brief reply. Maybe Rob Miller had anticipated this reaction? He continued without any particular reaction. Actually, I'd already told Bjorn. Never imagined it would end this way, though. Now that I've made some money, I plan to take time to develop myself. I'm sure with your diligence and persistence, you'll achieve your goals, whatever they may be. After the dwarf's heartfelt words, their gaze turned to Misha and me. They were curious about what we would do. I briefly stated our future plans. We're going to form a new team, and we'll climb even higher. Yeah, I knew you would say that. Misha, you'll have a hard time. Well, it's my karma. There's not much I could do about it, Naya. We all raised our glasses and toasted. As Team Halfling, it was our last gathering. We blessed and supported each other as futures, sharing memories over drinks as we said our goodbyes. As always, time ruthlessly moved on, and soon the dwarf and Misha were passed out on the table. I guess it's time to call it a night. I smiled wryly at Rod Miller. It was always the two of us cleaning up at the end of the night. A fitting in for Team Halfling, I thought, as I stood up. Bjorn, there is something I want to ask you. Rob Miller called out to me, his voice uncharacteristically low, as if he had waited for the two to fall asleep. Go ahead. Under a strange sense of pressure, I looked at him, and after a brief pause, Rob Miller asked me, are you by any chance an evil spirit? There was one last challenge left to safely dismantle Team Halfling. Surviving the game as a Barbarian episode 150. Rot Miller is different from Misha and the dwarf. True to his role as a scout, he is attentive, quick-witted, and has risen from the bottom through thick and thin. Sigh, but I didn't expect him to be so blunt, though. It's my karma, so I have to deal with it. The immediate option that comes to mind is one. Admitting that I am an evil spirit and appealing to emotion is pointless. So the only option left is to feign outrage and bash his head in. However, something doesn't quite add up. It's not just my emotion clouding my judgment. I know Rot Miller well. If he truly believed I was an evil spirit, he wouldn't be engaging in this conversation with me. He's more like a herbivore, if anything. Simply put, it means Rot Miller himself is not convinced by his own question. Plus, I didn't sense any malice from him. I quickly decided on my position. It seems best to deny while observing the situation. Of course, I have no intention of pleading and begging him to believe me. That's not the way of a true barbarian. After about 3 seconds of silence, I spoke coldly. Rot Miller, I hope there's another reason for you to insult me. As if to say, because you are my precious comrade, I'll restrain myself and ask for your reasons. Technically, it wasn't a lie. If it weren't for Rot Miller, my fist would have been flying towards his head long ago. However, the man just smirked. I would have thought you were really angry. That is, if I hadn't got to know you so well. What? Oh, it's honor. You're not the type to be bound by such formalities. Nor are you one to be easily swayed by emotions. Trying to push through with an act wouldn't work on Rot Miller, who knew me too well. Even the cheat-like warrior-s oath wouldn't work on him. So I slightly shifted my position. Even a comrade would be upset hearing such a thing. That's true. Rot Miller shrugged and downed the remaining drink. The mood was much softer than before. But you are quite exceptional. Rot Miller continued. A barbarian who reads books. A barbarian not drowned in emotions. A pragmatic barbarian who always values practicality over honor. These were points most would gloss over with the word exceptional. Except for one. A barbarian with knowledge impossible for a warrior of less than a year to possess. That time, in the maze, you said you received a divine revelation. After returning to the Sky Tower, I told my curious comrades that I had received a revelation from the ancestral god Bethel. After all, gods do exist in this world. Misha and the dwarf just accepted it as it was. Rot Miller didn't say much either, so I thought I had successfully navigated through that situation. But who would really believe such a thing? I couldn't either. That's why I thought you might be an evil spirit. So he had been thinking like that behind the scenes. If he were to assume I was an evil spirit, everything would indeed make sense. Originally, that was the truth. Yet, the situation turned out to be remarkably positive. So, you mean you no longer think that way? At my question, Rot Miller nodded without hesitation and added, in the books I've read, evil spirits are described as beings that regard all humans as mere puppets. But you were not like that, valuing honor less, yet advising and leading young warriors with enough care. Feeling loss and anger at a comrade's death. Acts a typical evil spirit would never perform. Without any need for a clumsy excuse, the path I walked served as a shield protecting me. Well, it seemed like another aspect had completely dispelled Rot Miller's doubts. Besides, didn't the star goddess bestow a divine revelation upon you? I saw it with my own eyes. How could I doubt you? The divine revelation from the star goddess Leetless. Even though I complained about the vine breaking in a day, it turned out to be a masterstroke. Thanks to you, I realized how narrow-minded I was. Thinking you were an evil spirit was because I saw you through the eyes of a fool. No, you saw me through the right eyes. I listened to Rot Miller's last words, suppressing my squirming conscience. There are indeed those who are particularly loved by the gods in this world, and history has called them heroes. That's an exaggeration. I knew you'd say that. You tend to undervalue yourself, but at least I sincerely believe so. Out of the blue, I was bombarded with praises from Rot Miller and found myself at a loss for words. Admitting to it also felt ridiculous. Pushing aside my awkwardness, I finally asked a question that had been on my mind. Why did you bring that up? Rot Miller doesn't think of me as an evil spirit. Maybe he did in the past, but not anymore. So why would he throw such a straightforward question about being an evil spirit? The answer was completely unexpected. I wanted to give you a warning, as well as advice. Warning and advice? Yes, you're wise but naive in this regard. Even if you trust your colleagues, there is a need to hide yourself. I don't understand what you mean. You're about to form a new team, aren't you? Your uniqueness will inevitably stand out like a sore thumb. Perhaps someone like me will come along and judge you. Rot Miller said, since you can't talk about the revelation, you should hide yourself as much as possible. This could prevent potential troubles. As someone who has lived an ordinary life, I really wanted to give you this advice. I see. Thank you. I'll always remember the advice you've given me. Well, I've spoken longer than intended. Let us end here for today. I will carry Murad. And so, the last gathering of Team Halfling came to an end. Unlike usual, we parted ways without promising to meet again. I hope your path is filled with light. Team Halfling. I really gained a lot from here. The conversation with Rod Miller was enlightening. Not just because of the advice he gave, but the situation itself instilled a sense of alertness in me. Even though things went smoothly this time, it could happen again. There is no guarantee it won't happen again. So I thought to myself, what if a colleague, someone I'm fond of, is convinced I'm an evil spirit? And if they even have evidence of it, what should I do then? I didn't say the answer out loud, because it wouldn't change anything. I would choose to survive, even if it meant becoming a terrible person. I need to be more careful. I decided to be more careful with my actions to prevent that tragedy. Just like when I first fell into this strange world. Thinking that I can only trust myself, I decided to calculate and move more meticulously. Because that is the right thing to do if I truly care about my teammates. Naya, Bjorn, what are you thinking about? Nothing much. Did I say something weird when I was drunk yesterday, Naya? The morning after the last dinner of Team Halfling, I went out with Misha to the temple. It wasn't necessary to go together, but we had to stop by Commelby later anyway. Good to see you again. Do you have any concerns? As soon as we arrived at the temple, we called for Kravitz. The young paladin, in his early 30s, gave me a questioning look at my return visit after only 2 days. I got straight to the point. It's not a concern, but I have a request. A request, let us hear it. The Dragon Slayer's sword, or rather, the Dragon's sword, is a precious treasure, but having it is more trouble than it's worth. The star that rises at twilight shall guide us. It will be very good news for them. Was it for the greater good? Kravitz readily agreed and said he would arrange a meeting with them. For me, it was a relief. Meeting with the Dragon Tribe's leader as a rank 6 barbarian was daunting enough. Through the temple, they probably try to undercut the reward or outright try to seize it. Once a date is set, I will send a notice to the address you provided. Thanks for your help. Okay, that matter was settled. I left the temple with Misha and boarded a carriage headed to the Commelby district. As soon as we arrived, we headed to the Central Exchange. For a simple reason, I need to upgrade my soul engraving first. If it becomes known that I've received a revelation, there is a chance I could be expelled from the tribe. So, I need to reach level 6 before that. From level 6, you need not just money, but also materials. Are you here to register an item for consignment sale? I'm here to look for an item, I said, handing a pre-filled paperwork to the employee. The Immortal Heart, an extremely rare material that can be obtained from the byproducts of trolls obtained through distortion magic. It's expensive, but if you have enough money, it's worth it. Even those who specialize in hunting trolls will only get it once every few months. There is one item that meets your criteria. Would you like to check the information? The search fee was 3,000 stones, and the final product price was 18 million stones. Phew, that is 1 million stones higher than last time. I'll purchase it. Though slightly regretful, I coolly made the purchase. There is only one of this item on the entire exchange. So, if it sells, who knows when another will come in. If level 6 is like this, from level 7 onwards, I might as well assume I have to obtain it directly. With that thought in mind, I arrived at the warehouse, checked the item for defects, and picked it up. That concluded my goal for today. Next, it was Misha's turn. Let us change your sword this time. Naya, so this is why you brought me along? Misha looked at me, as if to say, why do you get to decide that? But she didn't protest. It wasn't strange. She must have been feeling the limits of steel by now. Our goal with the new team is to reach the 6th floor, so don't think about saving money. If I find something I like, Naya. Taking Misha's opinion into consideration, we looked for a suitable weapon. It took longer than expected. We agreed on purchasing a Tier 3 alloy longsword made from a mix of mithril and steel, but choosing the design was the issue. I'm telling you, it's not about choosing the pretty one. Yeah, let us go with that. Anyway, just choose already. I think this one looks good. Despite grumbling, Misha carefully chose her sword. I was quite surprised to learn that she could recite the names of famous blacksmiths while talking about things like weight distribution and reach. Well, she hasn't explored too. Naya, never thought I'd be using a sword that cost 12 million stones. Could we save 4 million stones if we skipped the magic enchantment? But if we're buying, we might as well get the best. It's for a lifetime, Naya. After receiving the item from the storage, Misha hugged the sword like a baby and muttered as if making a promise. Naya, I really need to save the rest of my money. I tilted my head in confusion. Why save? Leave only the money you need and spend the rest on beast's blood. Huh? If barbarians have soul engravings, beast tribes have spirit beast. Spirit beasts grow over time, but consuming beast's blood shortens that time. I told you, didn't I? Don't think about saving money. Can we really spend like this, Naya? It's not spending recklessly. It's an investment for the future. Misha wondered if it wouldn't be better to buy essence instead. But to me, That didn't seem rational. Essences of level 5 cost tens of millions of stones. And the lower ones aren't worth buying. Your spirit beast's powers aren't fully unlocked yet. It makes sense to focus on that now. At my insistence, Misha spent all of her wealth, minus her emergency fund, on the beast's blood. She said she'd take it later when she got home. We'll know if any powers manifest by tomorrow. Let us head back. After a few hours of scavenging, we returned to the residential area. It was around 8 p.m. It was just beginning to get dark. I'll finish the soul engraving tomorrow morning by going to the sanctuary. I made one more list of things to do until the next labyrinth opened. Only 3 things remained. Meet with the dragon tribe to return the dragon slayer sword. Gather information about Orcules and Norark. Form a new team. Oh, I haven't asked her about this. Prompted by the thought, I immediately asked, Misha, do you have any specific preferences or wishes for when we recruit teammates? I had a rough idea of how to fill the remaining 3 spots, but it was worth hearing Misha's opinion. After all, she is a founding member, and her experience as an explorer is much longer than mine. Perhaps she could offer advice on something I hadn't considered. Misha seriously pondered before cautiously speaking. Well, I'd prefer it if we didn't have a fairy Naya. It was an unexpected request,